57, Chapter 59. It is so strange what packing does to one's mind. Packing up everything that you own into a rucksack and saying farewell to the place you have called home base for the past few months is both oddly satisfying and emotional. It triggers all sorts of nostalgic feelings, worry and anticipation. Drawing on those trusted traveling boots, carefully packing the books you couldn't bear to leave behind, and making sure every buckle has been closed and every strap fastened. Saying goodbye to various friends from the ones you don't quite think of friends to the ones you would be sorry not see again was just as strange as packing. Somehow I did not think I would ever see Du Weldenvarden again, and I wondered what ambassador would take my place. What person would live in these rooms, attend those councils, and fill my shoes? I did not doubt that, despite everything that might happen, I would never again open the door to my apartments. When it was all packed and my goodbyes said, I stood waiting on the crags of Telnia. I wasn't exactly sad to be leaving, but sad to be leaving the peace and quiet of this place. I would miss this place and the few friends I had made her, but at the same time I was anxious to set off once more. There was a home calling my name, a family I longed to be part of once more, and things I needed to accomplish. Iragan and I had spoken of our destination, the burning plains. He had asked me if I knew where the Varden was, and I had informed him of the rapidly approaching battle. It had not been the greatest topic of conversation, but we were already on the subject of grim, depressing topics, and it only, apparently, confirmed a dream of his that had woken him that night and spurred him to scry the Varden. I shook my head and folded my arms tightly across my chest. The weight of my sword and bow gave me comfort as I thought of the brutal battle looming darkly across the future. But here, on this open bit of cliff, the world was still bright. The sun was shining down, and the sky was a crystal clear blue. Emerald green trees, some just starting to turn gold, spread out, and a faint fall breeze stirred my recently braided hair. I would miss this view the most out of everything in this forest. I would miss the evening spent sorting through my life and arguing my opinions with Oramis. It was here that I truly been able to remember and once more able to put a timeline of my together. Looking out over the forest with two friends had given me a sense of space, of time, and eased the constant pressure of my burden. It was here, speaking to Oramis and Glida, that Zoe of Angard and Lur had had a chance to spread her wings once more. I had come here before Iragan so as to give Oramis and Glida some forewarning. They already knew, somehow they did, and I did not ask how, but they did seem to approve. Already we had discussed my duty with the egg and how best to reveal it to the Varden. There had also been a reiteration of the promise I had sworn when I had first met Oramis, to watch and guard Iragan and Saphira to the best of my abilities. Who knew what awaited us in this coming battle, or what nasty surprise Galbatorix had in wait? So I swore that promise with all my heart, and now I waited silently with Glida to my right and Oramis sitting down at the entrance to his small cottage. The steady thump of Saphira's wings was the first warning of her approach, and then she swooped down out of the sky as brilliant as a sapphire held to the sun. I glanced up towards the sky, wincing at the bright sunlight as she dived down. I could sense Glida's worry for her. The elder dragon would have liked nothing more to fly by her side and ensure the safety of the last female dragon in all of Alagaesia, just as his rider wanted nothing more to watch her rider. But they could not, and so that duty now fell to me. Oh, joy! Iragan looked determined as he jumped from Saphira's side to land lightly on the soft grass. His eyes glanced at me, and then he politely greeted his instructors just as Saphira did. Iragan did not look rushed or nervous as he straightened up from his slight bow, and a part of me was proud to see how much he had grown and learned to control himself. Another part of me was, however, thinking that it was such a shame that his young life might just be cut tragically short. "You are leaving for the Varden?" asked Glida. The question was unneeded. It was, instead, just a kind of test put forward by the dragon who wanted to make sure that his students were ready. Not that you really can be totally ready. This is war. No one is ever ready. Yes, echoed Iragan and Saphira. Gently, his eyes kind, Oramis said, the world demands your attention. It does, said Iragan, and his eyes flickered with worry even as he set his jaw. I fear I have lingered too long. No, I said firmly. You needed every moment here, both of you. Eragon glanced at me, and I could see he was ready to speak, to say something sharp, no doubt, but Oramis never gave him the chance. Before you go, I ask but one thing, that you and Saphira vow that once events permit, you will return here to complete your training. We shall return, pledged Saphira, binding herself in the ancient language. We shall return, repeated Eragon, and sealed their fate. If you want to look at it in a less dramatic fashion, then they merely ensured that sometime soon they would once more stand on this piece of ground with this sweeping vista sweeping out behind them. That is how I look at it. War is no place for dramatics, nor is this story. There is enough drama as it is, and enough talk of fates. Oramis relaxed a little in his chair, but he was not done. Reaching behind the simply carved piece of furniture, the elder elf produced an embroidered red pouch that he tugged open. In anticipation of your departure, I gathered together 3 gifts for you, Eragon. From the pouch came a small silver flask that glinted brightly in the morning sunlight. First some fail nerve, though only enough for a few mouthfuls. Use it sparingly. He handed the bottle to Eragon, and then removed a long black and blue sword belt from the pouch to reveal that special belt long treasured by the riders that, somehow, Oramis had saved from the flames of the fall. I watched with amusement as Eragon pulled the tassel at the end of the embroidered belt to expose the priceless diamonds within. They caught the light and flashed, the sight of them making me remember a similar belt that my father had once worn and now my brother used. "Master," said Eragon, and the young rider tried to push it back into his teacher's hands. "I cannot take this." His eyes were worried, almost panicked at the idea of wearing such a priceless treasure of the riders and carrying it through blood and fire where anything might happen to it. "Guard it well," said Oramis, and his eyes were firm when he met Eragon's worried ones. "It was the belt of Balath the Wise, and is a great treasure of the riders." Then, with a small smile, "I trust you with it." His words seemed to reassure Eragon enough for him to reluctantly accept the gift, though not enough to ease the worry on his face. Then, at last, Oramis brought out a thin scroll protected inside a wooden tube that was decorated with a bas-relief sculpture of the Menoa tree. It was the scroll that I watched Oramis spend the evenings working on as we talked, a beautiful rendition of the poem Eragon had recited at the Agidi Bladron. Plants and animals twined together inside the outline of the first glyph of each quatrain, while delicate scrollwork traced the columns of words and framed the images. Eragon looked lost for words, his eyes filled both with wonder and deep gratitude as he looked up at his teacher. "I thought you would want a copy," said Oramis. "Aye," said Eragon, and then in a voice choked with emotion, "Thank you, master." "Yes," said Saphira. "Thank you." So much was contained with those simple words. You can't always sum everything up in 2 words, it's impossible, but you can give people a pretty fair idea of just what you are trying to say, but not quite able to. Thank you. In its simplicity lies its greatest strength. The elder elf just nodded in approval. What could be taught in the short time had been taught, and neither students nor teachers had anything left to say at this meeting. There would be things to speak of when they next met, but until then they could only nod and say their farewells. I could only do the same. Oramis turned to me, and his gaze, deep and watchful, meeting my own eyes. "Zoe," he said, and a faint smile curled his lips. "I have something for you." I stepped forward, and the elder rider drew out a package wrapped in brown paper. I took it from him, and the paper crinkled in that oddly pleasing way beneath my fingers as I carefully pulled it away from the object it protected. My fingers paused as the gift came into view before me, and I felt a wide smile grow across my face. It was a book. A journal, to be exact, and when I opened the cover, I saw creamy white pages that seemed so inviting, as if begging me to write upon them that very instant. The cover was simple dark leather, soft and supple, but also providing protection to the pages. 2 leather ties provided a way to securely close it. Magic had clearly been used to join the white pages to it, and in flowing gold script on the inside, there was the lines, so that you never forget the time you spent under the dusky pines. I felt tears blur my eyes, and then, somehow clinging to the journal, and with tears making it nearly impossible to see, I flung my arms around the elf and buried my face in his soft tunic. Oramis didn't seem to know what to do. Comforting girls was not a skill that many riders had to practice, and the elf didn't seem to know what to do. After a moment's hesitation, he wrapped his arms around me and said quietly in my ear, "I will see you again." "Perhaps," I said, drawing away enough to look up into his silver eyes. "Perhaps you will, but I shall never forget." I looked to Glida, and the elder dragon gave an amused chuckle, shaking the ground with the vibrations. "We will see you again," said the dragon, and there was a gleam of determination in those bright gold orbs that spoke of a dragon committed to something. It brought a shaky smile to my lips. "You must go," said Oramis, and I stepped away. Once more gaining control of my emotions, I nodded. Eragon looked at his teacher with those worried but determined eyes. Saphira just looked on quietly, her blue eyes fixed on Glida, as if memorizing one last time what another living dragon looked like. "Yes," I said quietly, and Eragon nodded. I carefully placed the journal in my bag, which I then strapped to Saphira's saddle. With one last quick embrace of both Oramis and Glida, I mounted Saphira along with Eragon. I tried to tell myself it was the wind as Saphira took off that made tears glaze my eyes. I tried to tell myself that there was really no reason I couldn't take my eyes off the two distant figures until they were long out of sight. But I wasn't quite ready to face the truth, and sometimes it is easier to think something that isn't true than face the depths that are the truth. Safely tucked in my rucksack, in a special padded bag enchanted to safeguard it as much as was possible, was the red dragon egg that Glida had entrusted to me. I tried not to think about that too much. I was trying to think only about the rush of air that whipped my braid up and was, I am sure, the cause of all these tears that dried even as they fell. But you know me well. You just smile at me and look understanding. I tell you, it is just the wind. Only the wind whipping around me that is making me cry, and not anything else. "Goodbye," whispered a voice in my mind. For now, I think I heard the sound of a dragon growling in agreement in my mind, but that could just have been my imagination. Imagination is a wonderful thing, isn't it? Islanzardi was waiting for us. The queen and her retinue stood before the entrance to Tildari Hall. The fair elf queen looked regal with the morning sunlight falling across her pale face and making the silver circlet upon her brow glitter. Her pale blue dress caught the light and shimmered like the surface of a pool of water. The elf lords and ladies behind, many of who I knew, were just as fair in the clear sunlight. Their ageless immortality was like bright, everlasting jewels. A few elves had gathered around the edges of the clearing, and many more were looking out from the tree-tops. This was a public good, by even though the space gave the illusion of privacy. "Rider Eragon," said Islanzardi as Saphira landed, and we dismounted. "Saphira, Zoe." Her words rang in the silence that had descended upon the place as the vibrations from Saphira's wing beats faded away. "Oramis has told me of your decision to leave." She was neither outright approving of this decision nor disapproving, maintaining her usual position of cool watchfulness. "Yes," said Eragon simply. He met her eyes without hesitation. "When you reach the Varden," said Islanzardi, her gaze turning to me, "please deliver this missive to Lady Naswada. It details our own plans for the coming weeks." I stepped forward and accepted the scroll that Lord Balthraz, a silver-haired elf lord who I had spent many hours in council with, had drawn out of his robes, slipping the scroll into an inner pocket where it would, hopefully, be safe. "Also," said the queen, "I will send some of our strongest spell-weavers to assist you, Eragon, Saphira, in the coming battles. They will not reach you in time for the battle brewing now, but hopefully they will be able to reach you soon after and will place themselves under your command." "Thank you," said Eragon and Saphira together. The queen nodded, and then, stretching out one pale arm towards one of the ladies, she said, "It seems only right that now that you share our strength, that you also bear one of our bows. This one I created myself from a yew tree. I hope it serves you well." The lady stepped forward. There was a wooden box in her arms, and versed in the moment, she opened it and presented it to Eragon. Within, on soft folds of velvet, was a slender bow. It was simple, but in that simplicity was its beauty. Silver fittings chased with dogwood leaves decorated the tips and grip. Beside it lay a quiver of new arrows fetched with swan wood, seemed to glow with warmth, and I watched, with a faint smile, as Eragon's face lit up and his mouth fell open a little. One hand ghosted along the top of the bow, as if afraid to touch it. "You honor me," he said, looking up, and meeting the intense stare of the queen, with a gift such as this. I thank you for all you and your house has done for Sapphira and me. The queen just nodded, and yet she seemed pleased with Eragon's words and the way he met her gaze without flinching away. Turning to Sapphira, the elf queen said, I could think of nothing to give you, Sapphira, and so I brought no gift for you. But ask, and if it is in my power, I will give it to you. I need nothing, said the dragon. What need have I for treasure? I am a dragon, and I have no need for possessions. No, I am content with the kindness you have shown, Eragon. We merely repaid a little of what was owed for our miserable failure in the fall, said the queen. You will always be welcome in Elismera as friends of my house. Then her gaze came to me, and the elf queen said, I would speak to you alone, Zoe. Following her a little ways away from the gathered elves, Eragon and Sapphira, the elf queen turned to look at me. When you arrive in Serda, said the queen, and her eyes, old and deep, never left my own. Please give this to Arya. She drew another scroll from within her robes, and tell her she is sorely missed here. Of course, I said, and did not comment on the open worry I saw written in the fair face of the proud queen, though she clearly tried to hide it. She was a mother, and despite past wrongs, it was her duty as a mother to worry, especially when it was her child going to the front lines of battle. I also wish to thank you, said the queen, and her voice was so soft it was nearly inaudible. Not just for the things you have done here, but the things that you did before and the things you will do. She looked, briefly, unguarded, and I knew that her expression of gratitude was as genuine. You, Zoe, I count as both a friend and ally to my house. It was and is both my pleasure and my duty, I said, and while the words were formal, my voice was warm. Well, I knew the struggles of leadership, and I had come to an understanding with this queen. She knew what I was, and I knew what she was. We understood. The queen nodded, and then we both returned to the group. Eragon was looking at me with curiosity, but I refused to respond to either his or Sapphira's questioning tendrils of thought. That had been a meeting queen to queen, ally to ally, and it was not something I could just share. Islanzardi turned to me once more, all eyes upon us, and where before there had been nothing, there was a small velvet bag in her hand. This, she said, is my gift to you, Zoe. The queen opened the small pouch and dropped, into my open palm, a ring. It was a simple band of silver set with one large emerald that glinted in the sunlight. Etched into the silver was the same mark that was on Aaron, the ring worn by Brahm. It was, I knew, a sign that I was a favored friend of elves, and as symbolic an act as the queen could have done. Many thanks, I said formally, as I slipped the ring onto my finger and briefly admired the way the jewel caught the light and flashed. My movements purposefully slow, I pulled the other ring that Naswada had given me in Farthen Dur off and dropped it into the queen's waiting hand. I would wear the one she gave me, and the other, while I had worn it for many weeks now, had to wait for another ambassador. The elf nodded her head and closed her hand over the sapphire ring I had returned to her. For a second our eyes locked, and for a single second we looked at each other as complete equals. But it was only a second, and that, while meaningful, is hardly long enough in the great scheme of things. Go now, said the queen, raising her pale hand. And so we did. Sapphira took us high into the blue dome of the sky, and the only sound was the rushing wind buffeting our ears. We left some things behind, but the things we gained, the important things, were not anything that you could forget to pack and then remember with horror later. They were inside of us, and they gave all three of us comfort as Sapphira turned her wings towards Serda and the burning plains of Alagaesia. We spoke of many things during the long flight over Du Weldenvarden, carried along by a brisk tail wind. We quickly abandoned our game of riddles for Sapphira, won every single round, and I quickly grew discouraged. The endless, shapeless green carpet of the forest swept out around us, and Sapphira flew so high that we were above the few clouds that floated around on this bright sunny day. Eragon protected all of us from the Arctic temperatures with a spell for, as Glida had taught Sapphira, the swiftest tail winds were often far above the ground, and that meant flying just a little higher than normal. At some point, to my utmost surprise, Sapphira asked me Eustian that, for a brief moment, startled me. "It is your happiest moment, Zoe?" "I do not know," I said with a small laugh. "There are only a few moments in my life when I have been blissfully, completely happy with no shadow of doubt or worry. What about you?" Iragan responded when I first flew with you, Saphira. The time you were green with fear, I asked teasingly. But what is yours? Asked Saphira persistently. I was silent. There were a few moments where I had been so happy that I had felt nothing, and no one would ever bring me down off such a high. They were bright moments of complete happiness that made me smile just to think of them. There were many moments of contentment, everyday kind of happiness, which helped to offset the darkness of the world, but few were those brilliant bubbles of joy moments that made you feel so light you might just fly away. The moments when you let go of yesterday and feel nothing but lightness. I think, I said, when I first rode a horse out across a field. When I felt as if the entire world was stretching out before me and my horse seemed to be running as fast as the wind. I had never gone so fast, and I seemed to leave everything behind. I felt as if I could be anyone, and the freedom was intoxicating. I think that would be one of my happiest moments. The memory of that gallop stuck in my mind and made me glad that, waiting for me at the end of the flight, would be my little grey mare, Melinlas. Murtagh had, hopefully, been able to watch over her, and my fingers itched to once more wrap around Coursemane and let her fly beneath me. I looked down at the forest and remembered the arch that Gleeder had taken me to. What other secrets were hidden in this forest? I had the feeling that not even the oldest of elves could ever truly say they knew every secret hidden here. Magic ran deep in this place, and not just the magic of this world, but traces of different, foreign power that reminded me of my own. Such questions helped fill the long hours for, even by dragon back, this was no short journey. We left Du Weldenvarden behind by evening and camped just on the outskirts of the Haderach Desert. The weather was mild here, but the plants were still lush, and the air was not the bone-drying heat of the desert. The second night, we had cleared the massive expanse of blinding sun-white sand. I got a sunburned nose that day. We camped that night in a young grove of aspen that shivered and danced in the breeze. The place felt young, peaceful, and innocent. Conversations that night were relaxed, and there seemed no hint of danger or worry to the air. Saphira flew through the following day and night, stopping only at dawn to drink and to allow us a moment to stretch. Breakfast was a tense affair. All three of us knew that we were nearly at our destination, and it made us tight-lipped, and thoughts of Murtagh, Brahm, the army, and the eggs spun around my mind. We had been flying for less than an hour when a long, low brown cloud appeared on the edge of the horizon, like a smudge of ink on a sheet of paper. The cloud grew wider and wider as Saphira approached it, until by late morning it obscured the entire land beneath a pall of foul vapors. We had arrived at the burning plains of Alagaesia. Yippee! Sarcasm is intended. Murtagh left the hurriedly pitched tents of the Varden. They had arrived late in the night, and the battle camp was a jumble of tents and flags that lost any brightness against the dark sky. Men hurried around following orders, and looked, with open fear in their eyes, towards the empire that had amassed a few miles away. The camp of the Varden was entrenched behind multiple layers of defense. The giant river flowed along one side, and the water was dark, as if echoing the red-black sky. Murtagh felt a sick feeling growing within him. Getting here had been both an exercise in packing and in controlling his temper as he watched the armies of Serda and the Varden finally get on the road. It had been difficult, despite the hours of preparation, to organize everyone and everything. Once they had been moving, Murtagh felt his irritation and annoyance be replaced by worry as he considered what lay before them, what Vivian had told him and his own spies had recently confirmed. His brother and Saphira needed to return soon. They needed them. Would Zoe come back with Iragan and Saphira, wondered Murtagh. But just as quickly, a little voice in the back of his mind reminded him that she just might not. She might never return if her mission to secure one of the most prized items in all of Alagaesia had gone wrong. Zoe might, even now, be caught and suffering in the king's prisons. The thought made Murtagh growl, and he raised his hooded head to look around. Pale bars of sunlight occasionally managed to find a way through the besmirched sky, like pillars of translucent glass, until they were cut off by the shifting clouds. The air was hot and heavy. The ground was hot, and in places, there were open holes that let foul-smelling smoke up into the sky. It was the most depressing landscape he had ever set eyes on, and as much as he liked being on the move again, He wished this battle could have been fought somewhere else. This place echoed battle too much, from the red of the sky that reminded him of drying blood to the cracked, hot ground that seemed all too willing to give way beneath his feet. Murtagh had come to a stop before the slow-moving river. The faint sound of running water was only slightly comforting, and he sat down hard on a rock to gaze out over the river and away from the two waiting armies. Folding his arms across his chest, he stared out at the water, and his mind wandered, as it often did, to the girl he so wanted to see again and the complicated feelings he felt for her. His encounters with Vivian had only made it all more confusing and just that much more present in his mind. Did he love her? Did she love him? Or was this just childish infatuation that would fade over time? So lost was he in his thoughts that he did not realize he was not alone. "What are you thinking?" came a familiar, gruff voice from behind him. "That is a serious frown." Murtagh spun, one hand flying to his sword, as he whipped around to see the familiar face of Brahm. The man looked weary, and yet there was a faint smile on his face that eased the wrinkles, and even more unusual, a faint twinkle in his eyes. "Thinking," was Murtagh's quick reply, as Brahm took a seat beside him on another rock. The old man raised an eyebrow as if to say, "That was obvious." Looking away, he was silent for a long moment before he voiced a question which left Murtagh reeling in surprise and shock. "Do you love her?" He opened his mouth to respond, but closed it without saying anything. He knew who Brahm spoke of, and the question was both shocking and painful. He was suddenly conscious of the beating of his heart. It was hammering in his chest, as if he had just run a great distance without stopping. He almost forgot how to answer, almost afraid to even consider the question and the terrible possibility that he would never see her again. "Do you love her?" persisted the man. Murtagh looked at the old man. There was a time he could have answered that question in a second, but things had changed. He had changed, and his feelings were confused. No longer was he set against love and solely devoted to protecting himself and his freedom. But even then, part of him warned him that his heart was being foolish, and the girl who haunted his thoughts might very well be dead or worse. "Well?" asked Brahm. "Yes, no, I don't know." He looked away and focused on the endlessly changing water. "Ah," said the old man, who rested a hand lightly on the young man's tense shoulder in an almost fatherly gesture of understanding. "In my experience, when people say they don't whether they love someone, they usually mean yes." Brahm met his gaze and asked gently, "Would you give your life for her?" "Of course." "What would you do to rescue her?" "Anything," he said quickly. "Then you love her," said Brahm with a sad smile. Was he remembering Murtagh's mother right then? The young man wondered. Brahm rose then and left. He left without saying anything more, leaving Murtagh to his shifting thoughts by the river. Murtagh had never really believed in wishing. But sitting there alone, he threw a wish towards the dark sky, and after a few more minutes of quiet sitting, he left for the many tasks that he had immersed himself in to try and keep his mind occupied. Part of him scoffed at the idea of wishes, but another part of him was ready to try anything. He would remember that moment for the rest of his life. He would remember the messenger that came running into the captain's tent where he was holding a meeting between a few of his spies before he dispatched them to various corners of the empire. He would remember the boy's wild eyes as he told Murtagh that the rider and dragon were back, and that, along with them, was the girl with the silver sword. He thought he knew how to move fast and how emotions can overwhelm you. He thought he knew what he would say to her when he entered Naswada's commander's tent and saw her standing there. He thought he did. Murtagh had long prided himself on always being in control, on being reasonable, but he found that, in this moment, he had no words that could describe his relief or his fear of cool rejection. Maybe, he decided in those split moments when their eyes met and the entire world fell away. Maybe wishes did come true. Okay, this is pretty quick for me to update, and I can't promise this kind of speed on every chapter, but I really do want to get this story wrapped up. So I found some time, yay, and got a chapter whipped off. It is shorter than usual, but I hope that a quicker update makes up for that. Review replies, guest, thank you, it is another chapter. Hope you enjoy it. Chris, thank you, your reviews are awesome, and I am glad that you love this story so much. And I do hope all goes well with your stories. I am sure that all that hard work will pay off and you will be able to enjoy the rewards, and as for Zoe's world, it will make an appearance soon. I promise. I just have to find the right moment to work it in. You never know about who might show up. Once more, thank you. All your support has been awesome, and I wish you all the best with your stories. Guest. Yes, another update. Enjoy. Wasip79. Yes, she is an original character. Kind of created from my own imagination after I combined story lines from some of my favorite novels. I have mixed together stories of her homeland, and I hope to include more as the story continues. Thank you for the review. Abraxas 7 Ran. I am glad that you love this story. It is the best thing ever to know that other people enjoy it just as much as I enjoy writing it. I also agree that she has become more complex, but that is what practice does for an author. Thank you again, and I hope you enjoy this chapter too. Live, laugh, play music. Haha, awesome is such an awesome word. Lal, glad you like the Galby scene, and I hope you enjoy this chapter too. The battle is approaching. 58, Chapter 60. There it is. You have been warned. Announcements of this battle have been flying through the land, and you heard them. It has been coming for a long, long time. These two armies are there now, stretched out before you. There are numerous tents, dark against the ground, and men move among them as captains shout orders above the whinnying of horses, the creaking of wagons, and the sounds of hammers. There are flags announcing which side is which flying high against the reddish sky. They hang limply in the quiet air without a wind to stir them and make them snap. The ground is cracked as if it has been baked. Fissures in the ground release noxious fumes into the air. But battle hasn't started yet. Not just yet. The entire world seems to know of it. Men have been taken from their homes, where they leave behind weeping wives and wide-eyed children. Magicians have studied their books and honed their skills as much as they can in preparation of this fight. Swords have been forged, spears sharpened, and shields tested. The ground, hot and cracked, will become saturated with blood, and the sluggish, moving river will change color until it is rusty, and not because it is reflecting the sky. You are here. Your curiosity got the better of you, as curiosity often does. You stand in the little light that filters through the black clouds. You feel chilled in this place. The air is heavy, the faint breeze doing little to cool your hot skin even as you shiver, not with fear, but with a terrible sense of foreboding. Something drew you to this place, the warnings and the fear not affecting you. The empty stretch of land between the two camps is abandoned and empty. Already you can smell the sharp tang of fresh blood, even though none has been spilled yet. Part of you, though you have never been in a battle like this before, already knows what to expect. The soldiers you are standing with are growing restless from waiting, a sea of shuffling feet, murmuring about what awaits them in the next few hours. A horse whinnies. Someone curses. You do not say anything, you just stare straight ahead. You are invisible, not really here, but too real not to feel everything. The world is real to you, but you are not real to anyone around you. You try to ignore this. It makes you feel strange, like an illusion on a hot summer's day. The battle is coming. You know this. But still you came. You wonder why. You know what is going to happen, and still you came. You can't save the men who will die. You know your limitations and how. While it is one thing to repair a broken vase, it is another to fix a broken, living body. Maybe, whispers a voice, you came because you didn't have a choice. Meeting Brahm had been emotional. At the rate I am going, you will forever label me as a blubbering, romantic git. But as we touched down on the cracked ground, he was waiting there, along with a crowd of awed soldiers, for many of which Aragon and Saphira were whispered legends. He had looked exactly like the last time we had last met him, his eyes tired, his face lined with wrinkles, and a familiar frown on his face. Good Albram, who, once you got beneath that crusty exterior, was as loyal and loving as possible. The man who had helped me, tested me, while Brahm had roughly embraced me and had looked with worried, but knowing eyes at the satchel at my side. It was not nearly as emotional as the meeting between father and son. Brahm was a good friend, like Oramis was. Our meeting was normal, emotional in all the ways one would expect. I still felt like a blubbering git as I angrily swiped tears from my eyes. For Aragon, though, the meeting between him and Brahm was the first encounter between a father who had said goodbye to a son that had once looked one way and now looked completely different. In Brahm's dark eyes, there were equal parts of tremendous pride and a kind of sadness to see his son so changed. Parents mourn the loss of the children we once were, but Brahm had lost more than just the young. eager Eragon in these past months. He had lost the face he had always put to his son, a face that held both traces of Selena and him. It must hurt, even if the man tried to tell himself that it didn't. Sapphira and I watched, the two embrace tightly and speak softly to each other. "It is good to see them together," said the dragon with a warm rush of happiness. "Yes," I looked up at the glittering blue eyes. "Even more remarkable is that they have this chance. Brahm denied it for so long." Then it was off to the command tent for a meeting with Naswada. We attracted a growing number of soldiers, all of whom seemed torn between shouting out, Shadeslayer and Flame Tongue, or just stay respectfully silent. There was a mix. Some cheered wildly, and some merely gazed with odd eyes at the sparkling blue dragon and her rider as if, by seeing them, they felt some hope restored. Moving along in the shadow of Sapphira, I tried to escape notice, and in the flurry of activity around us, I think I was mostly successful. Our trip ended near the back of the Varden, at a large red pavilion flying a pennant embroidered with a black shield and two parallel swords slanting underneath. I had seen it fly in Farthen Dur, and now I saw it again. We entered, ignoring the stationary guards that stood like blank-faced statues on either side. If Naswada was the sort to scream in joy and surprise, she might have when she turned and realized who had entered her tent. Her almond eyes had gone as wide as saucers, her mouth opened in surprise, and she had gripped the edge of a table so tightly her knuckles went white. She was, as was to be expected, both enormously grateful to see us and stunned by Eragon's changed appearance. Even seemed stunned by me, and as I prepared to tell her of the egg currently at my side, Arya had arrived, and another round of greetings begun. For of course, Arya did not know I had succeeded, and her eyes widened almost comically when she saw the satchel and guessed what was inside it. The elf's wide eyes made me smile, and Sapphira, who had stuck her head in to be a part of the conversations within the tent, had openly chuckled. But even happy as I was to see these old friends, there was one missing. Where was he? I almost turned to Brahm to ask, but Eragon got there before me and Naswada answered. He was, according to her, just being summoned and would be here directly. No doubt word of our arrival had already reached him. I had to wait, hoping that no one saw the tension or the nervous anticipation that I must have been radiating. It made me irritated that I felt embarrassed about these feelings, but I did. It like knowing you could ask a question, and should, but not wanting to lest you be laughed at or given a condescending smile by some know-it-all teacher. I knew he was coming far before I saw him step through the tent flap. It was like knowing that a storm was coming, the shift in the air around it. I could sense it, without reaching with my mind, and the closer he came the stronger the feeling was. Then, so suddenly I just had time to turn around, the flap of the commander's tent was brushed open, and there he was. Somehow I had not really expected to see him. I had half expected for Brahm to tell me he had been captured, that somehow Murtagh would be gone, and everything that had happened that day in Farthen Dur was for naught. Somehow I had not expected him to look, not at Eragon or Sapphira, but straight to me as if I was the most important thing in the room. I had not expected to see the storm of emotions I saw in his dark eyes. Deep relief, joy, apprehension, fear, and most surprising of all, stunned surprise as if he had not expected me to look like I did. He probably hadn't. I had changed, and I had only to look in a mirror to see the fullness of that change. "Murtagh," I said, and the words seemed strange in the air and my voice unnaturally high. No one else existed at that moment. The world was our own, and we were the only living things. "Zoe," he said, and his eyes, so dark and intense, met mine. They froze me in place, and I was suddenly aware of the heat emanating up from the ground. I was aware of how soft the elvish cloak I wore was, and how the dim light reflected off the polished pommel of Murtagh's blade. Everything seemed unnaturally real, as if I had been living in an illusion, and only now were my eyes opened. It happened so fast. Suddenly he was embracing me so tightly that I could barely breathe, and I buried my face in his leather jerkin. It didn't matter that the world was about to end, or that there was a dragon egg at my hip. None of it mattered. It didn't matter, and neither did the king. It didn't matter that everyone was there, and that I would never be allowed to forget this for the next 1,000,000 years. I stood defiant, because I had decided I did not care about my rank, my duties, or my flipping promises to follow the rules. That was what I was thinking when we kissed. Because, for the first time in my long life, I did something that was reckless and went against all the rules, all the expectations and promises. I was done. I wanted Murtagh, and he wanted me. It didn't matter that I was a girl from another world with two brothers who would be furious when they found out that I had fallen head over heels in love with this kind of boy. Careless talk costs lives and careless actions can spell the end of worlds, but I had forgotten that rule, that warning. About the time Murtagh stepped through that tent flap, a single fight may have been lost, but the war might still been won. Take that fate. When we broke apart, I found myself looking into his eyes. He looked exhausted, his eyes shadowed, and his face unnaturally pale. The dark shadows underneath his eyes looked like bruises. He ran one hand through my hair, and I gripped his shoulders so tightly that my knuckles went white. My hands, pale and small, looked too weak to hold on to him through the storm that was raging around us. "Hello," he said with a faint smile. "You say that now?" I asked, and my voice was shaky. I felt shaky, almost giddy. I hadn't felt giddy in years. I buried my face in his tunic, and for the first time in a long time, I let myself indulge in the security that Murtagh's strong arms offered me. For the first time, I pretended that I was just a girl and he was just a boy, that our relationship was not doomed, and that in a few short hours we would not be dealing out death. I didn't care that Naswada, Iragan, Saphira, Brahm and Arya were all staring at us with expressions ranging from shocked to an almost pleased smirk on Brahm. I didn't care that. Soon, many of the bright lives around us would fizzle out like sparklers and be lost. "I missed you," whispered Murtagh in my hair. He was trembling, and I wondered at it. Something more had happened while I had been gone, and it was more than worry for me, or worry I would have forgotten him. A shadow, deeper than the one that always covered his eyes, rested on his face now. "Are you done?" asked Brahm with a faint note of teasing in his voice. The older man was looking at us with amusement. I turned my face slightly to glare at the old man, even as I did I never let go of Murtagh's hand. It was my anchor. It was a reassuring warmth that made the once terrifying world a little more bearable. "We can always take it outside," I said pointedly. Brahm laughed outright, as did Saphira, the two finding my words endlessly amusing. Naswada just looked like at us with open surprise, and Iragan looked, to my amusement, a little embarrassed. Arya just looked at me with a faint glimmer of amusement in her green eyes, though there was something like regret there too. "Don't do that," said Brahm with a wide smirk. "We wouldn't want the whole camp to know." Murtagh and I both laughed at that, though it faded quickly. Stepping into the awkward silence that descended on the tent, Iragan said with a faint smile, "It's good to see you, Murtagh." "And you," said Murtagh from my side. "The elves have done much for you." There was no resemblance now, I thought sadly, between Selina's two sons. One was as fair as an elf, and the other dark. "Well," said Naswada, and there was something flustered to the way she tried to regain control of the situation. It made me smirk inwardly. She still showed her youth in so many situations where older and more experienced heads would have just sailed onwards with nary a glance heads like my eldest brother. "Well," she said again, "can I have a full account of your travels, Zoe? Iragan, Saphira?" Her face took on a wondering expression as she looked over the three of us. "What has happened to you?" She returned to her throne-like chair, as if she wished us to try and return to more familiar footing where she was just another battle leader, and we were just allies conversing on battle plans. But that was impossible, because, holding my hand as if he could never imagine letting go, was Murtagh, and I could never feel like I was a common soldier or a princess or an ambassador with him by my side. I was someone who I didn't know, and it was both exhilarating and terrifying. My feet now moved along an unfamiliar path. Saphira, bless her, took it upon herself to explain the twisted path that we had flown, walked, run, and struggled down these past few months. Iragan joined in at points, but I remained silent, for I had done little in do Weldenvarden but smile sweetly, and do my best to defend the interest of the Varden in council meetings, where, to my annoyance, I had sworn not to speak specifically of the things discussed. Naswada need not know that and worry that I had betrayed her trust as a foreign representative. She already seemed overwhelmed, maybe even hurt, by the revelation that Murtagh and I were more than good friends. Besides, I had been a bloody good ambassador, and I did not want that questioned. When Rider and Dragon came to the end of the Blood Oath celebration and had completed their relatively brief summary of not only their experiences, but new skills and the changes they had undergone, Eragon turned to me. Of course he did. He had too, and now it was my turn to explain my own time. I was brief on my time in Du Weldenvarden, maybe too brief for Naswada's tastes. I delivered Islanzudi's missive and did my best to condense everything into neat paragraphs. It was only the last few weeks which had been exciting for me, and after a deep breath, I explained about the egg and the mission given to me by the spectral dragon. Hearing of his old home and the small role he had played by giving me the key had made Murtagh's grip on my hand increase until it nearly hurt. Naswada's face went from impassive to shocked to horrified, and like a cloud been drawn away from the surface of the sun to radiantly hopeful. "It is here," she whispered, and her entire body was rigid as she leaned forward. Her eyes had lost the wearied glint and now burned with intensity. She had forgotten that Eragon, Saphira, and I had left so many holes in our story of Du Lednevarden that it resembled a sweater which, when pulled a little, would completely unravel because of all the slip knots and dropped stitches. Diversions are important, my dear reader. "Yes," I said, and my free hand strayed to the pouch slung across my shoulder that rested against my hip. "I was hoping," I looked to Brahm, "that I could entrust it to you for the duration of the battle. If things go ill, then you can take it and prevent it from falling back into enemy hands. I suspect that Galbatorix will guess it is here, and I would prefer knowing the object is safe with you." I had discussed this with Oramis and Glida beforehand, and they had both agreed that, if I wished to fight, I would have to give the egg to Brahm, who would then have to be ready to leave at any moment should it appear things went ill. As it was, because he was not fighting, he would be able to. Brahm also knew, far better than any present, what it took to hide from the king and the quickest ways to safety. If the battle was won, then we would speak of trying to find a rider. Until then, however, we had to keep it under lock and key. "Of course," said Brahm, and his eyes never left the pouch. "I can take it now." I was relieved to pass it off. The weight was awkward against my hip, and the responsibility was exhausting. That he would look after it, I had no doubt, and neither had Oramis, Glida, or Islanzudi. "It goes no further," I said, looking at Naswada. "You must swear to me that, until the right time, we keep the knowledge of this egg to those who are here in this tent. You cannot reveal the existence of the egg without Saphira, Eragon, or my permission." "I swear it," said Naswada in the ancient language. I think, at any other time or in some other circumstance, she would have argued hard against such restrictions. Yet we had shocked her. Our arrival, unplanned, and with no warning, combined with Eragon's shocking transformation, my own adventure, and the stealing of a dragon egg had unbalanced her to the point she willing agreed to my demands. Maybe, more than I could guess, Murtagh's greeting had also played a part. Then, in a business-like voice, Naswada turned to Saphira. "Did you by chance see Hrothgar's warriors during your flight here? We are counting on their reinforcements." "No," said Saphira, "but I flew over wild country and they would stay to the roads. We also came straight here, and they would have come in the direction of Aberon. It would have been easy to miss them." "What," asked Eragon, "is the situation here?" His eyes flicked to Arya, who stood silent by the map-covered table that dominated one side of the tent. The elf was gazing down at a map spread out on the table. "We learned of Galbatorix's plans because of information Murtagh gathered," said Naswada heavily. Beside me, Murtagh squeezed my hand tightly, and I glanced at his face to see a mix of pain and guilt. What had he done to gather such information? Naswada continued. "The Empire arrived 3 days ago, and we have only shared 2 missives. First, they asked for our surrender, which we refused. Now we wait for their reply." Ah, the politics of war. It was polite to exchange such messages, and yet it only made the tension worse. In this kind of situation, there was one answer: war. Better, to some, to get the fighting over with rather than sit around and waste supplies in a useless exchange of words. "How many are there?" asked Eragon. "We estimate," said Brahm, who had just finished concealing the pouch with the egg beneath his dark cloak, "that there are as many as 100,000. I did nothing, The number I already knew, and the outcome I could only hope for. Aragon was a little more vocal in his exclamation, and Sapphira gave a low growl. Murtagh did nothing. He just held my hand and stood so stiffly he might have been carved from stone. I had many questions for the son of Morzan, and they started with what had happened in Serda. "We do not," said Bram, "think that Galbatorix will leave his castle. If he loses, then he knows we will continue to march to Eurobene. He will wait until we are exhausted with battle, and he is still strong before openly attacking." "Come now," said Naswada. "I must introduce you to Orin and his nobles. Then you may tell me how you feel you can best serve the Varden." As they left the pavilion, Naswada walking beside Bram, Iragan and Arya moved together, the two seeming to gravitate together like two magnets. I walked with Murtagh and Sapphira, a few feet behind them, and if one spoke softly, just out of earshot too. "Did anything happen between them?" asked Murtagh, as we watched Iragan and Arya, their heads bowed in conversation, walk together on our way to Orin's pavilion. I knew what he meant, and I was rather unsure of the answer. "No," said Sapphira, "or at least not enough, or maybe more than they know, and neither wishes to be asked about it." Her scales glinted dully in the reddish light that filtered through the clouds. The dragon had to be cautious with her tail lest she knock a few tents over on our walk to where Orin and his men camped. "I think," I said, "that they are on the path to something more." "An elf and a rider," said Murtagh with a faint smile. "It is both a good combination and a strange one." "A princess and a spy," said Sapphira. "Is equally strange." I snorted in amusement, and then, as we came to a stop before another large pavilion, I was forced to drop Murtagh's hand. He would not come with us, but return to his own duties, and as much as I wished otherwise, it would not be wise to make our feelings too public. He probably, I guessed, tried to keep away from Orin's court in an effort to protect his identity from over-curious nobles. The expression in his eyes and his tense posture told me how he felt about leaving me now, but trying to assuage his feelings, I reached out with my mind. "I will find you when I leave." He nodded, and before any more could be said between us, I followed Iragan, Bram, who had wrapped his cloak tightly around to hide the egg, Arya, Naswada, and Sapphira's head into the pavilion. What I saw made me let out a small laugh. When Orin had been described a scientist of sorts, they had not been exaggerating. The tent was crammed with an eccentric collection of beakers, retorts, and many other instruments that one would expect to see in a biology classroom, and not a battlefield tent. I had to stifle my amusement and curiosity quickly. With a gesture at the interior of the tent, Naswada said formally, "Let me introduce you to Orin, son of Larkin and monarch of the realm of Serda." From the depths of the tangled piles of glass emerged a rather tall, handsome man wearing a gold coronet on his black hair. To my eyes, used to judging rulers, he was no battlefield king, but one used to steadiness of peace. His face was too open. Even though his mind was heavily defended, it lacked the brutally disciplined, determined, inspirational quality that one would want to see in the man set to lead his people into what would be a long, brutal campaign. His words were pleasant, suited to the situation, and he peppered both Iragan and Sapphira with questions on their stay in Du Weldenvarden. It was then, as introductions between the rider, dragon, and king came to an end, that he turned to me, his eyes meeting mine with clear curiosity in their depths. Someone had told him of me, and I wondered if it had been Naswada. Taking my hand and brushing his lips against it in a courtly gesture of courtesy that I responded to with a small curtsy that befitted my rank, the king said with a polite smile, "My lady Zoe, I have heard many great things spoken of you. Rumors of your many influential roles and skills have reached me, and I am pleased to finally meet you." His manners spoke of many years in a position of power. Naswada would do well to take notes from this man. She had to learn these games of court just as she knew the games of a council of war. "It is an honor to meet the king of one of the Varden's most important and powerful allies," I said with a small smile, and watched, with concealed amusement, as the king puffed up a little. His hand, still holding mine as was proper, was relatively free of warrior calluses, and I saw no scars upon his white hands. In this situation was in my element, my face settling into a mask, and my entire demeanor speaking of easy confidence. "You will be fighting?" asked the king as his eyes strayed to my weapons, and his voice took on a faint note of disapproval. I will, I said coolly. I served in Farthen-der and am proud to fight by the Varden and Surda soldiers. The king nodded and let my hand go, his gaze moving on, though at points it flicked back to me. After a few more greetings between him, Arya, Brahm, and Naswada, the king introduced us to the court that had accompanied him to the battle. Earl after Earl paraded past us, and I watched as Iragan put the manners I had taught him to good use, as well as the formulaic phrases which were expected in such circumstances. I think Brahm was rather pleased with everything. Maybe it was a combination of parental pride and having a dragon egg hidden at his side. When at last we won free of Orin's pavilion, Iragan turned to Naswada. How can we serve the Varden? Naswada seemed unsure, her gaze studying the rider with curiosity. He was not under her command, but he was volunteering his services as an ally, and no doubt the lady was unsure how best to utilize him in such a way that would respect his standing. How do you think you can best help us? You two know your capabilities much better than I do. Iragan was silent for a long moment, and then he nodded slightly. I will take control of Duvranga Gata, as they once asked me to, and organize them underneath me so I can lead them into battle. Working together will give us the best chance of foiling Galbatorix's magicians. I will go with you, said Brahm. I have been assisting in their training, and my support of your takeover will help their leader, Triana, except you. No doubt, I thought as dragon, rider and father vanished into the mess of tents, men and horses, Brahm also wished to speak with his son and Saphira without us annoying bystanders. What of you, Zoe? Asked the lady warrior. I will go and see if Murtagh can make use of me. I met the almond eyes of Naswada and added, unless you have anything you would rather I did. No, she said with a shake of her head. You may need to be in council with me and the other commanders of the Varden to discuss Islanzardi's message, but I will send for you if that occurs. I nodded, and with a small smile in Arya's direction, I left and followed a mental thread towards Murtagh. He was with Tornak, not far from Naswada's command tent. The war horses, along with Orin's cavalry, had been picketed on the side farthest from the Empire. Grooms and soldiers moved among them, checking on the horses and ensuring they were fed and watered. I moved through the lines of glossy-coated horses until I reached the end of a line and found Murtagh, brushing and stroking his beloved's horse. Snowfur and Caddock were beside the steel-grey stallion. The white coat of Snowfur gleamed in the reddish light like a white beacon. Murtagh, I said, as I glanced around looking for my own horse. The mares were tied on the opposite line, with geldings in between to act as a buffer. It would not do to have them too close lest a fight break between the highly strung stallions over a mare in season. She is last one on the right, said Murtagh, as he looked over Tornak's back. I took her out for exercise as much as I could in Aberon, but she has missed you. I looked around and spotted the grey coat of Melinla's. Moving over to where she was, I let out a low whistle and felt my heart swell as her head went up and her ears pricked as she looked over towards me. Moving forward with a wide smile, I moved to her side and stroked her neck. It felt so wonderful to see my horse again and to see her look so well. Murtagh and the stable grooms in Aberon had looked after her beautifully. The steel-grey coat was soft, her eyes bright, and her mane free of tangles. The black hooves were neatly shod, and her legs were cold with no sign of strain. Resting my head in the dip between the mare's shoulder bone and neck, I closed my eyes and breathed the smell of horse in. It was a comforting smell to me, and for the first time, I realized that I had missed riding more than I had guessed. My own world horses were an integral part of my life. Not being able to ride or spend time with a four-legged, inquisitive, and treat-smelling equine had been tougher than I had ever imagined. The mare reached her head around and nibbled at my clothing, no doubt searching for a lump of sugar or handful of oats. Even here, on the hot, dry ground, I was transported far away, back into childhood memories. Scratching the mare's withers, I watched as she stretched her neck out and leaned into my fingers. It made me laugh, and lost in the moment, I didn't realize Murtagh had come up beside me until he spoke. How did you know the key was important? I was so surprised that I stopped and received a small nip from my irritated mount. What? I asked, and then, realizing what he meant, I sighed heavily and continued in my itching before my mare decided to step on my toes. I guessed, and the dragon helped too. Something guided me along that journey, Murtagh. I glanced at his face, but could read nothing in it. Voicing one of my own questions, I asked quietly, "What happened in Aberon, Murtagh? I would be a fool to think that you spent your time writing orders and listening to counselors drone on and on about shortages on bow strings. If you want to stay with Melinlas," said Murtagh abruptly, "I have to go and oversee the construction of some of the Varden's defenses. You can come if you want." He did not, for I understood all too well, want to linger on the idea of where I had been or how close I had come to capture. Neither, it seemed, did he wish to discuss what had occurred during my time away. Sooner or later, however, he would have to face it, and I was certain that, at least after the battle was over, we would find a time for it. His reaction had only increased my feeling that something terrible had happened, and I wished he would let it go. I wished that, for once, Murtagh would set aside his defenses and let whatever feelings of guilt or remorse it had left him with go. I sighed. "I'll be along in a minute, Murtagh." I would go over provide as much help as I could to the Varden, but I needed a few minutes with my horse. I needed to digest all the conversations that had occurred that day and the sudden decision I had made to ignore fate and destiny. What better place than with a horse that does not judge you? Leaning my face into her soft coat and letting myself breathe in rhythm was nearly as good as a hug from one of my brothers. I did go over after a few more minutes spent communing with my horse. Murtagh, a few dwarves, sadly Auric was not here, but coming with Hrothgar, and some men from the Varden were working on the lines of defense erected between us and the Empire. I watched for the most part, stayed back a bit, and wondered at the sight of a son of Morzan commanding men of the Varden. He did it well, his orders fair, and the men trusted him, even teased him a little. Above us, wheeling endlessly between the two armies, was a giant flock of birds. Eagles, hawks, and falcons, along with countless crows and their larger dagger-beaked cousin, the raven, made up the moving cloud. They knew, like all birds in any world, that when armies appeared on the land, they could expect to feast on acres of carrion. It was a reminder. They seemed to shriek that war was coming. I gripped the hilt of my sword tightly. I had heard these sounds before, seen the pale faces of soldiers hurrying to obey orders, and during that time I had leaned heavily on my family. Now, now I leaned on a dragon, a rider, an old storyteller, an elf, and strangest of all, a young man with a past as complicated as my own. What a world, what worlds we live in. The sun was low in the west, intensifying the fermented orange light until the Varden's camp, the livid Giant River, and the entirety of the burning plains glowed in the mad, marbled effulgence, as if in a scene from a lunatic's dreams. Eragon and Saphira had just recounted their brief encounter with Angela and Salembum that day to Brahm, who had left them after they had dealt with Du Vranga Gata. They had rejoined here, on a bit of bare ground by the sluggishly moving Giant River. They were far enough away to provide a little privacy from the stairs, whispered honorifics, and any eavesdroppers that might be lingering around, that they could speak openly of all that had passed. Brahm told him a little of their time in Serda, while Eragon and Saphira spoke a little of their own time away, the conversation neatly avoiding things that would take a great deal of time to explain fully. "Angela was mixing poisons," said Eragon, as he leaned against Saphira. "And she wanted a full account of our time away from the Varden. She didn't seem at all surprised by my appearance either. He hadn't, to be honest, been surprised to see the herbalist. She seemed to appear whenever anything interesting or semi-important was about to occur. Not all ways of winning a war are honorable or spoken about," reminded Brahm gently. "I know," said Eragon. "Zoe and my other teachers were quite devoted to the topic of battle strategy." "Zoe assisted in your training?" asked Brahm curiously. In the time he had known her, Zoe had never spoken of being an expert in battle strategy, though the man decided he had the feeling the Zoe he knew was a far cry from the Zoe that had leapt down from Saphira and embraced him tightly. "Yes," replied Eragon. "She would help me in the evenings." Pausing and reflecting on those evenings spent sparring, being lectured to about all sorts of things, and best of all, laughing, he found himself smiling slightly. He had enjoyed those days despite his back, the pressure to perform, and the constant reminder that he was not, no matter how hard he tried, ever going to measure up to the standards set both by himself and the elves. Turning the subject away from his training, he mentioned casually, "Zoe was well received in Du Weldenvarden. It took me a little longer to prove myself." Bram chuckled. "You are a rider, of course they tested you." "I am sure they tested Zoe. You just weren't aware of it, and she would not have seen reason to tell you of it." "Perhaps," murmured Iragan. "The Queen reminded me a great deal of Arya. She is an interesting player in the games of power." Bram tapped a finger against his thigh. "Still, I would prefer to deal with Arya than her mother. I respect Islanzardi deeply as a ruler and have counted on her heavily as a friend through the years, but she is far more complicated to deal with than her daughter." Evander was as straight as a well-shot arrow, however, and it was an honor to meet him. "Arya," said Iragan ruefully, "is plenty complicated." Bram openly laughed at that, his brown eyes sparkling, and he was about to respond, no doubt with a quick and cutting remark, when they were interrupted. Panting, his face sweaty as if he had been running all over camp since dawn, appeared a young boy carrying a message that Naswada required them immediately. "And I think you better hurry, Shadeslayer Lord, if you don't mind me saying so." "Ah," said Bram with a heavy sigh, "I don't think I have stopped running since I left Carvahall with you, boy." Iragan ran alongside Saphira through the rows of grey tents toward Naswada's pavilion. Bram kept pace beside him, the three ignoring the stares, whispered words and bows that followed their movement. It was strange, he thought as he ran, how they acknowledged him. In Du Weldenvarden it had been different. The elves were silent in their respect, and it had been easier to deal with. Here, however, people were not shy to call out his and Saphira's names. He felt constantly watched and spoken of in a way he had not experienced in Elismara. Iragan and Bram entered the pavilion together, Saphira pushing her head through after him. He was met by a steely rasp as Yermundur and a half-dozen of Naswada's commanders drew their swords at the intruders. The men lowered their weapons as Naswada said, "Excellent, you have arrived." "What is wrong?" Iragan asked. "Our scouts report that a company of some 100 Kull approach from the northeast." Naswada looked grim, but not as if she was preparing to be attacked from two sides. Rather, she appeared as though fate had just dealt a particularly interesting bit of luck, and she was unsure what to make of it, or if she could make anything. Iragan frowned as his spirits sank with the news. He had not expected to encounter Urgles in this battle, since Durza no longer controlled them, and so many had been killed in Farthendua. But if they had come, they had come, though I made him uncertain. Over time, he had come to realize that the Urgles were not the savage monsters he had thought them to be. Far from it, they acted out of desperation and because of deeply ingrained traditions. If they had come then, they would have come with a purpose, and Galbatorix would not want his allies socializing with the Varden under a flag of truce. So, had the Urgles had come of their own free will? Had they brought, perhaps, an interesting offer that, as a rider, he would have to listen to and consider? He knew his duty well. Forcing his questions and emotions back, he let his face settle into an impassive mask as he stood beside Saphira with his father at his side. If the Ugrals offered assistance, then he would accept it. He had no wish to fight them any more than he wished to fight members of his own race. Besides, long lessons from Zoe had taught him one crucial lesson. Careless talk and actions cost lives. It was not a flippant remark, but deadly true in a situation like this one. Zoe and Murtagh arrived a minute later, silently taking positions beside Iragan. Murtagh looked as grim as always, but Zoe had settled into a cool, calm kind of appearance that made her all the more regal and untouchable. The rider was glad for their presence. Neither of them tolerated fools or liars. At Naswada's behest, her guards tied back the front and side panels of the pavilion, leaving it open for all to see and allowing Saphira to crouch low next to Iragan. The Naswada seated herself in a high-backed chair, and Yermundur and the other commanders arranged themselves in two parallel rows so that anyone who sought an audience with her had to walk between them. It was an imposing line. The men who formed it were clearly proud to be chosen for such a task, and they stood completely still, their faces set in proud expressions. They might have been knights from a chessboard. Less than 5 minutes later, a great roar of anger erupted from the eastern edge of the camp. The storm of jeers and insults grew louder and louder until a single Kull entered their view, walking toward Naswada, while a mob of the Varden peppered him with taunts. The Urgle, or Ram, as Iragan remembered they were called, held his head high and bared his yellow fangs, but did not otherwise react to the abuse directed at him. He was 8.5 feet tall, with strong, proud, if grotesque, features, thick horns that spiraled all the way around, and a fantastic musculature that made it seem he could kill a bear with a single blow. His only clothing was a knotted loincloth, a few plates of crude iron armor held together with scraps of mail, and a curved metal disc nestled between his two horns to protect the top of his head. His long black hair was in a queue. Iragan could not help but admire the Urgel's courage in confronting an entire army of enemies alone and unarmed. He doubted that, if he had been in that position, he would have been able to accomplish it. To his surprise, he found the cull's mind strongly shielded. When the Urgel stopped before the eaves of the pavilion, not daring to come any closer, Naswada had her guards shout for quiet to settle the crowd. Everyone looked at the Urgel, wondering what he would do next. His face, so different from a human or elves, was impossible to read. There was something wild to him, untamed and unfettered by the mundane rules of mortals. He reminded Iragan of the spine. In its danger and wildness laid its strength and odd kind of beauty. The Urgel lifted his bulging arms toward the sky, inhaled a mighty breath, and then opened his maw and bellowed at Naswada. In an instant, a thicket of swords pointed at the cull, but he paid them no attention and continued his ululation until his lungs were empty. Then he looked at Naswada, ignoring the hundreds of people who, it was obvious, longed to kill him, and growled in a thick, guttural accent, "What treachery is this, Lady Nightstalker? I was promised safe passage. Do humans break their word so easily?" Unthinkingly, Iragan leaned forward and whispered in Naswada's ear, "Don't take offense. This is how they greet their war chiefs. The proper response is to then butt heads, but I don't think you want to try that. Did the elves teach you this?" she murmured, never taking her eyes off the waiting cull. "Yes. What else did they teach you of the Urgels?" "A great deal," he murmured. Over time, he had become fascinated by them and wished that if the war did come to an end, he could spend some time in their villages. Not, he knew quite well, that they would want him to. He had killed many of their kind, and even more important, he was human, and the amount of bad blood between their races would be hard to overcome. Then Naswada said to the cull, and also to her men beyond, "The Varden are not liars like Galbatorix and the Empire. Speak your mind. You need fear no danger while we hold council under the conditions of truce." The Urgel grunted and raised his bony chin higher, baring his throat. Iragan recognized it as a gesture of friendship. To lower one's head was a threat in their race, for it meant that an Urgel intended to ram you with his horns. "I am Nargajvag of the Balvek tribe. I speak for my people." It seemed as if he chewed on each word before spitting it out. Urgels are hated more than any other race. Elves, dwarves, humans all hunt us, burn us, and drive us from our halls. Not without good reason, pointed out Naswada. Only because he was standing close to her could Iragan see the faint lines of tension around her mouth and eyes. She was, no doubt, struggling not to remember her father's death at the hands of the Urgel as well as so many of her people. But she did, and for that, he felt his respect for the woman rise. Gajvag nodded. "Not without reason. Our people love war. Yet how often are we attacked just because you find us as ugly as we find you? We have thrived since the fall of the riders. Our tribes are now so large, the harsh land we live in can no longer feed us. So you made a pact with Galbatorix." "Aye, Lady Nightstalker. He promised us good land if we killed his enemies. He tricked us, though." Gajvag shook his ponderous head. "Our finest rams died for Galbatorix, and then he abandoned us like a broken sword. He is dragile and snake-tongued and a lack-horned betrayer. Lady Nightstalker, we are fewer now, but we will fight with you if you let us." "What is the price?" asked Naswada. "Your people must want something in return." "Blood, Galbatorix's blood. And if the Empire falls, we ask that you give us land, land for breeding and growing, land to avoid more battles in the future." Iragan guessed Naswada's decision by the set of her face, even before she spoke. So apparently did Yermandur, for he leaned toward her and said in an undertone, "Naswada, you can't do this. It goes against nature. Nature can't help us defeat the Empire. We need allies." Iragan glanced at Zoe's face, but could read nothing in her grey eyes. There was no sign if she agreed with this decision or counseled against it. The men will desert before they'll fight with Urgels. That can be worked around. Eragon, will they keep their word? Looking at the Urgle, he remembered reading that they valued loyalty and honesty. In some areas, humans could look to them for lessons in how to live and work together. He had no doubt about his following words, only so long as we share a common enemy. If anything, he doubted the ability of the Varden, who had suffered such horrible losses because of them, to accept the assistance they offered. Had he not had it drilled, endlessly, by Oramis, Saphira, Glida, and Zoe, he had no doubt that both he had Jormungandr would have shared very similar opinions. With new confidence in his abilities and opinions, Eragon did not doubt he would have voiced them too. With a sharp nod, Naswada again lifted her voice. Very well, Nargashvag. You and your warriors may bivouac along the eastern flank of our army, away from the main body, and we shall discuss the terms of our pact. Agrat Ukma, growled the Cull, clapping his fists to his brow. You are a wise Herndal, Lady Nightstalker. Why do you call me that? Herndal. No, Nightstalker. Gajvag made a ruck-ruck sound in his throat that Eragon interpreted as laughter. Nightstalker is the name we gave your sire because of how he hunted us in the dark tunnels under the dwarf mountain and because of the color of his hide. As his cub, you are worthy of the same name. With that, he turned on his heel and strode out of the camp. He looked neither left nor right. He just marched on, and the Varden parted for him silently. Standing, Naswada proclaimed, anyone who attacks the Urgles shall be punished as if he attacked a fellow human. See, that word of this is posted in every company. No sooner had she finished than Eragon noticed King Orin approaching at a quick pace, his cape flapping around him. When he was close enough, he cried, Naswada, is it true you met with an Urgle? What do you mean by it, and why wasn't I alerted sooner? I don't. He was interrupted as a sentry emerged from the ranks of grey tents, shouting, a horseman approaches from the Empire. In an instant, King Orin forgot his argument and joined Naswada as she hurried toward the vanguard of the army, followed by at least 100 people. Rather than stay among the crowd, Eragon pulled himself onto Saphira and let her carry him to their destination. Beside the Sapphire Dragon ran Brahm, Arya, Murtagh, and Zoe. Everyone was hurrying to the defenses that offered a little bit of a buffer between the no-man land and the Empire's camp. When Saphira halted at the ramparts, trenches, and rows of sharpened poles that protected the Varden's leading edge, Eragon saw a lone soldier riding at a furious clip across the bleak no-man's land. Above him, the birds of prey swooped low to discover if the first course of their feast had arrived. The horse's eyes were wild, its coat damp with sweat. The rider was a pale-faced, rat-like man who wore the colors of the Empire proudly. The soldier reined in his black stallion some 30 yards from the breastwork, keeping as much distance as possible between him and the Varden. In a loud voice he cried out, by refusing King Galbatorix's generous terms of surrender, you choose death as your fate. No more shall we negotiate. So flee, I say, or suffer the doom of your herald. With that, the soldier untied a canvas sack and flourished a severed head. He threw it into the air and watched it fall among the Varden, then turned his stallion, dug in his spurs, and galloped back toward the dark mass of Galbatorix's army. Shall I kill him? Asked Eragon. He dearly longed to, his anger with the sentry making him want to demonstrate a little of the power he had amassed in Elismera. Already he was reaching for the power, feeling the words he would need to direct popping into his head. Naswada shook her head. We will have our due soon enough. I won't violate the sanctity of envoys, even if the Empire has. Her hands gripped each other tightly before her. There was an air of finality about her now. Any hope that they could have avoided the conflict, slim as it was, had been dashed. As you, he yelped with surprise and clutched Saphira's neck to keep from falling as she reared above the ramparts, planting her front legs upon the chartreuse bank. Opening her jaws, Saphira uttered a long, deep roar, much like Gajvag had done. Only this roar was a defiant challenge to their enemies, a warning of the wrath they had roused, and a clarion call to all who hated Galbatorix. It echoed on, endless in the hot air, and for a minute, Eragon could imagine what it must have sounded like when dragons had been numerous and their calls had echoed through the world. The sound of her trumpeting voice frightened the stallion so badly, he leapt to the right, slipped on the heated ground, and fell on his side. The soldier was thrown free of the horse and landed in a gout of fire that erupted at that very instant from the smoking ground. The man had time to utter a single cry. Then it was over. A quick death, quicker than many that awaited men the following day. The birds began to descend, slowly wheeling down towards the body. The Varden cheered Sapphira's accomplishment. Even Naswada allowed herself a small smile. Then she clapped her hands and said, "They will attack at dawn, I think." Turning around, she began to deliver orders in a clear voice to the men around her, and they rushed to obey. She glanced back once to the rider and those that surrounded him. Iragan, gather Duvranga Gata and prepare for action. Taking Orin by the shoulder, she guided him back toward the center of the compound, saying, "Sire, there are decisions we must make." "I have a certain plan, but it will require—" "Let them come," said Sapphira. The tip of her tail twitched like that of a cat stalking a rabbit. "They will all burn." From beside Sapphira, Zoe said quietly, "Fools." Her face, lit by the blood-red light, looked ageless and suddenly very cold. "Fools," she murmured again, and then she turned away. Iragan felt cold as he glanced back at the Empire's camp. His mind was already speeding through lists. He had to locate both his and Sapphira's armor and make sure that. But part of him was thinking of the men that lay a few miles away. There would be conscripted farmers, the merchants, the bakers, and other ordinary folk who he would face in this coming battle. His eye fell on Murtagh, a grim warrior, on Arya with her powerful aura of magic, and on his father who had no qualms about what they were doing. "Maybe," whispered a part of him, "we are all fools as we march into this battle." Review replies. "General the Diington, thank you for the review. I understand how you feel, and I do try to only linger on certain scenes and cut others out. Hope you enjoy this chapter. Yidin Shartugal, haha, I am glad you like it. Hope you enjoy this chapter too. Nimthuriel, yes, he does not have Aaron. But maybe he will. You never know. Thank you for the review." Chris, I guess you can say that this is another tension builder. Fighting next chapter. Aha, you had me laughing so hard with the idea of a cat fight between Zoe and Nasudada. Duck and cover would be a very good idea, and maybe some flame extinguishers too. I think I can manage another quick update. The next chapter is mostly done. Thank you again, and happy writing reading. Peaky Cupcake, I think it works out, never fear. Thank you for the review. Live laugh play music. Murtagh is a fun character to write. Yes, the battle will be interesting and maybe full of surprises too. Happy reading and writing. Spoiler, awesome. I am glad you enjoy it. Yes, I do plan to finish the series. Hopefully soonish. Thank you, and I hope you enjoy this chapter. Elemental Dragon Slayer. Haha, you made me laugh with that review. Sad time indeed. But maybe a bit happier now despite everything. Hope your part-time job is going well, and that all of your story writing hasn't been put on too big a hold. Thank you for the review. It was hilarious. And hope you enjoy this one too. 59. The Endless Wait. Night had fallen on the burning plains. The roof of opaque smoke covered the moon and stars, plunging the land into profound darkness that was broken only by the sullen glow of the sporadic peat fires, and by the thousands of torches each army lit. From Iragan's position near the fore of the Varden, the Empire looked a dense nest of uncertain orange lights, as large as any city. The Varden was a small town in comparison. Iragan had found fighting in Farthendur claustrophobic, and had longed for anything to clear the air of smoke and the smell of blood. He had thought that, at his next battle, he would not have to contend with that feeling. However, fighting on the burning plains of Alagaesia was terribly similar. The air was hot, the ground hard, and the smoke made him cough. As Iragan buckled the last piece of Sapphira's armor onto her tail, he closed his eyes to maintain better contact with the magicians from Duvranga Gata. He had to learn to locate them at a moment's notice. His life would depend on communicating with them in a quick and timely manner. In turn, the magicians had to learn to recognize the touch of his mind, so they did not block him when he needed their assistance. Zoe, Murtagh, Arya, and Brahm were also part of this network. They were like bright lights that he was so familiar with that finding them was easy and prevented him from seeing the other, weaker minds that made up the other magicians. Iragan smiled and said, "Hello, Zoe." He opened his eyes to see Zoe walking out of the smoky haze up to the low knuckle of rock where he and Sapphira sat. The young woman, outfitted in her own armor, was leading her saddled mare. Glancing her over, he asked, "What brings you here?" Zoe shrugged. "It is not good to be alone on a night like this. Murtagh and Arya should be along soon too. Bram is off doing something with Naswada, I think." Turning away, feeling his grim mood return, Eragon looked back to the Empire. Zoe, perceptive as always, sensed his mood and rested a hand on Eragon's shoulder. The light touch was soothing and gentle even though he couldn't really feel it through his armor, just sense it. "You'll be fine. We will all be fine," Zoe smiled down at him. But the smile didn't reach her eyes, and he wondered if part of her was also saying, "Things are rarely all right. We are rarely fine, and it is a fool's hope to believe that nothing will go wrong." Still, despite it all, Eragon felt a small well of gratitude spring up within him. He had been through plenty with Zoe. They would make it through this too. Or if they didn't, at least he could say he had the honor of fighting beside not only Saphira, but a princess from another world. "I'm glad you came." Zoe smiled slightly. "I am used to fighting by my brothers. You are a kind of brother too." Her eyes flicked back to the waiting Empire, as if remembering other standards flying over a different camp, memories taking the place of the present. If the grim set to her mouth and the faint lines of tension around her eyes were any evidence, they were not good memories nor ones remembered easily. "What are they like, your brothers?" asked Saphira. A twinkle sprang into Zoe's eyes, and her face softened, as though just thinking of her brothers made her feel better. "They are very different people. Pethod is much more like my father and fierce warrior. Eamund is a little more like me in the way he deals with the world, quieter and less assured than Pethod. Maybe you will get to meet them one day. You would enjoy them. If they could see me now," a small chuckle escaped her, "they would have words for me, I can tell you that." "I would like to meet them," said Eragon. Zoe had spoken of them only a little in the time he had known her, and even less on some of the things they had gotten up to. "If they are anything like you," said Saphira with a chuckle, "then I am sure we would never be bored by their company." Zoe laughed openly at that, her laugh sounding like silver wind chimes in the air. "You forget, Saphira," replied the young woman. "I do not attract trouble, but because I follow you too," she pointed at them, "I get involved in it." Her grey eyes briefly sparkled with amusement before it faded, and the present circumstances returned. Yet the words in their lightness remained like the memory of a soap bubble. Quietly and with rising curiosity, Eragon asked, "What do you think about Naswada and the Urgles?" She made the right choice. What will come of it? With any luck, are solutions that can help overcome years of conflict between men and Urgles. Silence enveloped them after that. Eragon sat against Saphira and stared out at the Empire, trying to prevent his growing anxiety from overwhelming him. Minutes dragged by. To him, the interminable waiting before a battle was as stressful as the actual fighting. He oiled Saphira's saddle, polished rust off his hauberk, and then resumed familiarizing himself with the mines of Duvranga Gata, anything to pass the time. Zoe, meanwhile, just sat silent and still beside him. She did not appear at all worried or restless. Rather, she might have been mediating in Oramis's peaceful clearing back in Du Weldenvarden. Eragon had the feeling she had immersed herself in memories, good memories, and was shutting out the world. Her steady presence beside him was comforting. Over an hour later, he paused as he sensed two beings approaching from across the no-man's land. Angela, Salembum. Puzzled and alarmed, he turned to Zoe only to find that she was gazing out at the land, already aware of the approaching visitors. A small, half-smile was on her face, and she rose until she was standing, looking out at the empty land. Eragon stood beside her, confused and worried. Angela soon trotted into the light, Salembum at her heels. The witch was muffled in a dark, full-length cloak that allowed her to blend into the mottled landscape. Displaying a surprising amount of alacrity, strength, and flexibility, she clambered over the many rows of breastwork the dwarves had engineered, swinging from pole to pole, leaping over trenches, and finally running helter-skelter down the steep face of the last rampart to stop, panting, by Saphira. Her face was flushed, and there was a wild look to her. Throwing back the hood of her cloak, Angela flashed them a bright smile. "A welcoming committee. How thoughtful of you." As she spoke, the werecat shivered along his length, fur rippling. Then his outline blurred as if seen through cloudy water, resolving once more into the nude figure of a shaggy-haired boy. Angela dipped her hand into a leather purse at her belt and passed a child's tunic and breeches back to Salembum, along with the small black dagger he fought with. Were you successful? Asked Zoe with a gesture at the herbalist and her companion. The young woman did not seem at all surprised or concerned that Angela had been crossing enemy lines. In fact, from her relaxed posture, she seemed as if she had been expecting it, which, thought Iragan, she probably had. I think so. What were you doing? Asked Iragan, feeling like the odd one out. It was clear Zoe knew what the herbalist had been doing, but he didn't have the foggiest of ideas. If you must know, then, I was doing my best to help defeat the Empire, only my methods don't involve yelling and running around with a sword. The herbalist looked rather prim, as if she was above them and their crude methods. Iragan just felt more confused as Zoe let out a small laugh that echoed in the still air. Hazarding a wild guess, he asked, "Does it have to do with all those poisons you were concocting?" Angela paused to roll up her cloak into a tight bundle, which she stored in her purse. Yes, she glanced back at the silent Empire camp. It does. Sudden understanding made Iragan grimace a little, but Zoe spoke before he did. Anything, she said firmly, goes in this kind of war. I know, said Iragan, and it was a clever idea. Was that why you wanted all the glass in Orin's tent last time I saw you? Of course, said the herbalist with a small smile. Iragan, came a voice from behind them. Saphira, Zoe. It was Naswada, as Iragan knew long before she had ever spoken. He also sensed that she was accompanied by 4 Kull, one of whom was Gajvag. A small group of ever-present guards followed behind their leader. Fixing his face in a blank mask, he turned and acknowledged their presence with a small nod of his head. My lady, murmured Iragan. Zoe stood silent beside him, holding her mare, who danced a little in fear at the sight of the Urgles. Despite his acceptance of their presence, Iragan's hand never left the haft of his weapon, and his eyes never left the hulking Urgles. He knew they prized strength, and his unwillingness to relax would be read as a warrior prepared to fight at a moment's notice. Angela seemed to have no such inhibitions. She paid Naswada the respect due to her, then addressed the Urgles in their own harsh language, to which they answered with evident delight. Zoe, unknown to the Urgles, remained silent in the shadow of the Varden's breastwork. Naswada drew Iragan off to the side so they could have a measure of privacy. There, she said, I'm doing everything I can to ensure we don't lose tomorrow. It doesn't matter, though, how well we fight, or how well I lead the Varden, or even if we rout the Empire if you, she poked him in the chest, are killed. Do you understand? He nodded again. Nothing I can do to protect you if Galbatorix reveals himself. If he does, you will face him alone. Duvranga Gata poses no more of a threat to him than they do to you, and I'll not have them eradicated without reason. I have always known, said Iragan, that I would face Galbatorix alone, but for Saphira. Though a small part of him wondered, perhaps not quite as alone as he had thought. Maybe a new rider would found, trained, and then come to stand beside him and Saphira in this fight. The red egg was secured on their side. With any luck it would hatch, and the new rider would be ready to join them soon enough. A sad smile touched Naswada's lips. She looked very tired in the flickering torchlight. In any case, I can at least keep you from dying from a sword in the gut. I have asked Gajvag and 3 of his rams to be your guards, so long as they agreed, which they have to let you examine their minds for treachery. For a long moment Iragan was silent, as he considered the offer, and knew, while her tone was not one of command, she was basically ordering him to accept for his own good. Searching Naswada's face, he let out a long sigh and said simply, I would be foolish not to accept help when it is offered no matter the source. Looking to Saphira, who was watching them with bright eyes, he briefly imagined losing her, and the pain of it made him clench his jaw. He would take no chances with her safety, either by wishing he had accepted the guards or by not ensuring their loyalty. I will let them guard me, but only if I find nothing suspicious in their minds. Naswada nodded, though she seemed pleased. There is one more matter. Her face tightened, and Iragan felt a sudden feeling of apprehension grow within him. In the event of my death, I have chosen you as my successor. If that should happen, I suggest you rely upon Yermundur and Brahm's advice. There is more experience than the other members of the Council of Elders, and I would expect you to place the welfare of those underneath you before all else. Her words caught him by surprise. Nothing meant more to her than the Varden. Offering it to him was the greatest act of trust she could make. Her confidence humbled and touched him. He bowed his head. Yet it also put him against a wall and in a position that was terribly uncomfortable. He did not, could not, take the offer, and it bothered him that she would even think of offering it to him. Iragan had thought she was already aware of his position. Apparently during his time away such things had slipped her mind. Gently, trying to explain his reasoning, he said quietly, "I cannot accept this, Naswada." "Why?" she demanded, and her eyes flashed a little both with irritation and even a little hurt. The Varden was, to her, like family, and his refusal was akin to attack on that family. Iragan winced, but ploughed on. "I am a rider," he told her gently, even in the face of her irritation. "I cannot take such a place of command. I must stand alone and apart. If you fall and a new leader is chosen, it must be someone who can afford to take a more permanent position. If I took it, my time would be short, temporary." Meeting her gaze steadily, he continued, "I suggest someone like Jormundur or even Brahm. I will back them and lend my word to strengthen their position, but I will not take a leadership position. I cannot take it. I am a rider, and while we offer counsel, we do not act as you or Orin or Islanzadi." Before, in Farthander, he would not have spoken such words and made such statement, but time had changed. He had learned about whom he was now and what he had to become. Zoe had taught him the game, but Oramis had given him the purpose and the understanding of who he was. Now, after weeks of growing and learning, he was ready to defend this position even as he acted for the Varden. It was a tightrope, but one he was all too willing to walk. Naswada shook her head, and her words, when they came, were rather biting. "You speak with authority now, Iragan, and wisdom." "No," said the rider, and he shook his head. "I know who I am and what I am. I am honored, truly and deeply honored, by this show of trust, but for the good of the Varden I cannot accept." The lady looked at him with a rare display of open curiosity and confused amusement. Her eyes searched his new face, as if unsure how to answer him. "I understand your reasons, even if I do not fully agree with them. I cannot control you or Saphira, Iragan, and so I must respect your wishes." "I do serve you, Naswada," said Iragan, "and I serve the Varden in the best ways I can see. This is one of them." For a long moment they looked at each other, and not as a commander looking at a soldier. Equal to equal, warrior to warrior, and ally to ally. "Thank you, Iragan," said the lady, and the rider knew she was thanking him for more than the words they had spoken just then. She was thanking him for much more, and while he would never admire Ajahad's daughter the way he had her father, he deeply respected her. She had done much, she had sacrificed much, and hopefully she would finish the job. Turning away from him, she rejoined the others. Iragan slowly walked back to Saphira. He studied Gajvag and the other Urgles, trying to gauge their mood, but their features were so different from those he was accustomed to, he could discern nothing more than the broadest of emotions. Zoe was standing a little ways from them, stroking her mare's dark neck and whispering in her ear. Salembum was standing by her in his boyish shape, and Angela seemed to be checking her various pockets as if looking for something. Looking back to the Urgles, Iragan said out loud, "Na Gajvag, I am told that the four of you agreed to allow me within your minds." "That is so, Firesword. Lady Nightstalker told us what was required. We are honored to have the chance to battle alongside such a mighty warrior, and one who has done so much for us." "What do you mean?" "I have killed scores of your kin." Excerpts from one of Oramis's scrolls rose in Iragan's memory. He remembered reading that Urgles, both male and female, determined their rank in society through combat, and that it was this practice, above all else, that had led to so many conflicts between Urgles and other races. This meant, he realized in a sudden rush of understanding, that if they admired his feats in battle, then they may have accorded him the same status as one of their war chiefs. He found it both strange to be known by the Urgles and a little troubling too. "By killing Durza, you freed us from his control. We are in your debt, Firesword. None of our rams will challenge you, and if you visit our halls, you and the dragon, Flametongue, will be welcomed as no outsiders ever before." Of all the responses Iragan had expected, gratitude was the last. Part of him was shocked, and another merely wanted to accept it, move it away and reassure the Urgles that, after killing so many of their kin, he hardly felt it was fair to speak of debts. Now, he wished to convey, it was time to speak of friendship, difficult and strange as that might sound after decades of war. Inclining his head to them, he said firmly, I will not forget your kind offer, but I wish for no debts between us. We are allies and comrades. Switching his gaze to the other Urgles, he asked, Are you ready? I will make it quick. Aye, Rider. As Iragan reached toward Gajvag's consciousness and immersed himself in the Urgle's identity, the very nature of his search, looking for malevolent intent perhaps hidden somewhere in Gajvag's past, meant Iragan had to examine years of memories. As best as he could, Iragan avoided causing deliberate pain and kept his examination short. Like dwarves and elves, the mind of an Urgle possessed different elements than a human mind. Its structure emphasized rigidity and hierarchy, a result of the tribes the Urgles organized themselves into. But it felt rough and raw, brutal and cunning, the mind of a wild animal. Though he made no effort to learn more about Gajvag as an individual, Iragan could not help absorbing pieces of the Urgle's life. Gajvag did not resist. Indeed, he seemed eager to share his experiences and show that, while he had killed humans, his people had also suffered at their hands. We cannot afford to have another rider rise up who seeks to destroy us, said Gajvag. Look well, O Firesword, swiftly, for he did not wish to prolong the experience for any of those involved. Iragan removed himself from Gajvag's mind and dove into each of the 3 remaining Urgles. There was one common theme, and he felt that it resonated deeply within his own heart. We did what we had to in order to care for our families. Don't all of us think like that? Wondered Iragan as he finished his examination. We're not so different that we do not search for many of the same things. Zoe, a princess and a commander, wants her family to be safe. I want mine, torn and alienated as it is, to be protected. Naswada is the same. Arya and Oramis both have acted in the defense of the home and people they love. We have all come together under a shared cause of saving this land, and many others too, from the madness of Galbatorix. When he finished, Iragan stood before Gajvag and knew the Urgle's bloodline was as regal as any prince's. He knew that, though uneducated, Gajvag was a brilliant commander and as great a thinker and philosopher as Oramis himself. But his understanding ran deeper than that. Before, even though his hatred had turned to respect, it had lacked any connection or understanding. Now, after seeing what he had seen in the Yugul's minds, he felt that they shared a common goal. It was a basic thing, but a powerful one, and he felt, strange though it may be, too many of his race, honored to fight beside the Urgles. They had suffered losses equal to any suffered by humans, and still they struggled on. Baring his throat as a sign of respect, he said out loud, Na Gajvag, and for the first time he was aware of the lofty origins of the title Na. I am proud to have you at my side. You may tell the Herndal that so long as the Urgles remain true to their word and do not turn against the Varden, I shall not oppose you. Again, we are in your debt, Firesword, said Gajvag. He and the other Urgles pressed their fists against their jutting brows. Iragan could tell that Naswada wanted to know the details of what had just transpired, but that she restrained herself. Something that, at that particular time, he was grateful for. Digging through minds, even if you just skimmed the surface, was a confusing and involved process. Good. Now that this is settled, I must be off. Iragan, you'll receive my signal from Triana when the time has arrived. With that, she strode away into the darkness. As Iragan settled against Saphira, Zoe took a seat next to him. She was holding her mare's reins in one hand and playing with a loose strand of hair with the other. How did you find it? They want many of the same things. Yes, she said, but some things are shared no matter race, social standing, experiences, views, or goals. She looked away again, and Iragan had the distinct feeling she was remembering another time when she had faced similar issues as he had just faced. The night lay heavy around them as they waited for dawn. Murtagh had appeared leading Tornak and taken a seat by them, and Brahm had stopped by briefly before disappearing back into the tents. Zoe had taken to tapping a finger against the pommel of her sword, while Murtagh just stared moodily ahead. Occasionally the young man would look at Zoe, and then away. The cull sat back to back, chanting death songs under their breaths. The low rumble of their voices was oddly soothing, and broke the depressing, heavy silence. Arya arrived a little while later, but no words were spoken between them, and she took her place silently beside Saphira. Her bow rested across her knees, and she appeared lost in thought. Iragan spent the time casting wards about himself, Saphira, Naswada, Zoe, Murtagh, and even Arya. He knew that it was dangerous to protect so many, but he could not bear it if they were harmed. When he finished, he transferred what power he dared into the diamonds embedded within the belt of Balath the Wise. He also watched with interest as Angela clad herself in green and black armor, and then, taking out a carved wood case, assembled her staff sword from two separate handles that attached in the middle and two blades of watered steel that threaded into the ends of the resulting pole. She twirled the completed weapon around her head a few times before seeming satisfied that it would hold up to the shock of battle. It was near dawn when the cries began. Eragon, Arya, and Saphira noticed them first because of their heightened senses, but the agonized screams were soon loud enough for the others to hear. Rising to his feet, Murtagh looked out toward the Empire, where the cacophony originated. Zoe just bent her head and gazed silently at her hands, not seeming to hear the sounds, or if she did, felt some sort of relief they had started instead of continuing to wait for them. "What is happening?" he wondered out loud. "I have never heard such sounds." "It has started," said Angela. Her former cheer had deserted her. She looked pale, drawn, and grey in the face, as if she were ill. Zoe looked grim, and her hand had tightened around the leather reins, making Mellinlas pin her ears in annoyance. From his post by Saphira, Eragon asked, "Is that?" He had stood up and was gazing out at the Empire, feeling nauseous. "Yes," said the herbalist shortly. "I poisoned their stew, their bread, their drink, anything I could get my hands on. Some will die now, others will die later as the various toxins take their toll. I slipped the officer's nightshade and other such poisons so they will hallucinate in battle." She tried to smile, but without much success. "Not a very honorable way to fight, I suppose, but I'd rather do this than be killed. Confusion to our enemies and all that." "You are more dangerous than I had ever imagined," said Murtagh evenly, and his voice held a conversational note even as the screams intensified. His gaze met the herbalist's, and there was a glint of approval in them. Angela gave an unpleasant laugh. "You don't know the half of it, boy." "I am glad you are on our side," said Eragon quietly. He found her deed repugnant, but did not pretend to know whether it was good or evil. It was necessary. Angela had poisoned the soldiers for the same reason Naswada had accepted the Urgel's offer of friendship, because it might be their only hope of did not like it. One was not supposed to like it, and it seemed that Zoe had long ago reached this sort of place. Her face looked grim, but she was not upset, and Eragon was reminded sharply that to her, this was just one more battle on top of many more, maybe even more desperate ones. Arya, too, seemed to have reached that level. The elf's green eyes fixed darkly on the Empire, her hands gripping her bow tightly. "As you should be," said the herbalist. The soldiers' wails increased in number until Eragon longed to plug his ears and block out the sound. It made him wince and fidget, and it put his teeth on edge. He forced himself to listen, though. This was the cost of resisting the Empire. It would be wrong to ignore it. So he sat with his hands clenched into fists and his jaw forming painful knots, while the burning plains echoed with the disembodied voices of dying men. He had tried arguing with her. While they had both readied their horses for war, Murtagh had argued fiercely with her. They had never raised their voices, never paused in their work, but it was as intense an argument as one held in loud voices with clenched fists. The ferocity of the words exchanged between them upset the horses and made Mellinlas attempt to kick him. Grooms and soldiers moving in and around the horses had avoided them, and not even dared to send a curious glance towards them lest they be caught up in the fierce argument. When attempts to persuade her with arguments had failed, he had tried his hand at pleading with her. Yes, he, Murtagh, son of Morzan, had pleaded with Zoe of Angard and Lur. In the end, he had conceded defeat. She would not be swayed, and despite his feelings, he knew she had every right to be there even if he would rather she wasn't. After all, as she had pointed out to him, she had fought in more wars than he had. Her magic provided her with weapons that not even he had, and, most importantly, she was no helpless maiden in distress when it came to fighting. No, he knew she would look after herself without him hovering or trying to shelter her, but he couldn't help but think of Vivian. How could he not think of Vivian? He had thought of her too much these past weeks, and after losing her, the idea of losing Zoe was a painful knife in his heart. They were similar, one girl dead and the other alive, in the way they choose to live. Both of them had lived on the edge, both fighting even if they fought for different things and against different things. He glared at the ground before him. Murtagh had, after bringing himself sharply under control, walked Tornak over to where Zoe, Iragan, Saphira and Arya had chosen to wait for the battle. Now he sat beside his half-brother and listened grimly to the sounds of men dying of poison. He would be killing again tomorrow, fighting beside Zoe and those that, despite his parentage and upbringing, had come to trust and care for him. Sooner or later, he would have to tell Zoe about Vivian and his adventures in Serda. It wouldn't be that bad. Zoe knew how to listen and wait until a person was ready to speak. She hadn't pushed him that afternoon when she had first inquired about it, but the look on her face had told him it would not be the last conversation they had on that topic. Besides, he loved her, strange and wondrous as that sounded. How he, son of Morzan, had come to love the girl, sitting a few feet away from him, was something he would never understand. Neither could he understand how she had come to love him. He knew she did. She had shown that to him when he had greeted her. Murtagh glanced at his brother. Iragan was gazing at the Empire, his jaw clenched and his eyes never moving. They had never looked that similar, but now they were so opposite that they would never be taken for brothers. Not that they had really ever thought of each other as brothers, friends to the end, but brothers was a stretch when they knew so little of the other. Looking back to the Empire, Murtagh did his best to block out the sounds of dying men. Was this what it all came down to? Was he destined to love and lose in a never-ending cycle? His mother, Tornak, Vivian, and now Zoe, who he loved in a way he had never thought possible. It had a terrible symmetry and a rising feeling of panic that he had felt only a few times before, just as he realized that someone he loved was dead or dying or about to die. Vivian's face flashed through his mind, and his hands tightened around the leather reins in his hand. His stallion jerked his head, uncomfortable both with the tight grip and the emotions emanating from his rider. Suddenly, a slender, gloved hand gently touched his hands, fingers working their way around his tight grip and loosening it until, when he let go, it could intertwine with his fingers and hold on gently. It was Zoe's hand, small and delicate, but marked with calluses and scars. He looked over at her, but she was not looking at him even as she held his hand. You couldn't see those marks now with her hands gloved. His mind, desperate to escape the present, remembered a place that he had stopped in once, very briefly, on his way to Farthen Dur. It had been a desperate ride, but he could still recall the soft ground, the gently gurgling stream, and the young aspen trees. They had just crossed the desert, and their small campsite in the middle of that country had been deeply soothing. He had felt then, and still did, that if he could choose anywhere to live it would be there. Things were wild, untouched and unfettered. Yes, he thought with a small smile as he gripped Zoe's hand, that bit of open, wild country had been a good place. It was a good memory, and despite the awfulness of the war approaching and the landscape around them, he could remember it with ease and take comfort in it. He knew what waited for them, but he ignored it. Looking back to the Empire just as Zoe was, he allowed himself to take comfort in the warm grip and imagine that they were there, that the wind was blowing and the world was bright. The sky was clear and an eggshell blue while the long grass waved and rippled like the ocean. They were somewhere else. Big thank you to everyone who had read, review, followed, favorite this story. You are all awesome. Review replies. Silverhawk88, thank you. Yes, it has been a while since I started this thing. I think next chapter will be fairly canon until the end when you will get a nice big cliffhanger. Lal O and Roran will be making an entrance to next chapter as well. Ah yes, Thorn and Murtagh. That will be very fun, but again, probably not for 2 chapters or so unless I do really big ones. I will try to keep the wait short. Hope you enjoy this rather fillerish chapter. The Dying Titan. Haha, I am glad you enjoy this story. Sometimes it can be hard to keep all the little threads of it going, and long updates make that worse because people forget. So I am trying to shorten up the wait. Hope you enjoy this chapter too. Spoiler. Oh, thank you. Hope you enjoy this one too, and the wait shouldn't be that bad for the next one either. It is so awesome to know that Zoe's story is enjoyed by so many different people. Happy reading and writing. Chris, haha, new planet. Oh, that had me laughing so hard. Will be total epicness. Maybe I need to do a one-shot of that. Oh, thank you. I try to take a reasonable amount of time, but then there is procrastination and no writing happens. Are the joys of cleaning one's bedroom. It never stays organized for long, I find. Lal brothers and internet connections. Sounds terribly familiar. I know the feeling. Thank you again for your awesome reviews. Nimthuriel, thank you. I find the battle so darn challenging to write, but it should be fun too. I am glad you liked the little bit of fluffy meeting romance between Z and M. Ah, well, you never know about Hrothgar. I try to keep you guys guessing. Thank you again, and I hope you like this chapter too. Guitar more Seknapfuller, another chapter for you. Hope you like it, and thank you for the review. Live laugh play music. Oh, something will happen. Never fear, and it will be more than bashing swords and yelling. Lol, that will be next chapter, I promise you, and hopefully I can get that one to you soon. Pika Cupcake. Yes, that was a long update. Thank you for the review, and I hope you enjoy this chapter. Getsoheim Sama. Thank you. Hope you enjoy this new chapter. Firehawk 242. You will just have to keep reading and answer all your questions. And yes, Zoe does know how to make an entrance. As much as she hates to admit, she does have a dramatic flair. Lal, thank you for reading and reviewing. Hope you enjoy all the chapters. 60. Chapter 62. Memories got me through that night on the burning plains of Alagaesia. Memories and Murtag's warm grip that never loosened or let go. We pretended we hadn't argued in the face of what was coming. My mind, desperate to escape the grimness of our situation, brought memories across my vision. As I held Murtag's hand, I remembered and pretended that I was somewhere else. I am good at pretending. I have always been good at imaging I was something or someone or somewhere else. Sitting beside Saphira, I did just that. I pretended. Because I am, deep down, a coward who would rather pretend than face reality. I would rather not face the world like a brave warrior, but hide from it in the past. The warmth of my memories in Murtag's hand was far more important to me than anything else right then. It was more important than saving my home, destroying a mad king, or honor. Honor wasn't even in the game for me. As I look at the dark and twisting roads before me, this isn't the easiest one, but it is the obvious one, and I have to walk it. I try not to tell lies and stick to the story I see forming around me. I have tried to tell myself the truth, and I will try to see the truth in the gruesome battle that is coming. I will try not to hate myself because of my ruthless ability on the battlefield. I'm still human. I must believe this. Whatever happens tomorrow, and many things could happen, I must remember that I am not a monster who is uncaring of the lives around me. I know that whatever my actions might say, I hate the fighting and killing. The soothing breeze of summer entered through my balcony doors. The summer sunlight, warm and golden, washed over my bedroom and made the inkwell on my desk reflect it into a rainbow of colors. It was summer solstice, and celebrations were in full swing around Cerdathel. I was dressed in a gown of pale cream. The dress was light and elegant with embroidered patterns of silver threads. My long, dark hair had been braided back, tiny silver beads thread along the strands. My silver circlet lay on its opened cushioned box on my desk. I did not need it that day. Later that night, I would when a formal celebration was held, but that day I was celebrating with family. Turning away from the open doors, I left my room and walked towards the small sitting room where my family would gather when all of us were in one place, something that rarely happened these days. My cousins from the coast would be there, my brothers, sisters, and my parents too. My feet were light upon the floor as I made my way to the happy celebration that I did not want to miss 1 second of. Now I sat with a young child, his eyes looking at me with wide innocence. He was sitting on my lap in a simple ranger cabin somewhere far in the wilderness. Do you have any fears? I thought of the fears that I could say. The almost childish fears, easily bottled. You could not knock them on the head or laugh at them or ignore them. So I settled for the complete truth. Being alone, I said quietly, even as I winced a little at the simplicity and nakedness of the confession. What did I mean? For there is being along, and then there is alone. I fear being completely and utterly alone with anything to guide or anyone to trust. Have you ever been like that? Asked the little boy softly. His eyes were wide, but he did not falter in his gaze. Once, I whispered into his dark hair even as my voice became heavier with the memory. I have never forgotten it. I hope, said the boy suddenly as he burrowed more deeply into my arms, that you never experience that again. He looked up with me with such complete understanding and hope that I felt myself melt into his large eyes. I couldn't help but smile a little at his words. "Thank you," I murmured. "I hope that too." The first rays of dawn already streaked across the land when the time came. Iragan suddenly surged to his feet, and that was all the warning we needed to spring into action. A surge of adrenaline erasing our sleepiness as we all readied for the moment we had spent an entire night waiting for. Swiftly tightening Melinda's girth, I took a moment to stroke her soft coat and cast a few wards, different from Iragan's in their structure, around the pair of us, and I looped Murtagh into them. They would not stop all attacks, but they would stop many, and I could keep them up for far longer than one that was as hard as a brick wall. I did not bother to extend my wards to anyone else, for Iragan, Saphira, and Arya were already heavily warded, and it would be a waste of precious energy. This would be a long battle. I mounted and drew my bow out. The silvery weapon was warm and smooth beneath my fingers, comforting in its familiar feel. Beneath me, dancing on the spot, Melinda's tossed her head and let out a shrill whinny that was answered by Tornak. The two had become rather attached to each, and neither wanted to be far from the other. The plan was this. We would stay beside Iragan and the Cull. The few dwarves that had remained with the Varden would also fight beside us. I think they liked the idea of defending the rider, dragon, and, who knows, maybe the ambassador. Arya, fighting on foot, had pulled herself up behind Iragan on Saphira's saddle. She, it seemed, would stay with us too, and I was glad for her company on this day. Moving quickly and as silently as we could, the Varden hurried down the breastwork until we reached the opening that had been cleared during the night. The Varden poured through the gap, quiet as they could be. Rank upon rank of warriors marched past, their armor and weapons padded with rags so no sound would alert the Empire of their approach. Our small group joined the procession when Naswada appeared on a roan charger in the midst of the men, Triana by her side. We acknowledged each other with quick glances, nothing more. What words, spoken out loud or mentally, could be said now? I felt my heart speed up as we left the camp behind. I was remembering other battles, and the adrenaline was making my senses tingle as they went into overdrive. My magic burned within me, and I gripped my bow all the tighter with one hand. For a brief moment, I wished desperately that one of my brothers or cousins was beside me, sending me worried looks, and if they were Eamund or Taran, maybe cracking one or two bad jokes. During the night, the mephitic vapors had accumulated low to the ground, and now the dim morning light gilded the turgid clouds, turning them opaque. The ground was slightly soft and muffled the sounds of the horses' hooves. Thus, the Varden managed to cross 3/4 of the no-man's land before they were seen by the Empire's sentries. We managed that, and then, just as we drew close enough to fire arrows into the edge of the Empire's camp, we were spotted. Darn it. As the alarm horns rang out before them, Naswada shouted, "Now, Iragan, tell Orin to strike. To me, men of the Varden, fight to win back your homes. Fight to guard your wives and children. Fight to overthrow Galbatorix. Attack and bathe your blades in the blood of our enemies. Charge." She spurred her horse forward, and with a great bellow, the men followed, shaking their weapons above their heads. There is something about loosening your horse's reins, fitting an arrow to your bow, and charging forward with no chance of turning around that makes one feel like you are on an energy high like no other. It is half terror and half adrenaline. You are experiencing everything as if you have never experienced it before. The world is bright and clear. You are terrified, but that is forgotten in the heat of the moment because you have no more time to think of fear or any other emotion. I was glad the wait was over and that this battle would be started, fought, and then decided. My horse was glad too. She sprang forward eagerly. Beside her, Tornak was urged on by Murtagh. I heard Iragan convey orders to Orin's magician through the mental link that bound me to the rider and would serve as my connection both to him and the rest of the Varden's magicians tied in. Brahm was a part of it too, delivering orders at that very second from his place in the command tent, and so was Murtagh, as well as Arya. A moment later, the sounds of drumming of hooves reached my ears as Orin and his cavalry, accompanied by the rest of the Cull, who could run as fast as horses, galloped out of the east. They charged into the Empire's flank, pinning the soldiers against the giant river and distracting them long enough for the Varden to cross the remainder of the distance between them without opposition. It was a good plan. I had no part in creating this battle plan, but had been relieved to hear about from Brahm. For many lives can be saved in the start of a battle if one engages correctly. Where do these thoughts come from? Why am I speaking to you of that? I do not know. My mind is strange right now, and my thoughts don't seem to be connected to my body. I am thinking random things, saying them, and at the same time riding a galloping horse straight towards an army triple the size of the one I belonged to. Everything seems so impossibly slow. Each fleet stride of my mare seems to take minutes, not blinding seconds, and the arrow I fire into the mass of Empire men seems to take forever to reach the apex of its flight before burying itself into the soldiers. Men were shouting their battle cries to the sky, horses neighed, and the sounds of swords being drawn, arrows knocked, and spears lowered mixed with the cracking of flags. We were almost there. Soon, too soon, those drawn weapons would be stained red with blood and battle cries would change to screams. Beside me was Murtagh, and then the armored sides of Saphira with her 2 passengers. I could see the faces of the Empire soldiers. They looked pale and frightened. Those were not warriors, I thought coldly, but the faces of men who had little to no fighting experience. These were men wrenched away from their homes and families, passed a weapon, and told they had to fight or face consequences. Part of me may have felt pity for them and wished they would turn and run, but it had been left behind in Melinlas's gallop. There was no room for pity now, and while later I would grieve for them the best way I could, I had to fight for my life now. Now we were right there. Then, the sound was the loudest thing. As the 2 armies collided, a deafening roar was loosed. Pikes clashed against spears, hammers against shields, swords against helms, and above it all whirled the hungry gore-crows driven into frenzy by the smell of fresh meat below. War is war. There is nothing glorious about it, nothing I can add to the countless descriptions. Do you think of them as they are in games? Perhaps dozens of tiny figurines moving in straight lines across a flat landscape. 2 groups of people advancing at each other across a flat expanse of land with expressions of determination, hope, and grimness on their faces. Straight lines, orderly, deadly, neat are all adjectives you might use to describe that kind of battle. Have you read orderly descriptions that make it sound as straightforward as saying, "I am your enemy, now die"? No battle is like that. This battle was nothing like that either. This was chaos, a melee of shouting and movement, and the landscape wasn't flat, but a mess of mud and blood churned into a thick, unstable paste. Fire burst from the ground in random places, cooking men in their armor. There was no side. The battle just began as if we had run by accident from a deserted side street into the middle of a city square. Suddenly there were crowds surging around us, swords flashing and Saphira roaring as she let out giant tongues of flame. And there were men from both sides everywhere, and it is hard to describe the sounds. It is hard to describe what it feels like to wield a bow and then a sword, or how it felt to be connected mentally doing battle against magicians in your head, either. I could only see my friends, and they looked like I must look, faces fixed in grim snarls or frowns, and their eyes burning with adrenaline. Almost immediately, as we clashed against the Empire, I felt my wards drawing upon my strength as they deflected arrows that came within a foot's radius of me. Because I fought with Saphira and Eragon, we held back from the leading edge of the battle, for they would be too exposed to Galbatorix's magicians at the front. You could see when Eragon or Arya killed a magician, and then men he was guarding with one of the 12 words of death. A whole knot of men would go limp, and the Varden would let loose a cheer. As the fight continued, I followed their example and added my own mental skill to Eragon's invisible duel with Galbatorix's magicians. My power seemed to go unnoticed by them, and I was able to slip around and inside their wards to take control and destroy them. I hated it, but I did it. You don't think in battle, you act. The Empire wasted no time after our initial assault to start manning their engines of war. Catapults that cast round missiles of hard-baked ceramic, trebuchets armed with barrels of liquid fire, and ballistae that bombarded the attackers with a hail of arrows 6 feet long. The ceramic balls and the liquid fire caused terrific damage when they landed. One ball exploded against the ground not 10 yards from Saphira. The engines soon stalled the Varden's advance, sowing mayhem wherever they aimed. It was time to destroy them. Dropping Melinla's back a little so that I was shielded both by dwarves and Cull, I focused on the ground beneath the nearest catapult. A spell already flying to my lips, and whispering it quickly, I felt my magic flowing through the air and sinking into the hot ground beneath the wooden structure. Focusing hard, I completed the spell and watched, with satisfaction, as the ground, already hot with buried fire, suddenly blazed up. The wooden catapult caught on fire, and the fire spread a little, jumping from Empire soldier to soldier before it finally lost its strength. I smiled, victorious. It hadn't even taken that much energy and had, if I don't say so myself, neatly circumvented the many wards that must have been placed into the engines. But then, once more, I turned my attention back to the physical battle being fought around me. Raising my sword once more, I flashed Murtagh a tight grin, and he nodded before we engaged once more. Iragan had fully entrusted the welfare of his body to us, as both he and Arya hunted magicians and eliminated the numerous wards cast over the Empire's army. At some point, Naswada appeared before us, her face streaked with filth and gore, her shield covered with dents, blood sheeting down her left leg from a wound on her thigh. "Iragan," she gasped. "I need you, both of you, to fight, to show yourselves and embolden the men, to frighten the soldiers." Her condition visibly shocked Iragan. "Let me heal you first," he cried, but the lady would not listen to him. "No, I can wait, but we are lost unless you stem the tide of soldiers." Her eyes were glazed and empty, blank holes in her face. "We need a rider." She swayed in her saddle. I nudged my mare forward and rested a hand on shoulder to help steady her. Iragan saluted her with Zarok. "You have won, my lady." Meeting her gaze firmly, I said, "Get back, Naswada. You're not this kind of warrior." She flashed me a blank look, but her gaze focused on the rider as if I had not spoken. "Go," she said, "and may what guards there are watch over you." She was leaning heavily against my hand, and her face was too pale. I let out a frustrated groan and grabbed her horse's bridle. The war stallion snapped his teeth angrily at me, but I was in no mood to deal with him. Melinlas backed me with an angry squeal, and with a quick glance to Murtagh, I proceeded to ignore both horse and rider and drag them back a few lines into the relative safety of the Varden's lines. "Stay here," I told her, and my voice echoed with sharp command, as if I was commanding one of my own soldiers, and not the lady whose army I had allied myself with. "Zoe," she said, and looked ready to argue. But I did not give her time to answer, for, with a flicker of searching thought, I found Jormungandr, ordered him to watch and protect his lady, and was gone. My mare springing forward once more with a final squeal in the direction of Naswada's bad-tempered warhorse, while Jormungandr, bless the man, appeared at that very second. I fought my way back to Saphira's side, where Iragan had dismounted so he could face his enemies head-on. He had taken up Saphira's right paw with Arya beside him, and I took up a place on the left alongside dwarves, Cull and Murtagh. Saphira had taken to letting out great jets of flame that consumed dozens of soldiers, leaping from them to others further back, and making the soldiers run backwards to try and evade the hungry flames. Her brilliant scales glittered like stars, and no doubt we made a formidable team. We were a sensational team, really. Any who stood before our small group died. We were the terrors of the battlefield, the ones that made the enemy soldiers before us cower and break ranks. The metallic scent of blood clogged the air, and curtains of smoke wafted over the burning plains, alternately concealing and revealing the knots, clumps, ranks, and battalions of thrashing bodies. Overhead, the carrion birds waited for their meal, and the sun climbed in the firmament toward noon. Like I said, we were sensational. True, the Empire never faltered or fell back. But we did a jolly good job. We exceeded the standards of excellence, and we did it without even thinking. My brothers would have been proud to see how I fought, and I was proud to see how Iragan, once so inexperienced, fought. I was proud how we kept going even though many would have said we were fighting a losing fight. It was some time after our third charge through the Empire's ranks that Iragan contacted me. "A ship is coming up the Giant River. Saphira and I must deal with it." "Very well," I said, and then, knowing exactly who would be on that ship, "make sure they are not enemies before you set them on fire." "Why? Go find out." I can't help it if I yelled at him, but I was not exactly in the right place to talk to him like that. I slashed my sword across the chest of a man and did not bother looking up as Sapphira launched herself off the ground and into the sky. The sun began its descent towards evening. The day was winding down, but still we fought, and I ignored the bruises that accumulated over my body. A cut on my left shoulder burned whenever I had to stretch that arm, and I knew that, sooner or later, I would have to do something about it or risk dying from slow blood loss. Sometime in the middle of the battle, when we had retreated, I had dismounted from Melinla's and told her to return to Brahm. The mare had been reluctant to leave, but I had convinced her, and she had made it safely back to the Vardens' camp. If I died this day, my horse would still live. Spinning my blade, I grabbed a Varden soldier's arm and wrenched him out of the way of a sword that would have killed him. Pushing him behind me, I killed the holder of said Empire sword, and for a brief minute we were rewarded a lull in the fighting. He was not the first soldier I had saved, but he was the first that actually found the breath and time to say what he said. The man I had saved was panting and his face very pale, but he managed a small, grateful smile. "Thank you," he said. "Thank you for—" He stopped and realized who I was. "You are the lady," he said with sudden amazement, "the lady who came with the rider and fought in Farthen-Dur." "Yes," I said, and I struggled to regain my breath. "Yes." "It is an honor to fight with you," said the man, and he clapped a hand on my shoulder. "Anyway, thank you for fighting with us, for saving me." Then he was swept away, and I had to struggle to return to Murtagh and the others so that I did not have to fight alone. I didn't know that man, had never seen him, but he knew me. He knew I wasn't of the Varden, but that hadn't mattered. He had thanked me for fighting. This was my battle too, and I was needed here just as the strange lady had told me when she pulled me away from my home. My fight might not be known only to a few, select few, but that didn't matter anymore. This was one fight. You are part of it too, and everyone, even if they do not know of it, in all worlds is part of it. I was tired. I was injured. But I was not alone, and I felt a new surge energy rise up inside of me and crackle through my magic. Once more I lost myself in the fight, the death and the endlessness of it all, but I did so with new hope and new determination. I heard a shout rise up then. A trumpet sounded in the east, loud and clear. I had last heard that horn blow in the hollow inside of a city mountain, where, like it did now, it resonated deep with the ground and echoed through the smoky air. "The dwarves!" shouted someone. "The dwarves are here." It was taken up by the Varden and became a chant. "The dwarves are here. The dwarves are here." The Empire seemed to fall back, and I saw expressions of fear and surprise on the faces of the Empire soldiers. I could not stop crying out in joy, and beside me, Murtagh let loose a wild cry that was joined by the dwarves and even the cull. For marching out of the east like a rising sun of hope, marched a great host. At its head strode King Hrothgar, clad in gold mail, his jeweled helm upon his brow, and Varland, his ancient war hammer, gripped in his iron fist. I wondered if good Al Auric was beside him. I wanted to see that dwarf. Another reason not to be killed, I suppose. Turning on my heel, I raised my sword and cried out to the tired faces of the Varden. "The dwarves are here. Take heart. We shall win this day. Now fight." My words, enhanced with magic, rippled across the many heads of struggling men. They sounded, for a brief moment to my ears, like words shouted by my eldest brother. They sounded right. They sounded like the person I wanted to be. The men looked to me and started cheering, rallying the last of their strength and gathering around me. But there was no time to think about this. Who really cares if the ways of a queen have not left me yet? I was going to fight to the very end. The very end. And we would win. Bloody hell, we would win. Roran Stronghammer stood at the prow of the dragon wing and listened to the oars swish through the water. He had just finished a stint rowing, and a cold, jagged ache permeated his right shoulder. It was a remnant of an injury delivered by the Razak, and he wondered if he would always have to deal with it whenever he overtaxed the arm. He wiped the sweat from his face and ignored the discomfort, concentrating instead on the river ahead, which was obscured by a bank of sooty clouds. Elaine, a woman from Carvahall, joined him at the railing. She rested a hand on her swollen belly. "The water looks evil," she said. "Perhaps we should have stayed in Doth, rather than drag ourselves in search of more trouble." He feared she spoke the truth. They had traveled many miles through death and loss and pain, but they had reached Surda in the end. By the time they made landfall in the port city Duath, their stores were exhausted and the villagers sickly. Roran had every intention of staying in Doth, especially after they received an enthusiastic welcome from its governor, Lady Alaris. But that was before he was told about Galbatorix's army. If the Varden were defeated, he would never see Katrina again. He needed to see her again. He needed her again, for she was the light of his life, the thing that kept him going even when he had reached the end of his strength. So, with the help of Joud of Term, he convinced many of the other villagers that if they wanted to live in Surda, safe from the Empire, they had to row up the Giant River and assist the Varden. It was a difficult task, but in the end Roran prevailed, and once they told Lady Alaris about their quest, she gave them all the supplies they wanted. Since then, Roran often wondered if he made the right choice. By now everyone hated living on the Dragon Wing. People were tense and short-tempered, a situation only aggravated by the knowledge they were sailing toward a battle. Was it all selfishness on my part? Wondered Roran. Did I really do this for the benefit of the villagers, or only because it will bring me one step closer to finding Katrina? Besides, waiting for them at the Varden was a person he both longed to see and never wanted to see again. His cousin, who, according to all the rumors in Surda, was a fearsome rider, a warrior of unparalleled skill. He did not know that Iragan. He did not even know what he would do if he saw him. All he knew was Iragan would help him rescue Katrina. That was all he knew when it came to the cousin he hadn't seen in months and who was responsible for this entire mess. He didn't know what he would say or what kind of reaction Iragan would have towards him, but he had a goal. Iragan would never atone for all that he had done to Roran and Carvajal, but he could save Katrina. Perhaps we should have, he said to Elaine, and he could not stop a note of doubt entering his voice. Perhaps I am a fool and blind to others because of my desperation. Together they watched as a thick layer of smoke gathered overhead, darkening the sky, obscuring the sun, and filtering the remaining light so that everything below was colored a nauseating hue of orange. It produced an eerie twilight the likes of which Roran had never imagined. The sailors on deck looked about fearfully and muttered charms of protection, pulling out stone amulets to ward off the evil eye. "Listen," said Elaine. She tilted her head. "What is that?" Roran strained his ears and caught the faint ring of metal striking metal. "That," he said, "is the sound of our war." Twisting, he shouted back over his shoulder, "Captain, there's fighting just ahead." "Man the ballistae," roared Uther. "Double time on those oars, Barnden. And every able-bodied man Jack among you better be ready, or you'll be using your guts for pillows." Roran remained where he was as the Dragon Wing exploded with activity. Despite the increase in noise, he could still hear swords and shields clanging together in the distance. The screams of men were audible now, as were the roars of some giant beast. Was that, he wondered, a dragon? Was that the sound of the creature that had Galbatorix sent his most dangerous servants all the way to Carvajal? He glanced over as Joud joined them at the prow. The merchant's face was pale, but there was a spark of excitement in his eyes as he looked forward. "Have you ever been in battle before?" asked Roran. The young man knew nothing of this kind of fight. All he knew was short, brief fights. This was nothing like this. The knob in Joud's throat barbed as he swallowed and shook his head. "I got into plenty of fights along with Brahm, but never anything of this scale." The man glanced at Roran and then said with a faint attempt at a smile, "I wonder if that old man is up there. I would like to see him again and maybe meet the young woman he spoke so highly of." Roran remembered Jode mentioning something of a girl traveling with Brahm and Iragan, but the merchant had known little beyond that she had traveled with his cousin for a time, fought in Farthen-Dur, and then left for Du Weldenvarden as an ambassador for both the dwarves and the Varden. She sounded like a powerful figure in the games being played around them, but precious little was known about her. Her name hadn't even been included in the letter Joud had received from the new leader of the Varden, Naswada, daughter of Ajihad. A first for both of us, then. His hands tightened on the wooden railing of the ship as he thought of the men that he had killed. This would be 1,000 times worse than that, for, at that exact moment, he could count the number of deaths on his hands. But that wouldn't be true in a battle like this. He would lose track, and all he would remember was blood, white faces, and death. Death and more death. It made him feel sick. The bank of smoke thinned on the right, providing them with a glimpse of a dark land that belched forth fire and putrid orange vapor and was covered with masses of struggling men. It was impossible to tell what men were from the Empire and what men were from the Varden, but it was apparent to Roran that the battle could tip in either direction given the right nudge. Could they give that nudge? Could he, a farm boy, become a warrior just as his cousin had become a legend? In the end, he knew he couldn't. He would fight and fight until the end, but it was not for freedom or victory. Those were defiant, bright and brilliant things that he could not understand because, in the end, his feet were firmly planted on the ground. He was prepared to go sleepless and starving and die on a field of battle for the girl he loved. Katrina was his light, and she would need a safe home. He would fight for that. He would sacrifice everything for her, but he could take no comfort in glory or any of the grand words flung about in stories like honor. It was in the memory of copper curls glinting in the sunlight, a fair voice raised in merriment, and a stolen kiss on a winter's day that made him stand his ground. It was because of her that he was here, that he even considered doing what he was doing, and because of her, he would never ever back down until he had no breath left in his lungs. Then a voice echoed over the water as a man shouted, a ship is coming up the Giant River. You should go below decks," said Roran to Elaine. "It won't be safe for you here." She nodded and hurried to the fore hatchway where she climbed down the ladder, closing the opening behind her. A moment later, Horst bounded up to the prow and handed Roran a shield. "Thought you might need that," said Horst. "Thanks." "Aye." Roran stopped as the air around them vibrated as if from a mighty concussion. There was no time to do anything. Everyone had frozen, and the sails snapped with the force of air. Thud. His teeth jarred together. The boat rocked on the dark water. Thud. His ears hurt from the pressure. He raised his gaze to the sky and felt as if he was standing on the edge of a cliff and was about to go tumbling off. Close upon the heels of the second impact came a third thud, and with it a wrath-throated yell that Roran recognized, for he had heard it many times in his childhood. He looked up and beheld a gigantic sapphire dragon diving out of the shifting clouds, and on the dragon's back, at the juncture between its neck and shoulders, sat his cousin, Iragan. Iragan, but not the Iragan he remembered. It was as if an artist had taken his cousin's base features and enhanced them, streamlined them, making them both nobler and more feline. This Iragan was garbed like a prince, in fine cloth and armor, though tarnished by the grime of war, and in his right hand he wielded a blade of iridescent red, as if it was an extension of his arm. This Iragan, Roran knew, could kill without hesitation. This Iragan was powerful and implacable. This Iragan could slay the Razak and their mounts and help him to rescue Katrina. This Iragan demanded respect and loyalty. He seemed to have stepped from the pages of a fairy tale. This was a leader, a commander, and someone who would not be swayed by passion or revenge, perhaps, a cousin's words for vengeance. A legend brought to life through some strange twist of fate. He did not know this Iragan. How could he know this rider? Flaring its translucent wings, the dragon pulled up sharply and hung before the ship. It hung in midair, and its large blue eyes focused on him with an intensity that made Roran feel like prey caught in a predator's gaze. Then Iragan met Roran's eyes. To Roran's embarrassment, he could barely hold that deep, piercing gaze that seemed to strip Roran of every defense he had. It was a struggle to meet the eyes of the cousin he had once thought of as an annoying, amusing, and earnest little brother. For in the person before him, there was no sign of a farm boy. Until that moment, Roran had not completely believed Jowd's story about Iragan and Brahm. He had not believed that his cousin had killed a shade, escaped from prison, traveled with a son of the Forsworn, and done hundreds of other insane things. Now, as he stared at his cousin, a wave of confused emotions washed over him. Iragan is a rider. It seemed inconceivable, but it was true, and he knew that this was his cousin, even though little remained of the boy he had once been. Perhaps Iragan did not even recall his days spent in Palancar Valley. As the two stared at each other, Roran could find no words to describe the roiling mess of emotions the meeting stirred within him. Seeing Iragan alive again filled Roran with unexpected joy. Yet, at the same time, a terrible, familiar anger welled up inside him over Iragan's role in Garrow's death and the siege of Carvahall. In those few seconds, Roran knew not whether he loved or hated Iragan. He stiffened with alarm as a vast and alien being touched his mind. From that consciousness emanated Iragan's voice, Roran. Even the voice had changed. It had become smoother and held no trace of a country accent. I think your answers, and I'll hear them. Is everyone from Carvahall with you? Just about. How did you know we can't go into it? There's no time. Stay where you are until the battle is decided. Better yet, go back farther down the river where the Empire can't attack you. We have to talk, Iragan. You have much to answer for. Iragan hesitated with a troubled expression, and then said, I know, but not now, later. There was no arguing with the firmness in that reply, and Roran found himself resenting it. But there was no time to say anything else, for with no visible prompting, the dragon veered away from the ship and flew off to the east, vanishing in the haze over the burning plains. In an awed voice, Horst said, A rider, a real rider. I never thought I'd see the day, much less that it would be Iragan. He shook his head. I guess you told us the truth, eh, Longshanks? Jowd grinned in response, looking like a delighted child. Their words sounded muted to Roran as he stared at the deck, feeling like he was about to explode with tension. A host of unanswerable questions assailed him. He forced himself to ignore them. No words could even come close to describing how he felt right then. I can't think about Iragan now. We have to fight. The Varden must defeat the Empire. A rising tide of fury consumed him. He had experienced this before, a berserk frenzy that allowed him to overcome nearly any obstacle, to move objects he could not shift ordinarily, to face an enemy in combat and feel no fear. It gripped him now, a fever in his veins, quickening his breath and setting his heart a-pounding. He pushed himself off the railing, ran the length of the ship to the quarterdeck, where Uthar stood by the wheel and said, Ground the ship. What? Ground the ship, I say. Stay here with the rest of the soldiers and use the ballistae to wreak what havoc you can. Keep the dragon wing from being boarded and guard our families with your lives. Understand? Uthar stared at him with flat eyes, and Roran feared he would not accept the orders. Then the scarred sailor grunted and said, Aye, aye, Stronghammer. Horst's heavy tread preceded his arrival at the quarterdeck. What do you intend to do, Roran? Do. Roran laughed and spun widdershins to stand toe-to-toe with the smith. Do. Why, I intend to alter the fate of Alagaesia. For Katrina, for her and those that he loved. He would not turn away, for, while he may not be a rider or a king, he was still Roran, as strong and firm upon the ground as his father had been. I will see it to the end, he thought grimly. To the end of all things, because that is all any of us can do. Iragan barely noticed, as Saphira carried him back into the swirling confusion of the battle. He had known that Roran was at sea, but it never occurred to him that Roran might be heading for Serda, or that they would reunite in this manner. And Roran's eyes. His eyes seemed to bore into Iragan, questioning, relieved, enraged, accusing. In them, Iragan saw that his cousin had learned of Iragan's role in Garrow's death and had not yet forgiven him. He would never forgive, suspected the young rider, unless Iragan could find a way to explain the entire situation. Perhaps Zoe could help him. It was only when a sword bounced off his greaves that Iragan returned his attention to his surroundings. He unleashed a hoarse shout and slashed downward, cutting away the soldier who struck him. Cursing himself for being so careless, Iragan reached out to Triana and said, No one on that ship is an enemy. Spread the word that they're not to be attacked. Ask Naswada if, as a favor to us, she can send a herald to explain the situation to them and see that they stay away from the fighting. As you wish, Argitlam. From the western flank of the battle where she alighted, Saphira traversed the burning plains in a few giant leaps, stopping before Hrothgar and his dwarves. Dismounting, Iragan went to the king, who said, Hail, Argitlam. Hail, Saphira. The elves seem to have done more for you than they promised. Beside him stood Auric, and Iragan felt a small spark of happiness to see his old friend from Farthen-Dur. The dwarf was clad in his familiar armor, but he sent Iragan and Saphira a wide smile that Iragan returned gladly. No, sir, it was the dragons. Really, I must hear your adventures once our bloody work here is done. I agree. Hrothgar laughed, then turned to Saphira and said, I still haven't forgotten your vow to mend Isidar Ithram, dragon. Even now, our artisans are assembling the star sapphire in the center of Trondheim. I look forward to seeing it whole once again. She bowed her head. As I promised, so it shall be. After Iragan repeated her words, Hrothgar reached out with a gnarled finger and tapped one of the metal plates on her side. I see you wear our armor. I hope it has served you well. Very well, King Hrothgar, said Saphira through Eragon. It has saved me many an injury. Hrothgar straightened and lifted Varland, a twinkle in his deep-set eyes. Well then, shall we march out and test it once again in the forge of war? He looked back at his warriors and shouted, Axarto's own Dugrimst, vor Hrothgar's Corda, vor Hrothgar's Corda. Eragon looked at Oric, who translated with a mighty yell, by Hrothgar's hammer. Joining the chant, Eragon ran with the dwarf king toward the crimson ranks of soldiers, Saphira by his side. Now at last, with the help of the dwarves, the battle turned in favor of the Varden. Together they pushed back the Empire, dividing them, crushing them, forcing Galbatorix's vast army to abandon positions they had held since morn. Their efforts were helped by the fact that more of Angela's poisons had taken effect. Many of the Empire's officers behaved irrationally, giving orders that made it easier for the Varden to penetrate deeper into the army, sowing chaos as they went. The soldiers seemed to realize that fortune no longer smiled upon them, for hundreds surrendered or defected outright and turned on their former comrades or threw down their weapons and fled. And the day passed into the late afternoon. Eragon was in the midst of fighting two soldiers when a flaming javelin roared past overhead and buried itself in one of the Empire's command tents 20 yards away, igniting the fabric. Dispatching his opponents, Eragon glanced back and saw dozens of fiery missiles arcing out from the ship on the giant river. What are you playing at, Roran? Wondered Eragon before charging the next batch of soldiers. He had found Zoe, Murtagh and Arya somehow, and he was glad for their company. His half-brother swung his sword with expert slashes, while Zoe and Arya performed an elegant dance with their enemies. Their swords flashed, and at points, they moved so quickly that it was hard to see where they had gone. Men, seeming surprised to be facing a woman, wasted precious milliseconds staring. Soon afterward, a horn echoed from the rear of the Empire's army, then another and another. Someone began to pound a sonorous drum, the peals of which stilled the field as everyone looked about for the source of the beat. Even as Eragon watched, an ominous figure detached itself from the horizon in the north and rose up in the lurid sky over the burning plains. The Gorkrows scattered before the barbed black shadow, which balanced motionless upon the thermals. At first, Eragon thought it a Letha Blaka, one of the Razak's mounts. Then a ray of light escaped the clouds and struck the figure crossways from the west. It was a dragon, but not any dragon Eragon had ever seen. This one was smoky grey, and his wing membranes were the color of grey slate. His claws and teeth and the spikes along his spine were white as snow. His eyes were dark. There was no spark of life in them. On his back was fixed a saddle, and in that saddle sat a man garbed all in black. Dread clutched at Eragon. What was this? The other egg had, according to Zoe, been green, and this dragon was far too large to have hatched within the past few months. What was it? Something made the rider suspect it was not a real dragon or real rider, but something created from magic. Then the man in steel raised his left hand, and a shaft of crackling black energy sprang from his palm and smote Hrothgar on the breast. The dwarf spellcasters cried out with agony as the energy from their bodies was consumed trying to block the attack. They collapsed, dead, and then Hrothgar clutched his heart and toppled to the ground. The dwarves gave a great groan of despair as they saw their king fall. "No," cried Eragon, and Saphira roared in protest. He glared with hate at the enemy rider. "I'll kill you for that." But Eragon also knew that, if his suspicions were correct, then this was not a real rider. It was a foe that Eragon had never encountered before either in theory or on the battlefield. He also knew that, as they were, he and Saphira were too tired to confront such a potentially mighty opponent. Glancing around, Eragon spotted a horse lying in the mud, a spear through its side. The stallion was still alive. Eragon put his hand on its neck and murmured, "Sleep, brother." Then he transferred the horse's remaining vitality into himself and Saphira. It was not enough energy to restore all their strength, but it soothed their aching muscles and stopped their limbs from shaking. Rejuvenated, Eragon leaped onto Saphira, shouting, "Oric, take command of your kinsmen." Across the field, he saw Arya gaze at him with concern, while Murtagh just sent him a single look that seemed to say, "Don't you dare get captured." But Zoe was nowhere in sight. and that puzzled Aragon, for he was sure he had seen her just a moment before the dragon. He put her out of his mind as he tightened the saddle straps around his legs. Then Sapphira launched herself toward the grey dragon, pumping her wings at a furious rate to gain the necessary speed. "I hope you remember your lessons with Glida," he said. He tightened his grip on his shield. Sapphira did not answer him, but roared out with her thoughts at the other dragon: traitor, egg-breaker, oath-breaker, murderer. Then as one, she and Aragon assaulted the minds of the pair, seeking to overwhelm their defenses. The consciousness of the rider felt strange to Aragon, as if it contained multitudes. Scores of distinct voices whispered in the caverns of his mind, like imprisoned spirits begging for release. It was not a real mind, he suddenly realized. Neither the rider nor dragon had a mind. They were made of magic, but such power to create something that seemed living stunned Aragon. How had the king managed this? The rider and dragon were not alive, but they were real enough to fight. They were real enough to prove a dangerous challenge to the weary blue dragon and her rider. This pair could not be harmed the way a living rider and dragon could, and Aragon suspected that defeating them would be like trying to defeat a shadow. Impossible, like trying to harm air. The instant they made contact, the rider retaliated with a blast of pure force. Aragon retreated deep behind his own barriers, frantically reciting a scrap of doggerel Oramis taught him to use in such predicaments. Under a cold and empty winter sky stood a wee, small man with a silver sword. He jumped and stabbed in a fevered frenzy, fighting the shadows massed before him. The siege on Aragon's mind abated as Sapphira and the grey dragon crashed together, two meteors colliding head-on. They grappled, kicking each other's bellies with their hind legs. Their talons produced hideous screeches as they grated against Sapphira's armor and the grey dragon's flat scales. He managed to kick her off for a moment, then they closed again, each struggling to get their jaws around the other's neck. The grey dragon lacked living warmth. He was as dark as his slate-grey scales. It was all Aragon could do to keep hold of Zarok as the dragons tumbled toward the ground, battering one another with terrible blows from their feet and tails. No more than 50 yards above the burning plains, Sapphira and the red dragon disengaged, struggling to regain altitude. Once she halted her descent, Sapphira reared her head, like a snake about to strike, and loosed a thick torrent of fire. It had no effect. The flames just washed over the pair and did nothing. Blasted, thought Aragon. Even as the red dragon opened its maw to retaliate, Aragon cried, "Skirlir nasu fra Brisinga." He was just in time. The conflagration swirled around them, but did not even scorch Sapphira's scales. Now Sapphira and the grey dragon raced up through the striated smoke into the clear, chill sky beyond, darting back and forth as they tried to climb above their opponent. The grey dragon nipped Sapphira's tail, and she and Aragon yelped with shared pain. The dragon, grey and cold as it was, still had real enough teeth. What was it? How did he ever defeat this creature? For as Aragon realized with rising horror, Galbatorix just wanted to wear them down by forcing them to fight an opponent as difficult to destroy as this one. Once they were too exhausted to fight anymore, they would be taken. It filled him with anger and fear that made adrenaline burn within him. No. That would not happen. He would not let it. Panting from the effort, Sapphira executed a tight backward loop, ending up behind the dragon, which then pivoted to the left and tried to spiral up and over Sapphira. While the dragons dueled with increasingly complex acrobatics, the rider stabbed at his consciousness once more, but the attack was not strong enough to prove any threat to Aragon. It seemed after the initial force of his attack, the illusion rider could not summon a second wave. There were some things that this illusion could not do, and duel mentally for long periods of time was one of them. But that didn't stop the dragon, for it was larger and heavier than Sapphira, attacking fiercely. Whatever had created the dragon, and Ryder knew what they were doing, making Aragon certain this was the king's personal creation, and not some random conjurer. "This must end," spat Aragon between clenched teeth. "Land, Sapphira. It's no good. I'll fight him on the ground." With a grunt of weary resignation, Sapphira descended to the nearest flat open area, a small stone plateau set along the western edge of the giant river. The water had turned red from the blood pouring into it from the battle. Only distant sounds of battle could reach them here, faint yells and the hammer of weapons. Everything felt removed, distant, and the rider was more than aware that here he could not rely on anyone to help him. Iragan jumped off Saphira once she alighted on the plateau and tested his footing. It was smooth and hard, with nothing to trip on. He nodded, pleased. A few seconds later, the grey dragon rushed by overhead and settled on the opposite side of the plateau. Iragan clung to that knowledge as he stepped forward to confront the rider. As they met in the center of the plateau, Saphira and the grey dragon circled in the background. Distantly, Iragan was aware that the grey dragon did not leave marks on the ground, and he made no noise as he moved. The black-clothed rider raised his sword, and the fight between the sapphire rider and the grey mist rider began. Thank you to all the amazing people out there who have read and reviewed this story. Note, I am so sorry for those of you who read the first published version of this story. The ending was the rough version, and for some strange reason, had not saved my editing. This is the finished draft with my writing and edits. So sorry for that. Review replies, General the Dinkton. Oh wow, that is a lot of stories. Glad you enjoy this one too. Peaky Cupcake. I am on a roll. I also have some time right now for writing and that helps. Enjoy this new chapter. Live, laugh, play music. Haha, another chapter. Another one should be up soon too. Chris, I hope to stay out of procrastination. Our room cleaning and moms. It never ends well lol, congrats on the good grades. That does take some dedication. Hope you enjoy this new chapter. I will try to get a new one up soonish. Owen Roran did make an appearance in this one, but I will have Iragan actually meet him face to face, and not in such a brief setting. Thank you and happy reading. Nymthuriel, I am glad you like the Murtagh Pav. No, Brahm is not fighting mostly because he has the egg and he is needed to help coordinate magicians. I will write a Saphira Pav. It slipped my mind on this chapter, but I agree that it would be very fun and very cool to have in there. I will give you a tiny hint about Murtagh and Zoe. Remember, time travels differently in worlds, but that is still a ways off yet. Next chapter should be up soon too. Thank you so much for reading and reviewing. Spring 94, thank you. Here is another chapter, and I hope you enjoy it. Firehawk 242, I am glad that things are making a little more sense. Hope you enjoy the rest of the chapters. I like Angela, she is a very cool character. Big thank you for the review. Spoiler. Haha, I am so glad you loved it. Hope to get another chapter to you soon. 61, Chapter 63. I was fighting a small knot of men when I felt a presence I hadn't felt for weeks touch my mind. It was the same bright, powerful presence that had led me to Morzen's Manor and given me warnings in Du Weldenvarden when I felt myself getting too comfortable. The touch on my mind was light, but demanding, and reluctantly, I allowed it entrance. Somehow I was not surprised to feel it again, even though it had been silent and absent for so long. You must follow us, hissed the voice. There is no time. What do you want? I demanded angrily, remembering the last time I had followed their directions. I spun and slashed my way through the remaining soldiers before coming to a stop, briefly granted a respite. Multitasking with this strange, multi-something or other presence was not a good idea. Multitasking in a battle in general is just not a good idea. To save the Sapphire, Dragon, and Rider, said the voice calmly. Galbatorix has a plan to capture them, and he will succeed unless you do this. Now that is an attention grabber if ever there was one. I did not ask any more questions. When lives are hanging in the balance, there is no time for questions, but I would make sure to ask them later. You can be assured of that. Instead, I followed their directions and ran. I ran through the battlefield towards the Empire's camp. I did not pause. I did not hesitate, and I was ignored by everybody as though I had suddenly become invisible. I dodged piles of bodies, holes in the ground that sprouted fire, and I never stopped in my wild run towards the black tents of the Empire. I nearly fell at points, and I was gasping for breath. But the voice urged me on, and for all I was wary of it, the voice had yet to lead me astray. We were reluctant allies, but I had no doubt it knew what it was talking about. If it had a destination in mind, then I would get there even if I did not like it. The muddy, churned ground pulled at my boots, and I had dodged pools of blood and giant craters in the ground where flames danced dangerously. Maybe it was because I was running against the Empire soldiers, or maybe because everyone was just so sick and tired of fighting that I escaped detection. Occasionally, a soldier would step in front of me and challenge me half-heartedly, but I never met any outright challengers. Did the voice have a hand in it? If it could keep me alive in Morzen's manor house, then perhaps it could clear the path it had set before me. Do not do what I did unless it is a true emergency. Running straight into enemy forces in the middle of a battle when it is clear you belong to the opposite side is not only reckless, but suicidal. I didn't think about that until much later, but the sheer stupidity of it made me feel sick. I was so focused on not falling, on following the path the voice laid out in my mind, and on my purpose, that I did not notice the grey dragon with its black rider. I had eyes for what lay before me, and the ground that was so treacherous, nothing more. Yes, I did hear the roars above me, but I was too focused to pay them much mind. In fact, they only added to my urgent run. The voice was speaking to me, telling me where to go and what to avoid, and it was hard enough without adding fear for my friend. Call me oblivious, but I truly never realized just what magical creation had been set upon us by the king. I would find out later. I would find out just why I had to make that daring run across the burning plains, but at the time there was no room for anything but my purpose. Later on I would tell everyone what I had been doing during those crucial minutes, and when I found out just what Aragon and Saphira had faced, I would understand. But at that time, I had no need for understanding. I just needed to act. Suddenly, I came to a sliding stop in front of the numerous defenses that the Empire had erected around its camp. From what I could see and sense with my mind, the entire city of black tents was deserted on this end, and with no sentry to spot me, I slipped and jumped my way through the elaborate breastwork. There were some hairy moments, such as when my hand, made slick with blood that still dripped from a wound in my shoulder, slid off a pole and nearly sent me tumbling into a trench filled with sharpened stakes. I had to hold myself there for a second by one hand until I had gathered myself enough to move on. The injury dealt to my shoulder burned with pain, and I was distantly aware that the wrench of nearly falling had reopened the wound. But I got past it all, because that is what you do when your friends might be captured. You don't have a choice, and you do it without thinking. It wasn't great heroism on my part, or even a conscious choice. It was Aragon and Saphira. That was enough to make me do anything. I told you before this battle that I am coward. I really am, and if I slowed down at all, and actually thought then, I would have been frozen with fear. Now what? You need to get to the center of camp. There you will find a single magician. Destroy him, and we will instruct you what to do next. I like clear directions. They make it easy to do things. It can also mean when you mess them up, you feel like an even bigger idiot with no one to blame for not giving you clear directions. I guess fighting in a battle makes me a negative, pessimistic, touchy girl, doesn't it? Or maybe just this entire world has had me on the fight since square one. Peace seems like a distant dream now. So I was off running again. I am so sick of running. And I did not pause as I passed tents and the remains of cooking fires. I never paused until I came close to my final destination. Part of me found the sheer absence of anyone around me disturbing, but I could not question that now. I could sense frantic healers and wounded men with pain-filled minds on the opposite side of the camp, but this part felt like a city of silent black tents. No soldiers that had hidden themselves under bedrolls rather than fight, or deserters picking up their things before beating a quick retreat. The ground here was hard and dry. A soft breeze stirred the loose door flaps as I passed them, and I raised my sword. It was a deserted city. I felt as if I was walking towards a storm. Storm that was wild and destructive, something I could not easily fight free of. At last, after getting increasingly tense and worried, I sensed another mind. It was the magician the voice had spoken of, the one I was supposed to destroy. How dramatic that sounds. To destroy him sounds like something one might read in an adventure novel. I slipped behind a nearby tent and examined my options. I could kill him with a sword, but then he would raise the alarm and I would be swamped by enemies in no time. I was not strong enough to risk a magical duel with a fully rested mage, and he was, most likely, warded against arrows and other such flying projectiles. Such actions would not only alert him to my presence, but result in reinforcements being called in to assist the magician, and I would certainly be overwhelmed. What now? How did I navigate my way around this one? I am supposed to be clever, but I was so tired. I was so exhausted, and I was desperate to get this done before my friends were captured. I leaned my body against the support pole of the tent and closed my eyes. My body was shaking, and my head pounded painfully. I didn't have much left in my reserves to perform anything too complex. It had to be simple, and I needed to have the answer now. If I had known that Aragon and Saphira were currently fighting against something that could not be so easily defeated, I would not have been able to think. I would have been so overwhelmed that I would not have been able to gather the last of my scattered thoughts and put together a semi-decent idea. But I didn't know right then, and that was lucky. I was focused as much as I could be after all that had occurred that day. When I did find the answer, I found it so simple that it made me angry. I would help the magician, not attack him. How? By sending him into a deep, dreamless sleep, which, because I am who I am, wouldn't be that hard at all. He couldn't sense my mind. Not even Durza had been able to sense my mind or break into it, and this man was nowhere near as strong as Durza. In all my time in Alagaesia, I had never been able to answer the question of my unusually strong, slippery mental defenses that allowed me to go unnoticed. I went to work immediately. Slipping into the magician's mind like a thief in the night, I began to soothe him. I hushed his worries, forced his orders away, and made him feel that, for once, the best thing he could do was take a short nap. No one would see him. It would make doing his duty that much easier. When it came time to finish his orders, he would be well rested and able to carry them out to perfection. He was just so tired. It couldn't hurt. The second he nodded into sleep, I sent a small tendril of magic towards him and deepened it into full-on, dreamless slumber. It would take more than my silent footsteps to wake him now, and with another bit of enchantment, I made sure it would hold for at least a few hours. Surely that would be more than enough time. If he did wake up, he would no doubt face severe punishment for his lax duty. Cough, don't look at me like that. I was just helping him be better at his job. Clever, murmured the voice in my head. Now get inside the tent, and you will find an open trunk. You must then close it. It will be hard. How cheery. It will be hard, oh lovely. Why not lend a hand then? After all, I am the one who nearly died saving the dragon egg and seems to be your chosen sword for dangerous jobs. I set my jaw. If I ever met this voice face to face, there would be words between us on how you ask people to do things and how you give effective warnings. They gave good directions, but they really needed to work on some other things. Stepping forward cautiously, I pulled the flap of the black command tent open and held my sword at the ready. The inside of the tent was mostly bare except for a table piled high with maps, a few scattered chairs, and in the middle of the tent, an open black trunk. It was an enchanted trunk with line of carefully carved runes along the rim, but I was barely aware of my surroundings. It wasn't because I was too exhausted or too distracted by the voice, but because I felt as if I had just been hit by a wall of pure power, wild energy, that angry, dark, and fighting all the time to escape its bonds. The power emanating from that trunk overwhelmed me for a brief few panicked moments. I couldn't see or even think. I retreated deep behind my own barriers, frantically trying to block myself off enough that I could escape being caught up in that web of power that emanated from the trunk. The power did not know I was there, my own mind going undetected, but I could not imagine having all of that concentrated force focused on me. It was like when Saphira or Glida grew angry. It was like a dragon fighting to be unleashed, so it could destroy its enemies. I would never be able to withstand it. But it couldn't be a dragon. What would happen when I closed the lid? I wondered as I gazed at the trunk. With walls as thick and hard as I could, protecting my own mind and magic from the wild, furious power emanating from the trunk, I was able to think clearly again and try to accomplish the task. How could I close the lid? I suspected the power within that trunk would fight me. It did not want to be locked away, but rather escape the spells that forced it to channel its power so that it could destroy everything. If it couldn't escape its bonds, then it wanted to spend its all. Obviously, the king had created an enchantment that was activated the moment the lid was opened and ended the moment it was closed. The spirits, or whatever they actually were, would then be able to carry out their duty without having to have the king actually there to direct them. It could be done by any magician, because all that needed to happen was the lid thrown open until the rider and dragon were captured when it could be closed once more. He was a brilliant man. Cruel, mad, blind to the suffering of others, and a tyrant in every sense of the word. But he was a brilliant spell caster and commander. I would give him that and take warning from it. Sometimes the worst enemies are the ones you feel a sort of grudging respect for. I stepped forward and slid my sword back into its sheath. I did not need it in this place. No wonder this part of the camp was deserted. Even if you had no power, you could still feel that something was here, and it was something you should stay as far away from as possible. It was a storm, a vicious kind of storm. The magician guarding it had to be warded against the power in here so he could protect it. Perhaps he was also the one who had opened the lid when the time came. This moment had been carefully planned for a time when rider and dragon were exhausted and easier to defeat. But there was no time. I had to do this for, once I was here, I could see how neither Aragon or Saphira would be able to stand against this power, and the longer the lid was open, and this power was able to do its job, the greater the risk that Aragon and Saphira would be captured. The greater the chance I would lose not only my friends, but the key to victory. Then I would have to leave, and quickly too, before anyone else came along and found out what I had done. I set my jaw and took 3 quick steps forward until I was looking down into the trunk. I didn't know what to expect, but I still gasped in shock and confusion. Wrapped in black cloth padded bags were round, oval objects that reminded me of the red dragon egg now in Brahm's care. But these were not dragon eggs, even though the feel of the power was similar to the feel of a dragon. There was no true conscious thought, just emotion, and many whispering voices that spoke of revenge, hate, grief, pain, loss, and destruction. I pushed the questions away. They would be answered another time. I grabbed the lid of the heavy trunk and went to pull it closed, but one of the powers sensed me. It turned on me, seeming to scream with rage, and I had to dive behind my barriers as it pounded against them. At the same time, I had to grapple with shutting off the magic that the things, I don't know what they are, but they are something, was releasing. It was like trying to wrestle with snakes. They wriggled and fought even as they pounded against my defenses. I couldn't see the power, but I could feel it, and I struggled to control it for just long enough to close the heavy lid closed. Other presences sensed the fight being waged between me and their comrade. Suddenly, I had multiple things beating against my mind as I fought to force them, and their power back into the trunk that they viewed as a prison. It probably didn't take as long as it felt to close the lid. Maybe a few minutes, but it felt like forever. It was because of gravity, wondrous gravity, that I was able to close the box. I had managed to get the lid to the point that, when I accidentally let go, gravity took control and slammed the heavy lid closed. Got to love gravity. I am telling you, it may hold us down, but it can save our lives and sanity. It gives us weight, gives a place to start from, and that is the bottom up. It may bring us all down, but it can save us too. For a few long minutes I could not do anything. Nothing. I felt as if my mind had been beaten upon by hammers, and I closed my eyes as a vicious headache made me groan. The second I had shut the obviously enchanted trunk lid, the power had died, and I could barely sense the now quiet, but still angry, beings that were trapped within it. Sunspots danced across my closed eyelids, and I dug my fingers into the hot dirt as I felt a single tear leak out. My headache deepened into a migraine, and my stomach roiled. Were they spirits? Or was my initial gut feeling of something dragon-related correct? Oramis would know, I thought tiredly, or maybe Brahm. I didn't, and the voice wasn't offering any explanation. At this point, it didn't really matter to me. You must hide the trunk, said the presence in my mind. Luckily, it spoke softly, but the words still made my head pound even more painfully. I felt like one giant walking universe punching bag. Can you help me? I asked. Yes, said the many voices that sounded like one. A small tendril of energy was extended to me, and I felt my headache fade, and the tremors that shook my body eased. It was enough to get me through what still needed to be done. Sink the trunk in the ground, said the voice. I followed their advice, and let the trunk sink a couple of feet into the ground before ending the spell and watching the ground turn hard once again. With any luck, the trunk would remain hidden, buried beneath the tent, until a later time when I could retrieve it. If anyone did come looking for it, they would have a terrible time, for, under feet of dry dirt, any sense of the spirits contained in the trunk was extinguished. Once the trunk was hidden, I rose from my knees and left the tent. Before I stepped outside, I drew my sword and took one last steadying breath. Things were still deserted, no sign that any soldiers had returned or magicians to investigate what was going on over here. The sounds of battle had not ceased, but a gut instinct told me that we would prevail with the assistance of the dwarves. At least I hoped we would prevail, and I did not wish to think of what would happen if we didn't. I couldn't bear to think of what would happen. I needed to leave. It would be unwise to cut through the middle of the field, the most direct route, again. That had been both exceedingly dangerous and exceedingly stupid. Had I been thinking of consequences, I would not have done it, but skirted around the edge of the battle. But there hadn't been time to think like that. Sometimes there just isn't. I paused for a second in my enemy's camp and looked up at the sky. There were no stars, not a single one for me to pin my hopes on or take comfort in. So I made my way swiftly through the camp and skirted around the battlefield. The giant river was to my right, and I tried to avoid looking at the water. It was tinged a rusty red, and occasionally a body would float by. I could not return to the battlefield. For one, from what I could see, the Varden was already winning, and I was too tired to be of any use. Besides, I needed to find out if Aragon and Saphira were all right and tell Brahm of what I had found. I also tried to avoid looking to my left. While the Empire's forces remained largely intact, they had conceded defeat to the Varden. As they retreated, they left piles of corpses from both sides of the conflict, and thick black smoke roiled off the bodies that had fallen into the peat fires. So many families would weep for those lost lives. It would take time for news to reach some, but eventually they would have to face the reality, which was their son, father, husband, uncle, cousin, or friend had fallen. Eventually, the truth always comes out, and it always hurts. Who would tell them? Would comrades take the news back with them, along with the memories and scars? At points, the urgency of not only my news, but my fear for my comrades would make me forget my weariness, and I would run. But that never lasted long, and the journey back to the Varden felt endless. It seemed that the distant camp flying the Varden's colors remained stubbornly a few miles away. Sometimes I felt a deep fear that I had not been fast enough or had not done enough, but I would quickly force those fears away. If something had happened, then I would blame the voice. I would blame Galbatorix and throw my hopes onto the red dragon egg which had yet to hatch. As I moved through the carnage, I remembered the line, "We are dust and shadows." That line now haunted my thoughts as I made my way through the corpses. Dust to dust, and for those on this field, they would fade into the shadows with nary a mark on the history page to say that they had once been here. The faces of the dead men, dwarves and urgles that I passed would be forgotten, even though they had all, no matter what side, died with valor. I tried to remember their faces, imagine lives and families for them, but I gave up. It hurt too much. It made me feel too guilty. I couldn't remember all of them. Out, brief candle. Macbeth had been honest. He might have been a traitor and easily swayed by his wife's words, but he had been honest about some things. So many lives snuffed out like little lights, and I didn't even bother trying to come to terms with it. Out, brief candle. I had left the river and was crossing the last of the battlefield when I saw him. He was kneeling in the dirt, and I knew it was him because I would know who it was no matter what. Murtagh. I began to run towards him and cried out his name. I skirted the bodies and found myself beginning to panic. He turned his head, but did not rise, and I came to a sliding stop beside him. Dropping to my knees, I scanned him for injuries, but saw nothing more serious than the one I already bore on my shoulder. His face was exhausted, and his eyes searched me just as I had looked him over. "Murtagh," I whispered as I rested a hand on his shoulder. "Why are you here?" He shrugged. "I was searching for you," he said quietly, and then suddenly he embraced me. His arms wrapping tightly around me, and I did the same. We clung to each other in the mud, blood, and fire of the burning plains. I rested my head against his shoulder and allowed myself to relax a little. It was done. It was done. Murtagh's grip never loosened, and he seemed to be whispering something into my blood-crusted hair. I couldn't hear what it was, but I didn't need to hear it. I closed my eyes and pressed my face against his shoulder. He smelled of salt and blood, and only when Murtagh's mouth came close to my ear could I hear what it was he was whispering. What he was saying as we kneeled together on the battlefield, and it was the simplest litany of all, my name. He whispered it over and over again, and nothing else existed. Questions could be answered and plans made later, but for now we just clung to each other, and Murtagh's quiet voice, filled with desperation, grief, and relief, gave me all the comfort I could have asked for. Zoe. The Shadow Rider grasped his sword with both hands and swung it over his head toward Eragon, who lifted Zarok to defend himself. Their blades collided with a burst of crimson sparks. Then Eragon shoved back his opponent and started a complex series of blows. He stabbed and parried, dancing on light feet as he forced the cloaked rider to retreat toward the edge of the plateau. When they reached the edge, the rider held his ground, fending off Eragon's attacks, no matter how clever. It's as if he can anticipate my every move, thought Eragon, frustrated. If he were rested, it would have been easy for him to defeat the rider, but as it was, he could make no headway. But it was strange. It was like fighting a skilled warrior on second, and then suddenly a novice the next. Clearly the spell or whatever had created the rider was not quite good enough to create a true swordsman, and while at one moment Eragon would be almost outmatched, the next Eragon dominated the duel easily. Eragon felt a touch of panic when his initial surge of energy began to subside. He had managed to slash his sword through the black cloak of the rider, but his sword had slid through the rider as if he was made of nothing but mist. The blow would have killed anyone, elf, human, Urgle, or dwarf, easily, but it didn't even slow the rider down. The last reserves of power stored in Zarok's ruby and the belt of Balath the Wise were only enough to maintain his exertions for another minute. Then the rider took a step forward, then another, and before Eragon knew it, they had returned to the center of the plateau, where they stood facing each other, exchanging blows. It kept going. On and on they fought. The Mist Rider with his strange fighting style, and Eragon who fought not only for vengeance, but freedom and Saphira. They dueled up and down the plateau while the two dragons, one the color of slate and one a bright shining blue, watched. Zarok grew so heavy in his hand, Eragon could barely lift it. His shoulder burned, he gasped for breath, and sweat poured off his face. Not even his desire to avenge Hrothgar could help him to overcome his exhaustion. There were limits, and he had met his. Zoe had told him of this point once, how you just can't keep going on. She had told him that in those moments, you know you have to keep fighting, you must, but you have nothing left to fight with. Of all the times and enemies to have faced, thought Eragon, I had to be defeated by this one. I had to lose before I even got that far. At the first battle, I am defeated and will be turned against those I love and trust. At last, Eragon slipped and fell. Determined not to be defeated lying down, he rolled back onto his feet and stabbed at the rider, who knocked aside Zarok with a lazy flick of his wrist. He heard Saphira roar in fury, but there was nothing they could do. None of their training had prepared them to face a creation of magic like this, and Eragon had no idea how to sever the spell that created the rider, any more than he could have lifted his sword and kept fighting. He did not know the source, nor did he have the strength to search for it, eliminate it, and keep the Shadow Rider occupied. But then something happened. It was as if the rider, as he lifted his hand, no doubt ready to cast some sort of enchantment, was suddenly frozen. Just as Eragon prepared to fight whatever magic was about to be cast to something to save Saphira, the world suddenly seemed to freeze. They were all just about to act, the dragons about to spring at each other, and the riders about to finish their struggle. But nothing ever had a chance to happen. Like mist being blown by a wind, the rider blew apart. Eragon turned and looked to see the same thing happen to the dragon. It was as if they suddenly grew indistinct, but fought to stay together only to suddenly flicker out. It took mere minutes and then they were gone. They left nothing, no marks upon the ground, not even the rider's sword upon the ground, like mist evaporating in sunlight. 1 minute they were there, and the next they were gone. Eragon was left gasping where he stood and looked to Saphira, who had been just prepared to challenge the grey dragon once more. The two stared at each other, unsure of what to do and what to say. They had gone from fighting for their freedom to staring at each other. For a long time they didn't do anything. Finally, Saphira acted. Her talons clicked on the stone as she crawled over to Aragon and touched him on the arm with her snout. "Are you all right, little one?" "I'm fine." But he was not. He had just spent the day killing and nearly been captured, nearly seen Sapphira captured, and he would not be fine for a while yet. Neither would Sapphira. They had never felt so desperate or so close to losing everything they had struggled, for then they had felt right then. Walking to the edge of the plateau, Aragon surveyed the burning plains and the aftermath of the battle, for the battle was over. With the assistance of the dwarves, the Varden regained lost ground and were able to rout the formations of confused soldiers, herding them into the river or chasing them back from whence they came. The vast army of conscripted soldiers had caved to the smaller, but more determined forces of the Varden. Though the bulk of their forces remained intact, the Empire had sounded the retreat, no doubt to regroup and prepare for a second attempt to invade Serda. In their wake, they left piles of tangled corpses from both sides of the conflict, enough men and dwarves to populate an entire city. Thick black smoke roiled off the bodies that had caught on fire, and even so high up and far away from the field, Aragon could smell it. Many had died. Many more would die. Now that the fighting had subsided, the hawks and eagles, the crows and ravens, descended like a shroud over the field. The sky was growing dark as evening approached, and bobbing like a child's toy on the rusty red river was a ship that contained not only his cousin, but many of the figures from his childhood. What would he say to Roran? Another debt owed, another life ruined because of his actions. Not just his cousins, but all those honest, simple and loyal folk from his childhood home who hadn't deserved the trouble that Aragon had brought to them. Would it ever end? Aragon closed his eyes and leaned heavily against Sapphira. His armor felt heavier than ever before, and the many small cuts, bruises, and other injuries he had picked up were aching with dull intensity. Sapphira was also injured not just from the fighting earlier, but from the duel with the dragon. They had won, but he had nearly lost. He had nearly lost her and any chance at setting things right. The memories of the battle that day would not be easily forgotten or left behind. They were things that he didn't think he could ever truly let go. "It is over, little one," said Sapphira gently. "It is over. It will not be over for a long time," he responded quietly. "We should go. Show them that we are alive. Free." Agreed. What if next time we aren't alive? He couldn't help but voice the question. What if we end up in Eurobine? What if we face this again, but we aren't granted this strange victory by fate? But he didn't voice that. It was too terrifying to even think of right then. "Then we will worry about it when we get there. I am sure that many of you know what was in the trunk, but Zoe does not because she hadn't been able to finish the final book when she left Earth. She does not yet know what Eljunari are or their power. I think Brahm will know exactly what they are in my version. I originally got the idea from Naswada's torture when she had to endure illusions that seemed real, but weren't also created by the minds of the Eljunari. You can think of the grey dragon and Ryder as the illusion created by the Eljunari that could fight and seemed really enough, but weren't quite real enough. But because they were illusions, could not be harmed like a normal living thing. Which is why Zoe needed to end the spell. Hope that makes sense. As always, please review. Your comments inspire me, and your ideas help me come up with new paths for this story which make it more engaging. Thank you to all of you who have left a review, followed, or favorite, or even just read this story. Review replies. Nymthuriel. No, I didn't get the idea from the Aragon movie. I actually haven't watched it after being told it wasn't a very good retelling. I am sure that Murtagh/Thorn will get some fighting in before the end. I will give you a hint. Remember Aragon's journey back to do Weldenvarden. Maybe Murtagh will go with him to give Thorn a chance to grow a little before being asked to fight. As for the trial of the long knives and the lack of Elva, I am working it out as I go. I will figure something out when I get there. Haha, I actually hadn't thought of that pairing. You are giving me ideas. Big thank you and happy reading. Elemental Dragon Slayer. Got to keep you guys on your toes after all. I don't think it was that epic, but it does get some balls rolling. Thank you and hope you enjoy this chapter. Chris. Oh, that sounds far too familiar. Moms in general, I think. Haha, I am glad I surprised you. Hope you enjoy this chapter, and I hope that all this going awesome for you. Mavam. Thank you for the review. I am glad you enjoyed the fight scene. I find them suo hard to write with any kind of originality. I will confess, I read some other books that had battles in them for inspiration. Shifter off the Duck. Hope you enjoy this chapter. General the Diinctiton. Hope you enjoy this chapter and that all your read is going well for you. 62. Not the end. Roran walked towards the camp looking, searching. Where was he? Where was the person that had haunted his thoughts for such a long time and had made him feel so conflicted? Roran thought of the brief connection between them, the sight of him dressed so finely and looking so different than the person he had once been, and it sent a shiver through him. For a moment, Roran wondered if he would be able to find him amongst so many strange faces. Soldiers, both human, dwarf, and Urgle, passed by him in dented, blood-stained armor. They ignored him, their faces haunted and dead-tired. But he would be able to. For one thing, his cousin now had a giant blue dragon, and for the second, he was the Varden's hero. No doubt wherever he walked people would recognize him, speak to him, and call his name. Among these grim-faced warriors, he felt strange and out of place in his clothes without even a single piece of armor. They had battle-ready swords, spears, bows, and axes, but he had just a hammer that he had picked off a shelf in a small, isolated village. True, he had fought that day, but he was neither a soldier nor even a warrior. So he hurried by them. The ground was hard underneath his boots, not land for farming or living at all forsaken land. There were many other things he should be doing, such as assisting the villagers with their newly assigned tents or ensuring that they had all settled in. Many other things than searching the faces of those he passed for the cousin he was not sure he even wanted to see. What would he even say when he did find him? He wanted to punch him, but then hug him. He wanted to tell him to leave them all behind from him to the villagers alone, but at the same time wanted to drag him over to them so they could speak. But still he searched. Still he looked and remembered, as he did so, the epic battle between the grey dragon and the blue dragon, which had then vanished from his sight when the dragons had dived behind a stony plateau. Was Eragon even now captured and on his way to the king? Was he dead, and all that needed to be said between them now never to be said at all? The thought was almost unbearable. The words were so desperate to get out. The young man groaned and cast a searching glance around him. He had finally reached the edge of the Varden's encampment, and then, quite suddenly, he saw the very person he had been looking for appear. The bright blue scales of the dragon in its war-tarnished armor, along with the rider, were slowly approaching. Walking beside them was two other figures, one a man and the other, to Roran's surprise, a woman. All of them were dressed in fine armor and carried weapons of exceptional craft. Eragon had clearly seen him, for the small group angled over towards him, and Roran froze where he stood. The differences in the Eragon he now saw and the Eragon he remembered were even more apparent now that Roran saw him face to face. This rider, while weary and wounded, walked with an air of quiet command and assurance. His gaze was steady as he met Roran's, and there was no trace of the overeager, earnest and impulsive cousin who had spent more time daydreaming than actually looking at the world. No, this Eragon was close-tongued and used to games of power where actions and words could tip the balance to one side or the other. Roran felt a spark of anger. It was sudden, and it made him clench his jaw even though it had burned long and fiercely since the day he had received news of Garrow's death and Eragon's sudden, unexplained departure. While his cousin had been running around with a dragon, he had mourned his father, fought for his village, and forced them to follow him. The young man did not have eyes for the dragon, the handsome dark man, or the sharp-eyed woman, but for the cousin who hadn't seen fit to tell his cousin, his brother, the truth. They came to a stop before each other, and Eragon just looked at him, and Roran could not stop himself. No words could come out of his mouth, and he was so angry, so hurt, and so he did not even know. So he raised his fist and punched his cousin on the chin. It was the only thing he could do. Eragon rolled away from the blow, and then, as Roran glared at him, he shrugged his shoulders. I deserved that. Deserved it. Roran was not sure what his cousin deserved. Nothing could replace what had been lost or repay the debts that Roran felt he was owed. Forcing himself to speak even though he felt even more out of place with his gruff words when compared to his cousin's smooth syllables. You did. We have to talk. Now. What did he expect? Next week. Roran needed this conversation, wanted to make sure that Eragon understood every single consequence that his actions had had for Carvajal. Yes, snapped Roran. I need your help. A new voice, calm and lyrical, suddenly came from behind Iragan. We must see Naswada and Brahm, Iragan. Roran's eyes flickered to the young woman and took in her blood-streaked, but fair face with grey-blue eyes that radiated cool calm even in the face of Roran's scowl. She looked at him with understanding, but also an air of urgency. As much as you both need to speak, she continued, we all have a responsibility to explain certain events. Her voice was firm and clear. There was no arguing with that voice or that quiet stare, just as there was no arguing with Iragan's calm tone or the dark gaze of the young man. The dragon just gazed at Roran with those inscrutable giant eyes. Iragan turned and looked at the young woman. You are right, Zoe. I have not forgotten my duty. His cousin now spoke of duty like an old friend, as if the duty he had to the entirety of Alagaesia was something he had grown used to. Another difference, another peg that further separated Roran from Iragan and made him feel as if he had been forgotten. Did the ties of family matter at all? The sooner, said the man, we get it over with, the sooner you and your cousin can speak. The dark eyes of the speaker looked at Roran. They were hooded eyes, and the man's face, while young, bore a kind of shadow that made him seem far older. Why doesn't Roran accompany us? Queried the young woman with a quick glance at Roran. Iragan glanced back at Roran with a silent question in his eyes. Roran didn't hesitate, but nodded and said, I'll come. He settled into step beside his cousin, the two strangers, and the dragon as they traversed the pockmarked land. Glancing up at the giant blue bulk of the armored dragon, Roran asked, This is Saphira, right? Jowd said that was her name. Yes, replied Iragan. Then, suddenly, he said in a low voice, I missed you. Roran couldn't stop his single faltering footstep, and he didn't trust his voice to reply. He just looked down at the ground and avoided looking at the strange new person who had replaced his cousin. He had missed him. It was because of Iragan that Roran had become the unofficial leader of Carvahall, then defended his home and killed men, and lost Katrina. Katrina! What a painful wound through his heart. It would take time before Roran could decide if he had missed Iragan or just missed the opportunity to tell him how big a mess he had created. Saphira lowered her head so she could stare at him with one glittering eye. The gaze was hard and demanding. She seemed to be searching him, looking beyond the surface and into his heart. It made him feel very small. When a grumbling voice with a definite feminine lilt echoed through his mind, he could not stop his small cry of surprise. I have always wanted to meet Iragan's nestmate. You speak, demanded Roran. The two mostly silent companions, as well as Iragan, seemed to find his words terribly amusing, as did Saphira. Her blue side still shaking with rumbling laughter and flames flickering in her nostrils, Saphira addressed him directly. What? Did you think I was as mute as a rock lizard? Roran blinked. He tried to ignore the wide smiles on the faces of Iragan and the two battle-wearied warriors. Floundering to find words that would repair any insult he had caused, he said hurriedly, I beg your pardon. I didn't know that dragons were so intelligent. A grim smile twisted his lips. First Razak and magicians, now dwarves, riders, and talking dragons. It seems the whole world has gone mad. It does seem that way. Iragan glanced at the young woman and asked her, Doesn't it, Murtagh, Zoe? It does, said the young man who seemed to be called Murtagh. I will not voice my opinion on that subject, said Zoe with a small smile. Voicing a question and doing his best to contain his emotions, Roran asked his cousin, I saw you fight that other rider. Did you wound him? Is that why he fled? Wait, you'll hear. The young woman, Zoe, let out a snort, and she glanced quickly at Murtagh in a confusing sort of silent exchange, seemed to speak volumes on some unknown subject. When they reached the pavilion that Iragan seemed to be searching for, he swept back the flap and ducked inside, followed by Roran, Murtagh, Zoe, and Saphira, who pushed her head and neck in after them. Roran stayed close to his cousin as he looked around the interior of the tent. In the center of the tent, a dark-skinned lady, who must be Lady Naswada, sat on the edge of the table, letting a maid remove her twisted armor while she carried on a heated discussion with an elf. The elf was covered in battle grime, and she appeared to be just as weary as everyone else, but she was still fairer than any Roran had ever seen before. She seemed to release a faint ethereal glow, and each of her actions was both smoother and far more graceful than any Roran had seen before. No, he wondered. He was really seeing an elf, and he was really standing beside a rider and dragon. standing a few feet away looking a great deal tidier and less weary than everyone else was. Brahm. It had to be Brahm. The old storyteller bore no resemblance to the man that Roran remembered, for this Brahm wore a sword at his side, as if it was an old friend. His clothes were of fine make, and his face looked a great deal less lined, as if he had shed some of his many years. This was the man who had once been a rider, the man that Jowd had spoken of, and who had been both a rebel leader and an assassin. Naswada stopped in the middle of her sentence as she spotted the new arrivals. Brahm let out a long exhalation of air, and some of the tension in his shoulders seemed to ease as he spotted them. The elf lady smiled, and her eyes never flickered away from Eragon, as if seeing him again was more important to her than anything else. Roran was forced backwards right then, for, suddenly running toward them, Naswada threw her arms around Eragon and cried, "Where were you? We thought you were dead, or worse." "Not quite." His cousin embraced the leader of the Varden as friends might. Roran could not help but wonder at it. "The candle still burns," murmured Arya. Stepping back, Naswada said, "We couldn't see what happened to you and Saphira after you landed on the plateau. When the red dragon left and you didn't appear, Arya tried to contact you but felt nothing, so we assumed," she trailed off. "We were just debating the best way to transport Duvranga Gata and an entire company of warriors across the river." "What have you, Zoe?" asked the young leader as she quickly embraced her. Turning to Murtagh, she also embraced him and asked again, "What happened to all of you?" "Too many things," murmured Zoe under her breath, and she looked to Brahm as if silently asking a question. "It is here with me," said the old man with a quick nod. Brahm turned his gaze onto Roran and said with a small smile, "It is good to see you, Roran. You seem to have found adventure." Eragon glanced towards the older man before saying, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to worry you. I was just so tired after the fight, I forgot to lower my barriers." Then, resting a hand on Roran's shoulder, Eragon brought Roran forward. "Naswada, I would like to introduce my cousin, Roran. Ajahad may have mentioned him to you before. Roran, Lady Naswada, leader of the Varden and my liege lord. And this is Arya Esvitkona, the elves' ambassador." Roran bowed to each of them in turn. With a brief wave in the direction of the two warriors who had walked with them, "This is Lady Zoe, the Varden and dwarves' ambassador. And this is Murtagh, who I count as both a brother and the dearest of friends. He is the Varden's master of spies currently." "It is an honor to meet Eragon's cousin," said Naswada. "Indeed," added Arya. The elf's ancient eyes examined him with interest and not a little curiosity, as if she had heard stories of him, but wished to verify that the things she had heard were true. After they finished exchanging greetings, Eragon explained that the entire village of Carvahall had arrived on the Dragon Wing, and that Roran had also involved himself in the battle. Apparently, from what Eragon had gathered from observation, his cousin had played a rather important role in rallying the Varden's forces that had been pushed up against the river. Naswada lifted a dark eyebrow. "The Varden are in your debt, Roran, for your assistance this day. You helped us to win this battle." "I won't forget that. Our supplies are limited, but I will see that everyone on your ship is clothed and fed, and that your sick are treated." Roran bowed even lower. "Thank you, Lady Naswada." He knew enough manners to assist him through this situation, but the sooner he could escape, he thought, the better. In this tent of leaders, spies, ambassadors, and warriors, he felt out of place. "If I weren't so pressed for time, I would insist upon knowing how and why you and your village evaded Galbatorix's men, traveled to Serda, and then found us. Even just the bare facts of your trek make an extraordinary tale. I still intend to learn the specifics, especially since I suspect it concerns Eragon, but I must deal with other, more urgent matters at the moment." "Of course, Lady Naswada. You may go, then." "Please," said Eragon. "Let him stay. He should be here for this." Naswada gave him a quizzical look, and Roran felt himself start a little with surprise. Why would his cousin include him in what was clearly discussions of war? What kind of gesture was this? "Very well, if you want. But enough of this dawdling, Eragon. Jump to the meat of the matter and tell us about the rider." Eragon began with a quick history of the 3 remaining dragon eggs, one of which was now in their care. Then he proceeded to describe his and Saphira's fight with Grey Dragon and the rider, paying special attention to the fact that he was not real, but real enough that he could fight, unable to be defeated by normal means. How Galbatorix had merely wanted to wear the already injured and tired rider and dragon down so that they would be easily captured. But then, Eragon paused in his narration with a troubled expression on his face. He just vanished, as if the spell that had created him, or the person who had created the illusion, had been forced to end it. Zoe let out a small cough from where she was standing. That was because of me. The young lady did not seem to mind the many shocked and confused glances that flicked to her. Instead, she continued the story as if delivering a report to command, the words succinct, and they belied the actions they spoke of. She explained how she had been informed by some sort of presence that had assisted her before of the only way to prevent the capture of Eragon and Saphira. How, without thinking of the danger, she had slipped into the Empire's camp and ended the spell by closing the lid on a trunk. It was here that she stopped and gazed firmly at Brahm. What I found was very strange, and I hid them so that I could return with you. Whatever they are, be they spirits or something else, are more powerful than anything I have ever encountered. They should be treated with caution and the utmost secrecy. Word of them cannot go beyond this tent. I will go with you as soon as possible, said the man. I believe I know exactly what you speak of, and you are correct. Secrecy is crucial. Understood, everyone echoed, even Roran. Good, said Zoe, and she moved forward to gaze down at the table. Now what? A long silence filled the pavilion as everyone looked to Naswada. The young woman rubbed her temples. I fear what you have found, Zoe, and what you face today, Eragon, Saphira. A rider created through illusion is still such a dangerous foe as you found out today. She shook her head. I didn't think anything like this was possible. Thank you, Zoe, said Eragon as he looked towards the young woman. We wouldn't have escaped this day. Saphira let out a long growl of agreement. Zoe just nodded her head and smiled ever so slightly as she said, You know my answer to that. Our task is doubly hard now, said Brahm quietly. We may have held our own today, but the Empire still far outnumbers us, and now we must face the threat of this illusion. The matter of the dragon egg still in our care should be discussed. This is not something we should speak of now, broke in Murtagh. There is no point worrying of it now or trying to plan after all that has happened this day. The young man's voice echoed with command, and he was standing behind Zoe as if to protect her. Roran wondered who he was and what kind of past had shaped him into this forbidding, closed-tongued warrior spy. Naswada nodded. You are right, Murtagh. We cannot decide this when we are bloody and tired, and our minds are clouded from fighting. Go, rest, and we shall take this up again tomorrow. Brahm looked to Zoe and Murtagh and said, I can heal you if you like, Zoe, Murtagh. His eyes looked to Eragon and seemed to take in the bloody cuts, bruises, and other small scrapes that the rider had accumulated. You too, Eragon, Saphira. May I speak to Roran for a moment? Asked Zoe suddenly. The dark lady was leaning heavily against the table as if needed it to stay upright, but her gaze was still steady. Murtagh was hovering close to her side. Before anyone could respond, Roran found himself being firmly gripped on his upper arm by a surprisingly strong hand and guided outside to a place a few feet away from the others. The plains had completely surrendered into darkness, but the Varden was still a hub of activity as wounds were cared for, dying comforted, and others preparing for a well-deserved night's sleep. The young man from Carvahall found himself trapped in Zoe's endless grey-blue gaze as she regarded him. My lady, said Roran awkwardly as he tried to ease the awkward silence between them. I think Jowd mentioned something of you traveling with Eragon. I suppose it was too much to hope my identity was completely hidden, said the young woman with a small sigh. But I already knew that would be impossible. Her gaze flicked over Roran again, as if sizing him up, categorizing him, and deciding on the level of danger he posed to her. I did travel with Eragon and Saphira, she continued. Your cousin spoke often of you and his uncle. I know leaving like he did was the hardest thing he had ever done. He could have said something, said Roran coldly. He could have told us about Saphira or done something about her. He could have removed Saphira, whispered another part of him. Why did he have to keep her, raise her, and then go to war for her? Perhaps, she said calmly, even in the face of his anger and grief. But what would that have changed in the end? Soldiers would still have come, your village would still have faced the wrath of the king, and you might not have been able to escape. Besides, riders and dragons are bound even more tightly than you are bound to the girl you have risked so much for. I believe her name is Katrina." Her eyes knowingly pierced his, and in their bluish depths he saw how she demanded him to face the truth, to see how things had been forced to work out and why. "Could you kill Katrina? Could you do that?" Roran stared at the lady before him and found his jaw working in a mix of sudden fear and anger. How did she know so much about him? "How?" he began, but Zoe cut him off. It was clear she had done something like this before. "I asked to speak for you because I know you will ask Iragan to explain the events of the past few months, and I want you to be open to his words." The young woman's grip on his upper arm did not loosen. "You have made difficult choices these past weeks, Roran of Carvahall, but so has your cousin. Listen to him." For a few long moments, Roran just stared into her face. She looked fragile to him with her fine bones, slender build, and elegant manners, but she was clearly not delicate. There was a force that gaze, a tightness to that grip, and a way of carrying herself that made her appear both taller and stronger. She attracted attention and demanded answers in a way that Roran had never encountered before. "I will," he floundered for a moment and then continued. "I will do my best. That is all I ask," she said with a faint smile that seemed to say, "Try your hardest, and don't be an idiot or you will answer to me." With that, she released his arm and walked back to the tent where she vanished in a swirl of the flap. But Roran would be hard-pressed to forget those deep eyes piercing his, or the way she spoke so casually of her role in the battle. He suddenly felt as if he had entered a world of illusions, where a seemingly young, fair woman could be a dangerous warrior and commander, where a dark-eyed stranger could be a spy, and a storyteller could be a rebellion leader. It was a world where a boy could turn, in the space of a few short months, into a thing of legend with access to great power, and who wielded it as if he had been born to it, where that very boy, once fondly called a dreamer, could be close friends with an elf. Nothing could be based on first impressions anymore, and the ground he walked was suddenly unsure beneath his feet. In this world of stories come to life where honor, valor, courage, loyalty, and freedom could be found aplenty, he now stood. And that made him wonder what he was. Was he a farmer who was really a leader? Could he to be an illusion now too? Could the things he had experienced have given him a mask that concealed what he had turned into during the past few months of trials? Standing a few feet away from the tent, where his cousin was even now playing his role as last of the riders, he suddenly realized just how far he had come. Struggling through the grief of his father's death, protecting the village, losing Katrina, stealing a ship, and fighting for his village's survival against both the king and nature had changed him. Had he entered this world? It seemed he had. Iragan did not bother asking Zoe what sort of grilling she had given his cousin. When he left the tent, he was relieved to see that Roran was still alive and looking remarkably collected considering what Iragan had just asked of him. The young rider remembered all too well his first introduction to the world that Iragan now moved through with ease. There were many things Iragan needed to attend to the following morning. He, Zoe, and Arya would be welcomed additions to the healing tents as well as assist in the moving of the Varden across the river and away from the blood-soaked, body-strewn battlefield. Then there was the matter of the trunk and its strange contents that Zoe had locked away once more. Following that they needed to do something about the battle plans for the future as well as the dragon egg and the promise Iragan had made to return to Oramis for his final stint of instruction. There would be little rest for him in the coming days and weeks. "Naswada wasn't what I expected," said his cousin as they moved through the tents. Saphira walked behind them, her massive blue bulk making everyone who wished to slip past her press against the tents. That forced a tired chuckle out of Iragan. "The one you were expecting was her father, Ajahad. Still, she's as good a leader as he was, if not better. Her skin, is it dyed?" "No, that's the way she is." He felt himself inwardly smile at his cousin's question. Roran, for all the traveling he had done recently, still clung to traces of the sheltered valley life. Just then, Iragan felt jowed, horsed, and a score of other men from Carvahall hurrying toward them. The feeling of them suddenly made Iragan tense, and he had to force his mind to stop worrying. They would treat him as they would, but he would be a fool to think his new rank and appearance would not change things. The villagers slowed as they rounded a tent and glimpsed Saphira. He didn't wait for them to do anything. It was something Zoe had taught him to do in such situations, and he was desperate for anything that would help the tone. So, with a warm smile, he stepped forward. In a warm voice, he cried out, "Horst!" Careful not to grip too tightly, he grasped the smith in a bear hug. "It's good to see you again." Horst gaped at Eragon, then a delighted grin spread across his face. "Blast if it isn't good to see you as well, Eragon. You've filled out since you left." The smith's eyes took in his new features, the finely made armor, and the new presence that the man who had once been a boy with too many questions now bore with ease. His eyes sparkled with open awe as they flicked to the giant blue dragon that stood behind Eragon. It was clear that the smith did not know how to act in the presence of such legends, but Eragon did not give him a chance to linger on them. "You mean since I ran away?" Meeting the villagers was a strange experience for Eragon. Hardship had altered some of the men so much, he barely recognized them, and they treated him differently than before, with a mixture of awe and reverence. It reminded him of a dream where everything familiar is rendered alien. He was disconcerted by how out of place he felt among them. Suddenly, he was reminded by how far he had come, and he remembered how Zoe had warned him of this. There is no going back. You have left the person that they knew behind. Accept it and move on. When Eragon came to Jowd, he paused. "Bram will be glad to see you, and I will be glad to see him." The man smiled widely, and Eragon nodded. "As soon as I can, we will sit down together and have a long talk." Then Jowd moved on to Saphira and bowed to her. "I am indeed lucky to meet you, Saphira Brightscales. I have always wished to meet you." Bending her neck, Saphira touched Jowd on the brow. He shivered at the contact. "Give him my thanks for helping to rescue me from Galbatorix. Otherwise, I would still be languishing in the king's treasury. He was Bram's friend, and so he is our friend." After Eragon repeated her words, Jowd said, "Atra Esterni ono Thelduin, Saphira Bjartskila," surprising them with his knowledge of the ancient language. "Where did you go?" Horst asked Roran. "We looked high and low for you after you took off into the battle." "Never mind that now. Return to the others and tell them that we have been accepted into the Varden. They will give us food and shelter." The men smiled widely, departed, though they couldn't resist taking one more look at the dragon and the boy they all knew, but was nothing like the person they remembered. Eragon watched the exchange with interest. "They trust you. Even Horst obeys you without question. Do you speak for all of Carvahall now?" "I do." Eragon studied his cousin for a silent moment. He found it interesting to see how his cousin had grown and changed in the months since he had last seen him. It appeared that he, Eragon, hadn't been the only one learning how to command. Heavy darkness was advancing upon the burning plains by the time they found the small two-man tent the Varden had assigned Eragon. Since Saphira could not fit her head through the opening, she curled up on the ground beside and prepared to keep watch. "Bram will be here soon to see to our wounds," remembered Eragon. "I also need to remove your armor." His father had been most definite about that, and most likely wanted to make sure that Eragon had not left anything out of his retelling of the fight with the Shadow Rider. The idea of speaking to his father, while appealing and important, was not nearly as vital as speaking to Roran. Hopefully, Bram could wait a while and tend to Zoe and Murtagh before coming to him and Saphira. He didn't want the older man barging in during this conversation. "I know. Don't stay up too late talking." "What should I say to him?" "The truth," said Saphira gently, "only the truth." Inside the tent, Eragon found an oil lantern that he lit with steel and flint. He could see perfectly well without it, but Roran needed the light. He could also have cast a small spell and created a wear light, but that would not have done anything to further warm relations with his cousin. It would be best to keep things simple and as free from magic as possible, decided Eragon as he quickly shucked his armor off and piled it neatly on a folding bench before rooting around in his bags for something to eat. At last, after downing a little of the supplies he had left over from their journey from Elismera and feeling a little more alive, Eragon dropped to the ground and stared at his cousin. They sat opposite each other, and neither seemed to be able to find the words they needed to describe their feelings. Eragon was uncertain how to begin, so he remained silent and stared at the lamp's dancing flame. Neither of them moved. After uncounted minutes, Roran said, "Tell me how my father died." "Garrow," said Eragon, and then he fell silent as he thought back to those days, simpler days. "It is a long story. Tell it." "You don't understand," said Eragon calmly, but carefully. It involves more than just you and me and Garrow. It involves many lives and many choices. If I tell it you, then you must promise me not to speak of it to anyone without my permission." He hated asking such a thing from his cousin, but he had to. Zoe was involved, and Murtagh too many secrets and intertwining paths made it up. It was not his story anymore. It was others too, and he could not tell their stories without ensuring that they would be protected. Many stories. His own story was part of so many other stories. Roran glared at him for a moment before saying, "I promise on my life." So he began. Eragon had recounted the story upon several occasions, but this time he was more open than ever before. Instead of just listing the events, he described what he had thought and felt ever since he had found Saphira's egg, trying to make Roran understand why he did what he did. He had explored many of these events before, however, with Zoe and Saphira. That had helped him order these events and feelings, put some distance between certain painful, griefs-filled moments. Yes, he hid certain things like Mutagh's parenthood. Instead, he told Roran that Murtagh had been raised as the king's ward, but not because his father was Morzan. Zoe was from another world, but he did not tell Roran about her purpose here or the stakes resting on this war. So he did hide things, too many things, but he could not help it. He had never been so anxious before. He hadn't felt so desperate for someone to understand and trust him than he did right then. He knew, deep down, that he really didn't deserve Roran's forgiveness or trust. "I was wrong to hide Saphira from the rest of the family," Eragon concluded, "but I was afraid you might insist on killing her, and I didn't realize how much danger she put us in. After Garrow died, I decided to leave in order to track down the Razak, as well as to avoid putting Carvajal in any more danger." A humorless laugh escaped him. "It didn't work, but if I had remained, the soldiers would have come far sooner. And then who knows? Galbatorix might have even visited Palancar Valley himself. I may be the reason Garrow died, but that was never my intention, nor that you and everyone else in Carvajal should suffer because of my choices." He gestured helplessly. "I did the best I could, Roran. And the rest of it, Brahm being a rider, Zoe being from another world, Murtagh saving your life, rescuing Arya at Gilead, and killing a shade at the dwarves' capital, all that happened." "Yes," said Eragon simply, "and much more." As quickly as he could, Eragon summarized what had taken place since he and Saphira set forth with Brahm, including their sojourn to Elis Mera and his own transformation during the Agidi Blurdran. How Zoe had saved a dragon egg, and how he had discovered about the Varden's plight. Leaning forward, Roran rested his elbows on his knees, clasped his hands, and gazed at the dirt between them. It was impossible for Eragon to read his emotions without reaching into his consciousness, which he refused to do, knowing it would be a terrible mistake to invade Roran's privacy. Roran was silent for so long, Eragon began to wonder if he would ever respond. But Eragon could comfort himself with one thing. He had told the truth, all of it. The story didn't have an ending yet. For that he was strangely sorry, and at the same time glad. If it had an ending, then it would have been one where he and Roran did not see themselves as brothers like they had been before all of it. It was a good start. What he had been able to tell reflected the writer. Perhaps someone in the future would enjoy it. Maybe, hoped Eragon, they would even think the ending was worthy of a fairy tale, because it was a victorious, beautiful ending, where the evil was vanquished, love found, and peace spreading out like a gentle wave over once war-torn land. Roran suddenly interrupted that flow of thought. "You have made mistakes, but they are no greater than my own." His cousin seemed to be struggling with the words, fighting to get them out as if he had wanted to say them for so long that he had forgotten how they sounded when spoken. "Garrow died because you kept Saphira secret. Many more have died because I refused to give myself up to the Empire. We are equally guilty." He looked up and then slowly extended his right hand. "Brother." "Brother," said Eragon. It sounded so right and seemed to relieve a little of the crushing pressure from Eragon's shoulders. What more could he ask for? Nothing. He was a brother to Roran again, and that was a gift greater than any material one. He gripped Roran's forearm, and they pulled each other into a rough embrace, though Eragon had to be careful of numerous injuries that littered his body and ached when he moved. When they separated, Eragon had to wipe his eyes with the heel of his hand. This bridge, once thought to have been burned away long ago, seemed to have been rebuilt. Eragon was not sure he wished to test the strength of it, but at least it was there. At least he had Roran back again. Would this story, despite everything, have an ending that would make someone satisfied? Galbatorix should surrender now that we're together again, he joked tiredly. Who can stand against the two of us? He lowered himself back onto the bedding. Now you tell me, how did you end up here? All happiness vanished from Roran's face. He began to speak in a low monotone, and Eragon listened with growing amazement as he wove an epic of attacks, sieges, and betrayal, of leaving Carvahall, crossing the Spine, and raising the Darks of Tem, of sailing through a monstrous whirlpool, of how he lost Katrina, and how that had helped him find the strength to fight on. He spoke of those who hadn't made it, of enemies he had created and debts both of blood and gratitude that he owed now. When at last he finished, Eragon chose his words with care. You are a greater man than I, Roran of Carvahall. I couldn't have done half those things. Meeting his cousin's gaze, he continued, I can fight, but it takes a special person to convince people to leave their homes and search for freedom. Take comfort in that and the many things you have triumphed over. I had no choice, said Roran, and suddenly Eragon felt like the older one. Suddenly he felt like the one in charge, and the one with all the experience. It was strange, but he ignored it as Roran continued. When they took Katrina, Roran's voice broke. I could either give up or die, but I could try to escape Galbatorix's trap, no matter the cost. He fixed his burning eyes on Eragon. I have lied and burned and slaughtered to get here. We have all fought, said Eragon evenly, as he tried to help Roran see past the darkness of the past few months. You are not alone in that. There were some things Eragon wished his cousin would learn. Lessons in controlling emotions, for, the rider quickly deduced from his cousin's tale, Roran relied on them too much. Neither did Eragon want his cousin to continue carrying the terrible burdens of guilt as if no one else in the world could possibly understand or relieve them. His cousin shook his head. I no longer have to worry about protecting everyone from Carvahall. The Varden will see to that. Now I have only one goal in life, to find and rescue Katrina if she's not already dead. Will you help me, Eragon? For a long moment Eragon considered his cousin, and the ferocity with which he spoke reaching towards his saddlebags piled neatly where the Varden had deposited them. He removed a wooden bowl and the silver flask of enchanted Failnerve Oramis had given him. He took a small sip of the liqueur to revitalize himself and gasped as it raced down his throat, making his nerves tingle with cold fire. Then, with a small wave of his hand, he filled the bowl with clear water that reflected the tent and his face with perfect clarity. Watch. Gathering up his burst of new energy, Eragon said, Droma Copa. The liqueur shimmered and turned black. After a few seconds, a thin key of light appeared in the center of the bowl, revealing Katrina. She lay slumped against stone wall. Manacles bound her wrists to a deeply sunken ring in the stony floor. Her face was pale and thin. She looked worn and her eyes were closed, though, suspected Eragon, not in pain, but in weariness and despair. She did not appear injured, but who knew how long that would remain true? Roran leaned towards the bowl and reached out one tentative hand, as if trying to touch the image of his beloved, even as Eragon let the magic go. His face was softer. His eyes glowed with a soft kind of love, and not the passionate ferocity that now seemed to glint in them permanently. So what did Eragon do? Did he do as he so desperately wanted to do and go with Roran, who would go with or without him? Or did he do what duty and responsibility to the Varden dictated and remain close to his allies? What do you think, Saphira? I do not think you have a choice, little one. Part of me wishes to go and avenge ourselves against the Razak. We would be eliminating them as enemies as well, but part of me knows that neither Naswada nor Brahm will like it. You are right, said Eragon, and he glanced once more at his cousin, who seemed lost in the lingering memory of the image. But I cannot bear to lose him either to death or because I refuse to go. You cannot always help him, cautioned Saphira gently. We have duties to others too. Zoe spoke of this, the fine line between family and duty to others. But I can do this, he said, and it serves a larger purpose too. I do not doubt it, she said quickly. I merely think we should know all the implications. I think it will be a fine adventure, and I would be glad to sink my teeth into those foul creatures. Eragon gently rested a hand on his cousin's shoulder and said quietly as Roran looked up, I will go with you. The words echoed through the small interior of the tent. I will help you rescue Katrina and avenge Garrow. This I promise. Yes, decided the rider, and Roran smiled widely and embraced him tightly with no regard to his cousin's battered state. Yes, he thought as a small smile broke across his own face, this story wasn't finished yet. Many chapters still lay before him, but he would let them wait for a little while longer. But he would tell the truth. No one would ever be able to doubt that everything that had happened had occurred as he told it. The death, the pain, the grief, and the moments of lightness, courage, honor, and freedom would be there too. He would tell the truth, all of it, and those who could would decide if the ending was happy or sad, if it was a victorious one or a tragic one. But at least he would tell it. He would make sure he had a chance to tell it. In a place beyond time, in an isolated chamber buried deep beneath an abandoned city, the being watched. It, like the others around him, never forgot things. They never forgot that time was still passing around them and that things needed to happen. Had it been able to smile, it would have. It would have been a ferocious smile. It would have been the smile of a hunter as it closed in on an inspecting prey. They had sworn to wreak terrible vengeance on Galbatorix, whom they blamed for the death of thousands of their kin, the destruction of their world, and the peace in which it had prospered. He, like the others, could see things without looking. They noticed things. Floating over a smouldering field of battle, they felt gossamer traces of extraordinary and ancient powers. Soaring across a river running with blood, where the air was heavy with smoke, and the ground churned to mud by a host of short-lived mortals. Their presence went unnoticed as they floated on the currents and eddies in the air, too faint to be noticed, waiting, waiting, waiting. And because they could wait, because they did not know the meaning of time, they were endlessly patient. I am so happy to be done eldest. I want to throw a victory party. The second book with its awkward, cringeworthy moments is now over with. I can't quite believe how far this story has come, and it is really due to you guys. We are at the halfway point, and with some luck, I hope to get to the end. Keep reading, and please, don't be shy about offering me advice, criticism, or sharing your wildest ideas about where this story could head. Who knows where it might go? Review replies. Selena Moonlighty. I heard that, so I just decided I didn't need to see it. Hope you enjoyed this chapter and thank you. Live laugh play music. Haha, they do. Thank you for the review and I hope you enjoy this chapter. Spoiler. He will not be happy, I can you that. I am not sure what other tricks he has up his sleeve. Definitely going to be thinking hard on that one, especially as I get into the last two books. So glad you enjoyed this chapter and thank you for all your comments. Happy reading. Nymphurial. I am glad the narration explanation made sense. I am not sure if that pair will return. Thank you for raising that point. The only issue is what will happen if they do have to siege the city and what twist that might have because of potentially lost lives act. I will have to think on it. Haha, I love that conversation. I can see them now. Thank you for the review, and as for pairings, I never intended to write a romance, but I seem to be doing it right now. So you never know about that pair. Thank you again, Peaky Cupcake. Oh, but plot diverging is so fun and part of the point of this story, even if it makes Zoe a bit nervous. Thank you for the reviews. General the Diington, so glad you enjoyed it. Hope you like this one too. 63. The road goes on. You again. This story is just dragging on and on and on and on, isn't it? I wouldn't blame you if you did stop reading. I might be a little disappointed, but really I can't ask the world. Of you now, can I? If I was in your positions, I probably would have just skipped ahead and asked all the important questions such as, did they win? What happens to Aragon and Saphira? Do Zoe and Murtagh get to be together? What about that red egg? But most important, is it a happy ending? Is it an ending you can be satisfied with? Let me tell you this. Endings are rarely satisfying or happy. There is my warning. You may very well hate me for the ending or go and rewrite it over and over again until you have something that you enjoy. Will you, feverishly trying to find a place that you could fix and then fix everything, go back and read the rest? Looking at all the intricate little plot details fate has woven in just to keep you reading, and with impatient frustration, will you listen to my never-ending commentary as you try and solve all the mistakes that were made, the lives that were lost, and unfairness of that ending? Will you throw another character in, add a love triangle, or just kill the king yourself because you are so sick of it being done wrong? Because, as you say in your best attempt at sounding serious and professional, It's unfair that you, the most important piece of this entire equation, have to read this kind of ending. It feels as if we are at a crossroads. We have come so far, and yet this is really the beginning. So much needed to be dealt with, and so many people needed to come into play. You must think that I have something to share with you now besides all these grim words and talk of endings. Oh, please. You say with clapping hands, is the egg about to hatch? Number hate to burst your bubble, my friend. So sorry. You have to wait a little longer for that, but I promise that will happen soon. I haven't had time to present it to him yet because we have been running, literally, and there really was never a proper moment, what with Iragan flitting off and Brahm being in such a foul mood about it all. Or with that chest making everyone so uncomfortable because Brahm wouldn't say anything about it, and the thing is heavy especially when you have to cart the blasted thing across a battlefield. Then there is the men who seem to know who I am wherever I go and say my name like I am their leader when, in truth, I am not. All I did was call them back to fight when they thought all strength had been spent. Any idiot could have done the same thing. So there. You will have to be patient, and so will I because, after all, I am just as eager to see this little red dragon take flight and carry his rider into the sky like a glorious remnant of legends long forgot. I am hoping the red dragon will be there for one person, one very special person, who will probably end up with a broken heart because of me. Let's not talk about my heart. And it will happen soon. I can feel it, and as soon as is possible, I will make sure that it happens, and never fear, I'll make sure you are there too. But until then, you have other business to attend to. Your dance card is rather full, my friend, and I promise that it will be exciting enough to keep you going until we reach the next plot twist, the next crossroads, or the next cliff into oblivion. Come now, it won't be so bad. I promise that it will be soon. So soon that you will barely have reached the end of one part before I whisk you away into another. Stay safe and keep your chin up. It isn't flattering to look like some nobody that is ignored by everyone. You are somebody now, and you are my friend. We make quite a team. It's awesome. He was one of last free riders and bonded to a shining sapphire dragon that was a glorious example of the beauty and majesty of her nearly extinct race. He was a rebel leader, a shining emblem of hope to thousands, and trained to the highest of standards. When people thought of him, they thought of a warrior in shining mail, red sword held high, and riding a fire-breathing dragon who could not be stopped by any normal man. And what was he doing? Lying in the dirt. Iragan Shadeslayer was currently lying on his belly behind the edge of a sandy hill dotted with sparse blades of grass, thorn bushes, and small, rosebud-like cactuses. His sharp gaze focused on a dark tower of stone where two of his most vicious enemies made their base. Vengeance against this pair of murdering monsters had long hung over his head, and now he was ready to cast it off. Since his last disastrous visit to this place, nothing seemed to have changed. Everything was eerily similar, and this time he didn't have a companion more skilled than he was backing him up. This time he was the experienced one, and his cousin, hot-headed and bent upon this task, knew very little of just how much this expedition would take from the rider, both in energy but also ingenuity and time. The evening sun streaked the low hills with shadows long and narrow, and far in the west, illuminated the surface of Leona Lake so that the horizon became a rippling bar of gold. The water acted as a giant mirror, and the colors seemed brighter upon its surface, shining back up into the heavens. To his left, Iragan heard the steady breathing of his cousin, Roran, who was stretched out beside him. Breath. Another one. The sound too loud to Iragan's enhanced hearing, one of many such changes wrought by his experience during the Agidi Blurdran, the elves' blood oath celebration. Such changes, while he had slowly gotten used to them, still made him uncomfortable, almost uneasy in his body. At times he wished that the changes had never occurred, but he knew that, had they not, he would not be able to fight nor play the roles he had been able to assume. Still, there were times when it bothered him, like right then. He wished his cousin would breathe a little softer. Already they had watched the revolting religious practices of the priests of Helgrund, which involved blood sacrifices, drums, and a great deal of chanting in some foul language. Iragan had been utterly disgusted by it, and Roran had fared little better. Not for the last time, he wondered why such a practice occurred. When this war was over, he would make sure he ended the needless sacrifice of slaves, and he would close this brutal organization. It may ensure the Razak's loyalty to the king, but it would not continue if Aragon could help it. And he could help it because, even though he was currently lying in the dirt, he was still a rider. Yet he could not help but consider the question, why? Aragon had wondered if Drasleona's governor, Marcus Tabor, was somewhere in the crowd of priests, nobles, and slaves. The thought brought on by Murtagh's half-joking comment when he heard of Aragon's mission. Why don't you assassinate Tabor while you're at it? His half-brother had only been partly joking. As the Varden prepared to continue their campaign, Murtagh had returned his spy master duties, and there were certain assassinations that would prove helpful to their campaign if they could be done neatly and efficiently. Besides, Aragon was already throwing himself into the middle of their enemies. Why not do everything he possibly could to get killed? That had been Naswada, who had been beyond frustrated with him. The rider had never seen her look so frustrated with a person. Unfortunately, it was him, before. Only now, with the retinue safely gone, could the rider focus on the task at hand, finding out if the person who was the object of their mission was alive in Helgrind. Closing his eyes, Aragon slowly extended his consciousness outward, moving from the mind of one living thing to another, like tendrils of water seeping through sand. He touched teeming cities of insects frantically scurrying about their business, lizards and snakes hidden among warm rocks, diverse species of songbirds, and numerous small mammals. Insects and animals alike bustled with activity as they prepared for the fast-approaching night, whether by retreating to their various dens, or, in the case of those of a nocturnal bent, by yawning, stretching, and otherwise readying themselves to hunt and forage. Just as with his other senses, Aragon's ability to touch another being's thoughts diminished with distance. By the time his psychic probe arrived at the base of Helgrind, he could perceive only the largest of animals, and even those but faintly. He proceeded with caution, ready to withdraw at a second's notice if he happened to brush against the minds of their prey, the Razak and the Razak's parents and steeds, the gigantic Lethablaka. Aragon was willing to expose himself in this manner only because none of the Razak's breed could use magic, and he did not believe that they were mind-breakers. And though Aragon risked discovery by his ghostly investigation, he, Roran, and Saphira had to know if the Razak had imprisoned Katrina, Roran's betrothed, in Helgrind, for the answer would determine whether their mission was one of rescue or one of capture and interrogation. Then he could return to everyone who so anxiously awaited their return. He was already painfully aware that he had little time to spare for this mission, as much as it hurt him, and he had not informed Roran that, if Katrina was not here, he was not sure he could continue. Already, he pushed his luck dangerously far by being this deep in the Empire. Going farther in was out of the question and suicidal. Suicide had been another word Naswada had used frequently. Aragon searched long and hard. When he returned to himself, Roran was watching him with the expression of a starving wolf. His grey eyes burned with a mixture of anger, hope, and despair that was so great, it seemed as if his emotions might burst forth and incinerate everything in sight in a blaze of unimaginable intensity, melting the very rocks themselves. This Aragon understood even if he worried about it. Katrina's father, the butcher Sloane, had betrayed Roran to the Razak. When they failed to capture him, the Razak had instead seized Katrina from Roran's bedroom and spirited her away from Palancar Valley, leaving the inhabitants of Carvajal to be killed and enslaved by King Galbatorix's soldiers. If anything using Katrina had been the effective bait, it was meant to be to bring Roran back into the Empire. When Aragon had pointed that out to his cousin, Roran had been less than amused, and it had been lucky that they were flying on Saphira, and the flight was making his cousin, rather queasy otherwise. Aragon might just have been punched in the back of his head. The capture had also proved very effective in bringing Aragon and Saphira back into the Empire without an army behind them. No, Galbatorix had played that hand rather well. Unable to pursue Katrina, Roran had, just in time, convinced the villagers to abandon their homes and to follow him across the spine and then south along the coast of Alagaesia, where they joined forces with the rebel Varden. The hardships they endured as a result had been many and terrible. But circuitous as it was, that course had reunited Roran with Iragan, who knew the location of the Razak's den and had promised to help save Katrina if he could. There had been a great deal of emphasis these past days on the if. Roran had only succeeded, as he later explained, because the strength of his passion drove him to extremes that others feared and avoided, and thus allowed him to confound his enemies. Now Iragan had to ease his way a little. He loved Roran as a brother, and since Roran was to marry Katrina, Iragan had extended his definition of family to include her as well. He did not know Katrina well, but he knew how important she was to his cousin, and that was enough. Besides, his cousin stood no chance against the combined force of the Razak, and Iragan had no wish to lose his cousin to them, or to have Roran used against him by the king. Too much blood of their family had been spilt in this war, and the rider would not see more of it if he could help it. He had lost a mother, an uncle, and he would not lose his cousin. Then, of course, there was revenge. Though, as Iragan had come to realize, revenge really didn't motivate him any more like it once had. He didn't want revenge like Roran did, and his motives were much more on the side of removing the Razak gone before they could terrorize the Varden. Revenge was an emotion he had decided he no longer needed when it came to the Razak. Instead, he wanted cold, hard logic that would assist him in a fight, not the burning, blind, feverish anger that glowed within Roran. Revenge and anger could give you strength, but they could quickly blind you and make you that more easy to kill. No, he had decided long before this moment, revenge was not something he needed when it came to these creatures. I think I felt her, he said. It's hard to be certain, because we're so far from Helgrund and I've never touched her mind before, but I think she's in that forsaken peak, concealed somewhere near the very top. Is she sick? Is she injured? Blast it, Iragan, don't hide it from me. Have they hurt her? She's in no pain at the moment. Iragan refrained from mentioning, however, that he had detected a second person as well, one whose identity he suspected, and the presence of whom, if confirmed, troubled him greatly. What I didn't find was the Razak or the Lether blocker. Aside from Katrina and a few other dim specks of light, Helgrind is black. Paused and then continued as he tried to convey the feeling, blacker than the deepest night. Roran scowled, clenched his left fist, and glared at the mountain of rock, which was fading into the dusk as purple shadows enveloped it. In a low, flat voice, as if talking with himself, he said, "It doesn't matter whether you are right or wrong." "How so?" "We dare not attack tonight. Night is when the Razak are strongest, and if they are nearby, it would be stupid to fight them when we're at a disadvantage." Agreed. Iragan refrained from saying that had already been his plan. He did not want Roran to grow frustrated with him any more than he already was. Besides, saying that his cousin was a few moves behind him would do nothing to ingratiate Iragan with him. Roran was already struggling with the change in his cousin, who was now not only the experienced one, but the one people looked to. Roles had been reversed, and it would, thought Iragan, take time for those to settle in if they ever did. Yes. So we wait for the dawn. Roran gestured toward the slaves chained to the gory altar that had been left as sacrifices. If those poor wretches are gone by then, we know that the Razak are here, and we proceed as planned. If not, we curse our bad luck that they escaped us, free the slaves, rescue Katrina, and fly back to the Varden with her before Murtagh hunts us down. Either way, I doubt the Razak will leave Katrina unattended for long, not if Galbatorix wants her to survive, so he can use her as a tool against me. Iragan nodded. Once more, Roran had already outlined the basics of Iragan's own plan. The only difference was that Iragan's was far more detailed, merely because the rider knew the kind of magic and skill he would have to use to get them in and out of this mission in one piece. Roran, he thought, didn't quite know the levels to which Iragan was going to have to go to in this mission. By unspoken consent, Iragan and Roran crawled backward down from the crest of the low hill they were hiding behind. At the bottom, they rose into a half-crouch, then turned, and still doubled over, ran between two rows of hills. The shallow depression gradually deepened into a narrow, flood-carved gully lined with crumbling slabs of shale. Dodging the gnarled juniper trees that dotted the gully, Iragan glanced up, and through clumps of needles, saw the first constellations to adorn the velvet sky. They seemed cold and sharp, like bright shards of ice. The low mound of coals throbbed like the heart of some giant beast. Occasionally, A patch of gold sparks flared into existence and raced across the surface of the wood before vanishing into a white-hot crevice. The dying remnants of the fire Eragon and Roran had built cast a dim red light over the surrounding area, revealing a patch of rocky soil, a few pewter-grey bushes, the indistinct mass of a juniper tree farther off, then nothing. Eragon sat with his feet extended toward the nest of ruby embers, enjoying the warmth, and with his back propped against the knobby scales of Saphira's thick right foreleg. Opposite him, Roran was perched on the iron-hard, sun-bleached, wind-worn shell of an ancient tree trunk. Every time he moved, the trunk produced a bitter shriek that made Eragon want to claw at his ears. He was almost tempted to tell his cousin to get off the blasted thing, but he refrained. For the moment, quiet reigned within the hollow. Even the coals smoldered in silence. Roran had collected only long-dead branches devoid of moisture to eliminate any smoke that unfriendly eyes might spot. Everything in this place seemed dry and cooked by the sun that had finally sunk away. After a considerable gap in the conversation, Saphira yawned, exposing her rows of many fearsome teeth. Cruel and evil they may be, but I am impressed that the Razak can bewitch their prey into wanting to be eaten. They are great hunters to do that. Perhaps I shall attempt it someday, but not. Eragon felt compelled to add with people. Try it with sheep instead. People sheep. What difference is there to a dragon? Then she laughed deep in her long throat, a rolling rumble that reminded him of thunder. He rolled his eyes and leaned forward to take his weight off Saphira's sharp-edged scales. Unsheathing Zarok from his side, Eragon examined the ruby-red blade, which bore no sign of the battle it had endured a few weeks ago. He could not imagine taking up another, lesser sword after wielding one of Runan's creations. That night, he had fortified Roran's hammer with several spells that would prevent either piece from breaking, except under the most extreme stress. But Zarok needed nothing. Though he reflected, one day he might have to pass it over rider of the still unhatched red dragon egg. Part of him would miss it, and another would not. Unbidden, a series of memories overwhelmed Eragon. A sullen orange and crimson sky swirled around him as Saphira dove in pursuit of the grey dragon and his shadow-like rider. Wind howled past his ears. His fingers went numb from the jolt of sword striking sword as he dueled that same rider on the ground. Eragon blinked, disoriented as the noise and fury of battle faded and the pleasant aroma of juniper wood replaced the stench of blood. He ran his tongue over his upper teeth, trying to eradicate the taste of bile that filled his mouth. Eragon, said Saphira. He caught himself and nodded, grateful for her intervention. Eragon did his best not to brood on the past battle, but he couldn't stop himself from thinking. He was thinking the daring trek with Zoe and Brahm across the plains to retrieve the hidden chest from which the power to create the Shadow Rider had come from. They hadn't dared to open it, and even now, the chest was in Brahm's care until something could be done about it. The old storyteller had refused to explain anything to either he or Zoe about what was actually in the chest. He thought of the men killed and the magic he wove. There were many, too many, dark things to think of recently, and they filled his mind. Drawing and releasing a slow breath to clear his head, Eragon tried to force his mind back to the present, but he was only partially successful. 2 mornings after the massive battle on the burning plains, when the Varden were busy regrouping and preparing to march after the Empire's army, which had retreated several leagues up the Giant River, Eragon had gone to Naswada and Arya, explained Roran's predicament, and sought their permission to help his cousin. He did not succeed. Both women vehemently opposed what Naswada described as a harebrained scheme that will have catastrophic consequences for everyone in Alagaesia if it goes awry. Brahm had many other statements that had been no less vehement in their position. Only Zoe, Murtagh, had not involved himself, had not been actively against it. She had cautioned him to be efficient and return quickly, but not because of capture. The lady seemed to think that the hatching of the egg was not far off, and she wanted Eragon and Saphira to be there. Her quiet support had been rather comforting to the rider as he faced the wrath of an elf princess, a war leader and his own father. The debate raged on for so long. At last, Saphira had interrupted with a roar that shook the walls of the command tent. Then she said, "I am sore and tired, and Eragon is doing a poor job of explaining himself. We have better things to do than stand around yammering like jackdaws now." Good. Now listen to me. It was, reflected Iragan, difficult to argue with a dragon. The details of Saphira's remarks were complex, but the underlying structure of her presentation was straightforward. Saphira supported Iragan because she understood how much the proposed mission meant to him, while Iragan supported Roran because of love and family, and because he knew Roran would pursue Katrina with or without him, and his cousin would never be able to defeat the Razak by himself. Also, as long as the Empire held Katrina captive, Roran, and through him, Iragan, was vulnerable to manipulation by Galbatorix. If the usurper threatened to kill Katrina, Roran would have no choice but to submit to his demands. It would be best, then, to patch this breach in their defenses before their enemies took advantage of it. Also, she had argued, wouldn't it be best to remove the threat before the Varden had to deal with the Razak in open combat? As for the timing, it was perfect. Neither Galbatorix nor the Razak would expect a raid in the center of the Empire when the Varden were busy fighting Galbatorix's troops near the border of Serda. Naswada and Arya reluctantly agreed with Iragan that it was unlikely another Shadow Rider would be created, and if it was, it would probably be sent to the north to confront Queen Islanzadi and the army under her command once the elves made their first strike and revealed their presence. Saphira had then concluded with the statement. Said Saphira, "We are going anyways. It seems like a fine adventure." A faint smile touched Iragan's lips as he recalled the scene. The combined weight of Saphira's declaration and her impregnable logic had convinced Naswada and Arya to grant their approval, albeit grudgingly. Brahm had not been able to resign himself, and the man had barely been able to say farewell. He had been distinctly cold towards Roran, as if blaming him for Iragan's choice, which the rider had found unbelievably frustrating. He did not need Brahm making things more difficult between them. Afterward, Naswada had said, "We must trust your judgment in this, Iragan, Saphira. For your sake and ours, I hope this expedition goes well." Her tone left Iragan uncertain whether her words represented a heartfelt wish or a subtle threat. He was hoping for the heartfelt wish, but lessons in human nature and diplomacy had left him think it was more along the lines of a threat. Iragan had spent the rest of that day gathering supplies, cleaning his armor, studying maps of the Empire with Saphira, and casting what spells he felt were necessary, such as one to thwart attempts by Galbatorix or his minions to scry Roran. 3 days later, Iragan and Roran had climbed onto Saphira's back, and she had taken flight, rising above the orange clouds that stifled the burning plains and angling northeast. She flew non-stop until the sun had traversed the dome of the sky and extinguished itself behind the horizon, and then burst forth again with a glorious conflagration of reds and yellows. The first leg of their journey carried them toward the edge of the Empire, which few people they turned west toward Drasleona and Helgrind. From then on, they traveled at night to avoid notice by anyone in the many small villages scattered across the grasslands that lay between them and their destination. Everywhere they went, Iragan saw evidence of the war that was now afoot. Camps of soldiers, wagons full of supplies gathered into a bunch for the night, and lines of men with iron collars being led from their homes to fight on Galbatorix's behalf. The amount of resources deployed against them was daunting indeed. If nothing else, he would have the intelligence that Murtagh wanted from him about troop movements. Near the end of the second night, Helgrind had appeared in the distance, a mass of splintered columns, vague and ominous in the ashen light that precedes dawn. Saphira had landed in the hollow where they were now, and they had slept through most of the past day before beginning their reconnaissance. A fountain of amber motes billowed and swirled as Roran tossed a branch onto the disintegrating coals. He caught Iragan's look and shrugged. "Cold," he said. There was a sudden crack. The rider jumped, one hand automatically flying to his sword, before he realized that the sound was nothing more than the branch snapping in half. A sound eerily similar to that of someone stepping on a dry branch, and to the battle-hardened warrior, all he needed to set his nerves on fire. Iragan could not help but consider the speed with which he had reacted. "We wouldn't have jumped like that before," he thought, "because we didn't know any better." Before everything in his world had changed, the small noises had gone from harmless to potentially life-threatening. Roran must have been entertaining similar thoughts, for he said, "Do you see them?" "Who?" The men you've killed. Do you see them in your dreams? Sometimes. The pulsing glow from the coals lit Roran's face from below, forming thick shadows above his mouth and across his forehead, and giving his heavy, half-lidded eyes a baleful aspect. He spoke slowly, as if he found the words difficult. I never wanted to be a warrior. I dreamed of blood and glory when I was younger, as every boy does, but the land was what was important to me. That and our family. And now I have killed. I have killed, and you have killed even more. His gaze focused on some distant place only he could see. There were these two men in Nada. Did I tell you this before? He had, but Aragon shook his head and remained silent. He let his cousin talk, just as he had talked with others before when he had first killed, and learned the hard truth of it all. Roran, decided Aragon, needed to let go of a few of his heavy burdens. They were guards at the main gate. Two of them, and the man on the right, he had pure white hair. I remember because he couldn't have been more than 24, 25. They wore Galbatorix's sigil but spoke as if they were from Nada. They weren't professional soldiers. They were probably just men who had decided to help protect their homes from Urgles, pirates, brigands. We weren't going to lift a finger against them. I swear to you, Aragon, that was never part of our plan. I had no choice, though. They recognized me. I stabbed the white-haired man underneath his chin. It was like when father cut the throat of a pig, and then the other, I smashed open his skull. I can still feel his bones giving way. I remember every blow I've landed, from the soldiers in Carvajal to the ones on the burning plains. When I close my eyes, sometimes I can't sleep because the light from the fire we set in the darks of Term is so bright in my mind. I think I'm going mad then. Aragon tapped a finger against the hilt of his sword as he listened before. At last he said, I know. Every one of us knows of what you speak. Zoe, Bram, Murtagh, and I all know of it. I know what we do is right, but right doesn't mean easy. Because of who we are, the Varden expects Saphira and me to stand at the front of their army and to slaughter entire battalions of soldiers. We have. In an even softer voice he continued, but I choose to stand as I do with Saphira by my side. I stand with people like you and Murtagh. I am still Aragon, and you are still Roran. Turmoil accompanies every great change, said Saphira to both of them. And we have experienced more than our share, for we are agents of that very change. I am a dragon, and I do not regret the deaths of those who endanger us. Killing the guards in Nada may not be a deed worthy of celebration, but neither is it one to feel guilty about. You had to do it. When you must fight, Roran, does not the fierce joy of combat lend wings to your feet? Do you not know the pleasure of pitting yourself against a worthy opponent and the satisfaction of seeing the bodies of your enemies piled before you? Aragon, you have experienced this. Help me explain it to your cousin. Aragon stared at the coals. Saphira had stated a truth that he was reluctant to acknowledge, lest, by agreeing that one could enjoy violence, he would become a man he would despise. But Zoe had also spoken of it. She, a princess and ambassador, had spoken of how alive it made one feel to be dueling. He had come to see that that feeling was essential if he wanted to survive. It was who he was, who Zoe was. Murtagh and Arya had, as well many poets of the elves had tried to capture it in words on paper. Saphira is right, he said quietly. It is the unfortunate truth. He had come to see this, and done his best to balance who he was on the battlefield with who he was when he was alone with those he loved and cared for. His cousin did not seem to find any comfort in these words, however, and his face was dark. He didn't have Saphira, thought Aragon, to help him retreat into comfort and security. Roran needed Katrina to do that. New resolution filled the rider as he came to that conclusion. In a softer voice, Saphira said, Do not be angry. I did not intend to upset you, Roran. I forget sometimes that you are still unaccustomed to these emotions, while I have fought tooth and nail for survival since the day I hatched. Aragon has also learned these lessons long before you were ever exposed to them, and he had the support of Zoe, Murtagh, Arya, and Bram. Choosing to change the subject, Aragon looked down at his sword and spoke. We may have a problem tomorrow. What do you mean? Aragon directed his words towards Saphira as well. Remember how I said that we, Saphira and I, could easily handle the Razak? Aye, and so we can, said Saphira. Well, I was thinking about it while we spied on Helgrind, and I'm not so sure anymore. There are almost an infinite number of ways to do something with magic. For example, if I want to light a fire, I could light it with heat gathered from the air or the ground. I could create a flame out of pure energy. I could summon a bolt of lightning. I could concentrate a raft of sunbeams into a single point. I could use friction, and so forth. So, the problem is, even though I can devise numerous spells to perform this one action, blocking those spells might require but a single counterspell. If you prevent the action itself from taking place, then you don't have to tailor your counterspell to address the unique properties of each individual spell. I still don't understand what this has to do with tomorrow. His cousin was starting to look impatient and frustrated. Was I so impatient? Wondered Eragon. Did I need everything explained all at once? I suppose I did. No wonder Brahm was so desperate to teach me patience and silence. I do, said Saphira to both of them. She had immediately grasped the implications. It means that over the past century, Galbatorix may have placed wards around the Razak that will protect them against a whole range of spells. I probably won't be able to kill them with any of the words of death I was taught, nor any attacks that we can invent now or then. We may have to rely. Stop, exclaimed Roran. He gave a pained smile. Stop, please. My head hurts when you do that. Eragon paused with his mouth open. Until that moment, he had been unaware that he and Saphira were speaking in turn. The knowledge pleased him. It signified that they had achieved new heights of cooperation and were acting together as a single entity, which made them far more powerful than either would be on their own. This was what Oramis and Glida had been trying to teach them, and at last the lessons were finally being absorbed. He closed his mouth and chuckled. Sorry. What I'm worried about is this. If Galbatorix has had the foresight to take certain precautions, then force of arms may be the only means by which we can slay the Razak. If that's true, I'll just be in your way tomorrow. Nonsense. You may be slower than the Razak, but I have no doubt you'll give them cause to fear your weapon, Roran Stronghammer. The compliment seemed to please Roran and soothe some of his ruffled feathers. The greatest danger for you is that the Razak or the Lethablaca will manage to separate you from Saphira and me. The closer we stay together, the safer we'll all be. Saphira and I will try to keep the Razak and Lethablaca occupied, but some of them may slip past us. 4 against 2 are only good odds if you're among the 4. To Saphira, Eragon said, I don't know if I can beat 2 creatures that are quick as elves alone, and Roran, I am worried for him. You were the one who refused Arya's assistance, she reminded him. Zoe didn't even bother offering. Eragon reluctantly conceded the point. If my spells fail us, we will be far more vulnerable than I expected. Tomorrow could end very badly indeed. Continuing the strand of conversation he had been privy to, Roran said, This magic is a tricky business. The log he sat on gave a drawn-out groan as he rested his elbows on his knees. It is, Eragon agreed. The hardest part is trying to anticipate every possible spell. I spend most of my time asking how I should protect myself if I'm attacked like this, and would another magician expect me to do that? Could you make me as strong and fast as you are? Eragon considered the suggestion for several minutes before saying, I don't see how. The energy needed to do that would have to come from somewhere. Saphira and I could give it to you, but then we would lose as much speed or strength as you gained. Then can you teach me to use magic? When Eragon hesitated, Roran added, Not now, of course. We don't have the time, and I don't expect one can become a magician overnight anyway. But in general, why not? You and I are cousins. We share much the same blood, and it would be a valuable skill to have. I don't know how someone who's not a rider learns to use magic, confessed Eragon. It's not something I studied. Zoe would know, but she knows a different kind of magic than anything I have ever seen. Glancing around, he plucked a flat, round stone from the ground and tossed it to Roran, who caught it backhand. Here, try this. Concentrate on lifting the rock a foot or so into the air and say, Stena Risa. Stena Risa. Exactly. Roran frowned at the stone resting on his palm, in a pose so reminiscent of Eragon's own training that Eragon could not help feeling a flash of nostalgia for the days he spent being drilled by Brahm. Zoe had always been offering quiet words of encouragement as she sat behind him on Kadok. Those had been the days when he was still young and impressionable, while she had been overwhelmed and still very much the young girl. No magic had flowed through her in those days, and she had sprouted facts like a dictionary whenever something caught her interest. That had been annoying. Roran's eyebrows met, his lips tightened into a snarl, and he growled, "Stena, Risa." With enough intensity, Eragon half expected the stone to fly out of sight. He remembered thinking that if he spoke loud enough and with enough intensity it would work, but it never had. Nothing happened. Scowling even harder, Roran repeated his command, "Stena, Risa." The stone exhibited a profound lack of movement, something that was terribly frustrating for the one trying to create the movement. "Well," said Eragon, "keep trying. That's the only advice I can give you. But," and here he raised a finger, "if you should happen to succeed, make sure you immediately come to me, or, if I'm not around, to Zoe or Brahm. You could kill yourself and others if you start experimenting with magic without understanding the rules. If nothing else, remember this. If you cast a spell that requires too much energy, you will die. Don't take on projects that are beyond your abilities, don't try to bring back the dead, and don't try to unmake anything." Roran nodded, still looking at the stone with a burning glare. Thinking that now was a good time to introduce his cousin to this new concept, Eragon continued, "Magic aside, there is something far more important that you need to learn." "Oh." "Yes, you need to be able to hide your thoughts from the Black Hand, Duvranga Gata, and others like them. You know a lot of things now that could harm the Varden. It's crucial, then, that you master this skill as soon as we return. Until you can defend yourself from spies, neither Naswada nor I nor anyone else can trust you with information that might help our enemies." "I understand. But why did you include Duvranga Gata in that list? They serve you and Naswada." "They do, but even among our allies there are more than a few people who would give their right arm," he grimaced at the appropriateness of the phrase, "to ferret out our plans and secrets. And yours too, no less. You have become a somebody, Roran. Partly it is due to your own deeds, but also because we are related, and that has attracted a great deal of attention. I know. It is strange to be recognized by those you have not met. That it is." Several other, related observations leaped to the tip of Eragon's tongue, but he resisted the urge to pursue the topic. It was a subject to explore another time. He should tell Zoe that Roran might benefit from a few helpful, gently delivered pointers on how to carry himself when the public eye turned to him. It would be better coming from her than from him. Now that you know what it feels like when one mind touches another, you might be able to learn to reach out and touch other minds in turn. Not sure that is an ability I want to have. No matter, you also might not be able to do it. Either way, before you spend time finding out, you should first devote yourself to the art of defense. His cousin cocked an eyebrow. "How? Choose something, a sound, an image, an emotion, anything, and let it swell within your mind until it blots out any other thoughts. That's all. It's not as easy as you think. Go on, take a stab at it. When you're ready, let me know, and I'll see how well you've done." Several moments passed. Then, at a flick of Roran's fingers, Eragon launched his consciousness toward his cousin, eager to discover what he had accomplished. The full strength of Eragon's mental ray rammed into a wall composed of Roran's memories of Katrina and was stopped. He could take no ground, find no entrance or purchase, nor undermine the impenetrable barrier that stood before him. At that instant, Roran's entire identity was based upon his feelings for Katrina. Roran's mind was devoid of anything else Eragon could grasp hold of and used to gain control over his cousin. Then Roran shifted his left leg, and the wood underneath released a harsh squeal. With that, the wall Eragon had hurled himself against fractured into dozens of pieces as a host of competing thoughts distracted Roran. What was? Blast. Don't pay attention to it. He'll break through. Katrina, remember Katrina. Ignore Eragon. The night she agreed to marry me, the smell of the grass and her hair. Is that him? No, focus. Don't. Taking advantage of Roran's confusion, Eragon rushed forward and by the force of his will immobilized Roran before he could shield himself again. "You understand the basic concept," said Eragon, then withdrew from Roran's mind and said out loud, "But you have to learn to maintain your concentration even when you're in the middle of a battle. You must learn to think without thinking, to empty yourself of all hopes and worries, save that one idea that is your armor." "I'll work on it," promised Roran. In a quiet voice, Eragon said, "You really love her, don't you?" It was more a statement of truth and wonder than a question, and one he felt uncertain making. Romance was not a topic Eragon had broached with his cousin before, notwithstanding the many hours they had devoted in years past to debating the relative merits of the young women in and around Carverhall. That had been foolish silliness, but this was something far more. It ran deep and wide, unbreakable in its strength. How did it happen? I liked her. She liked me. What importance are the details? Come now, said Eragon. I was too angry to ask before you left for Thurinsford, and we have not seen each other again until just 4 days ago. I'm curious. A quiet, almost ignored whisper rose in his heart from somewhere very deep. I am curious because I might just be in love. Because I have spent the past few months wondering if I like her and she likes me. The skin around Roran's eyes pulled and wrinkled as he rubbed his temples. There's not much to tell. I've always been partial to her. It meant little before I was a man, but after my rites of passage, I began to wonder whom I would marry and whom I wanted to become the mother of my children. During one of our visits to Carverhall, I saw Katrina stop by the side of Loring's house to pick a moss rose growing in the shade of the eaves. She smiled as she looked at the flower. It was such a tender smile, and so happy, I decided right then that I wanted to make her smile like that again and again, and that I wanted to look at that smile until the day I died. Tears gleamed in Roran's eyes, but they did not fall, and a second later he blinked and they vanished. I fear I have failed in that regard. After a respectful pause, Eragon said, You courted her then. Aside from using me to ferry compliments to Katrina, how else did you proceed? You ask like one who seeks instruction. Perhaps among all the wars and death and training I wonder what it is to fall in love. Eragon twirled his blade in his hands and watched the flickering light. Murtagh is in love with Zoe, but they hardly followed your example. They fight together, nearly die together, argue about everything from fencing to dancing, spent months apart without any kind of connection, and somehow become a close. Did I mention the arguments? They are impossible something. He couldn't stop a faint note of exasperation from entering his voice. Just how he wanted to demand of them had they done it. Come now, yourself, said Roran. What is it that exists between you and Arya? The strength of Roran's perception disturbed Eragon, but he did not let it show. Hardly anything to wonder at or to believe may turn into anything else. A friendship, but not much more, for neither of us seem able to go past that. Nor, he added in a softer voice, can there be right now. Be honest. You dote upon her words and your gaze lingers upon her. Roran was smirking at him, and Eragon was tempted to glare at him. Here he was, dodging around his cousin, while Roran was more than ready to dig under his armor with piercing questions. A plume of dark grey smoke erupted from Saphira's nostrils as she made a choking-like noise. Eragon ignored her suppressed merriment and said, Arya is an elf, and very beautiful. Pointed ears and slanted eyes are small flaws when compared with her charms. You look like a cat yourself now. Find a better reason. Arya is over 100 years old. That particular piece of information caught Roran by surprise. His eyebrows went up and he said, She's in the prime of her youth. It's true. Elves are immortal. Her youth and beauty will never fade into old age and death. Looking up at the stars, he said quietly, Riders are also immortal. Will also endure past the mortal lives and memories. His cousin was not distracted in the slightest. Well, be that as it may, these are reasons you give me, Eragon, and the heart rarely listens to reason. Do you fancy her or not? If he fancied her any more, Saphira said to both Eragon and Roran, I'd be trying to kiss Arya myself. Saphira. Mortified, Eragon swatted her on the leg. Did he really fancy her? Or was it merely deep friendship that he trusted just as he trusted Saphira? These were questions he had asked himself too many times. He had grown frustrated with them, and as much as he trusted Roran, his cousin was hardly the one Eragon would want to discuss this with. Roran was prudent enough not to rib Eragon further. Then answer my original question, and tell me how things stand between you and Arya. Have you spoken to her or her family about this? I have found it's unwise to let such matters fester. Grimaced as if remembering his own experience with not informing others of his love. It had not ended well at all. No, said Eragon, and stared at the length of his sword. Nor will I launch such a question on her. Why? When Eragon did not immediately reply, Roran uttered a frustrated exclamation. Getting answers out of you is harder than dragging Berka through the mud. Eragon chuckled at the mention of Berka, one of their old draft horses. Sapphira, will you solve this puzzle for me? Otherwise, I fear I'll never get a full explanation. Because I am a rider, and until our duties to the Varden and the rest of Alagaesia are complete, neither of us is able to entertain thoughts of love. Iragan shrugged. We both must wait even if we did feel anything for each other. I do not know if I truly love her, and I would not force it upon her, for she has endured many things, just as I have. If in time it turns to that, then perhaps there will be a chance, but only when all is said and done. Ah, said Roran, but it was clear that he found such talk of duty and of setting something like love aside because of it almost inconceivable. For Roran it had been love that had driven him, love for Katrina, not duty or the expectations of thousands. It had been because of love that he accepted the responsibility of leadership, and it was because of love that he was currently sitting there with the cousin he had thought he once hated. Iragan just smiled slightly, and not without a little sadness. They were so different now, and it was moments like this when he realized how it must feel to be a princess like Zoe. She had been raised to be this, and known nothing else, while he, Iragan, had not, and only recently donned this new person. No wonder relationships with those who could see into your heart were important to keep you feeling grounded, connected, and not cut off like a stone statue. His cousin shook his head. You speak in riddles now, cousin. You have not yet exchanged banter with Zoe, said Iragan with a faint smile. She will leave your head spinning. I am sure, said Roran with a faint grimace. Is she really a princess from another world? Yes, said Iragan, and she is much more. Zoe would be angered if she was just that, a pretty face with a title. The branch that Roran had added to the fire burst apart again with a muted pop. It was like a small metaphor for what was happening around them, thought the rider absently. I do not think she likes me, said the young man across from the rider. Murtagh, it's strange to think he is my cousin and your half-brother. You still haven't said who his father is. Roran raised his questioning eyes to Iragan's, but the rider just shrugged. That is Murtagh's business, said Iragan. He has lived a hard life, and I am only glad that he seems to have found some happiness. With a faint smile, Iragan continued, Give Zoe time, and she will warm to you. Besides, you met her after a battle, and she had many other things on her mind. We all did. Starting with that rider, and the strange way Galbatorix managed to create it. I wish Brahm would tell me what was in that trunk. The silence that so often intruded on their discussion asserted itself once again, a gap born of equal parts weariness, familiarity, and, conversely, the many differences that fate had created between those who had once gone about lives that were but variations on a single melody. It was all so strange, and the rider hated to dwell on it. He felt as if he had lost everything, but had no right to feel the loss because he had gained so many other things, from a father to a brother to deep friendships with people like Zoe and Arya. You should sleep, said Sapphira to Iragan and Roran. It's late, and we must rise early tomorrow. Iragan looked at the black vault of the sky, judging the hour by how far the stars had rotated. The night was older than he expected. Sleep was not something he really needed now, but the same could not be said of Roran, and the days to come would be long enough for his mortal cousin without adding weariness to it. Sound advice, he said. I just wish we had a few more days to rest before we storm Helgrind. The battle on the burning plains drained all of Sapphira's strength and my own, and we have not fully recovered, what with flying here and everything else. My limbs still ache, and I have more bruises than I can count. Look. Loosening the ties on the cuff of his left shirt sleeve, he pushed back the soft lammery, a fabric the elves made by cross-weaving wool and nettle threads, revealing a rancid yellow streak where his shield had mashed against his forearm. Well, said Roran, you may carry bruises, but the Razak dealt me a wound the likes of which you cannot match, since the dragons, as I understand, removed the scar from your back. While he spoke, he divested himself of his shirt and moved farther into the pulsing light of the coals. Iragan's eyes widened before he caught himself and concealed his shock behind a more neutral expression. He berated himself for overreacting, thinking it can't be that bad, but the longer he studied Roran, the more dismayed he became. A long, puckered scar, red and glossy, wrapped around Roran's right shoulder, starting at his collarbone and ending just past the middle of his arm. It was obvious that the Razak had severed part of the muscle and that the two ends had failed to heal back together. Farther up, the skin had sunk inward, forming a depression half an inch deep. Roran, you should have shown this to me days ago. I had no idea the Razak hurt you so badly. Do you have any difficulty moving your arm? Not to the side or back, said Roran. He demonstrated. But in the front, I can only lift my hand about as high as mid-chest. Grimacing, he lowered his arm. Even that's a struggle. I have to keep my thumb level, or else my arm goes dead. The best way I've found is to swing my arm around from behind and let it land on whatever I'm trying to grasp. I skinned my knuckles a few times before I mastered the trick. Iragan looked to his companion of heart and mind. Should I? He asked Saphira. I think you must. We may regret it tomorrow. You will have more cause for regret if Roran dies because he could not wield his hammer when the occasion demanded. If you draw upon the resources around us, you can avoid tiring yourself further. You know, I hate doing that. Even talking about it sickens me. Our lives are more important than an ant's, Saphira countered. Not an ant. And are you an ant? Don't be foolish, Iragan. It ill becomes you. With a sigh, Iragan beckoned to Roran. Here, I'll heal that for you. You can do that. His cousin was suddenly wary, as if remembering that, despite the words they had just shared, his cousin was now a proficient wielder of magic. Obviously. A momentary surge of excitement brightened Roran's face, but then he hesitated and looked troubled. Now, is that wise? As Saphira has just said, better I tend to you while I have the chance, lest your injury cost you your life, or endanger the rest of us. Roran drew near, and Iragan placed his right hand over the red scar while, at the same time, expanding his consciousness to encompass the trees and the plants and the animals that populated the gulch, save those he feared were too weak to survive his spell. Then Iragan began to chant in the ancient language. The incantation he recited was long and complex. As Oramis had taught him, repairing such a wound went far beyond growing new skin and was a difficult matter at best. In this, Iragan relied upon the curative formulas that he had studied in Elismera and had devoted so many weeks to memorizing. The silvery mark on Iragan's palm, the Jedway Ignatia, glowed white-hot as he released the magic. A second later, he uttered an involuntary groan as he died 3 times, once each with 2 small birds roosting in a nearby juniper and also with a snake hidden among the rocks. Across from him, Roran threw back his head and bared his teeth in a soundless cry as his shoulder muscle jumped and writhed beneath the surface of his shifting skin. Then it was over. Iragan inhaled a shuddering breath and rested his head in his hands, taking advantage of the concealment they provided to wipe away his tears before he examined the results of his labor. He saw Roran shrug several times and then stretch and windmill his arms. Roran's shoulder was large and round, the result of years spent digging holes for fence posts, hauling rocks, and pitching hay. Iragan may be the stronger of the two, but he had never been as muscular as his cousin. Roran grinned. It's as good as ever. Better, maybe. Thank you. You're welcome. It was the strangest thing. I actually felt as if I was going to crawl out of my hide, and it itched something terrible I could barely keep from ripping. Get me some bread from your saddlebag, would you? I'm hungry. We just had dinner. I need a bite to eat after using magic like that. His cousin thought the rider shouldn't tease him right then. He was not in the mood, for what he had said was not quite true. It was the toll his spell had exacted on the wildlife that disturbed him, not the magic itself, and he feared he might throw up unless he had something to settle his stomach. You're not ill, are you? Asked Roran as he saw his cousin's slightly pale face and darkened eyes. No. His voice clearly ended the subject, for, with the memory of the deaths he had caused still heavy in his mind, Iragan was in no mood to explain to his cousin any of what had just transpired. Roran removed a ragged half of sourdough bread from his bags, then paused, and with a hint of a smile said, Wouldn't you rather have some venison? I didn't finish all of mine. He held out the makeshift spit of seared juniper wood, on which were impaled 3 clumps of golden brown meat. To Iragan's sensitive nose, the odor that wafted toward him was thick and pungent, and reminded him of nights he had spent in the spine and of long winter dinners where he, Roran, and Garrow had gathered around their stove and enjoyed each other's company while a blizzard howled outside. He wanted, right then, to either throw up or cover his nose. The smell was overpowering and made his already queasy stomach roil. Iragan shook his head. Just give me the bread. Are you sure? It's perfect, not too tough, not too tender, and cooked with the perfect amount of seasoning. It's so juicy when you take a bite, it's as if you swallowed a mouthful of Elaine's best stew. No, not anymore, and definitely not right now. You know you'll like it. Roran, stop teasing me and hand over that bread. Ah, now see, you look better already. Maybe what you need isn't bread, but someone to get your hackles up, eh? Iragan glowered at him, but chose to take the high road and hold out his hand for the bread which, after a long moment, his cousin passed over. As Iragan tore at the loaf, Roran said, I don't know how you can survive on nothing but fruit, bread, and vegetables. A man has to eat meat if he wants to keep his strength up. Don't you miss it? Not any more, he said, and with a faint smirk. Besides, I can't really be called a man now, Roran. You are still Iragan, said his cousin with obvious impatience. Why attempt to defy the natural order of things? I said much the same in Elismera, observed Sapphira, but he did not listen to me. The two, decided the writer, seemed to have developed a strange kind of friendship. Both of them could hardly be said to enjoy the other, but they would happily trade comments about him. He was not sure he enjoyed it. Iragan just shrugged. We already had this discussion. You do what you want. I won't tell you or anyone else how to live. However, I cannot in good conscience eat a beast whose thoughts and feelings I've shared. The tip of Sapphira's tail twitched, and her scales clinked against a worn dome of rock that protruded from the ground. Oh, he's hopeless. Lifting and extending her neck, Sapphira nipped the venison, spit and all, from Roran's other hand. The wood cracked between her serrated teeth as she bit down, and then it and the meat vanished into the fiery depths of her belly. You should cook for me more often, Roran Stronghammer. Only next time, I think you should prepare several deer at once. Otherwise, I won't get a proper meal. Roran hesitated, as if unable to decide whether her request was serious, and if so, how he could politely extricate himself from such an unlooked-for and rather onerous obligation. He cast a pleading glance at Iragan, who burst out laughing, both at Roran's expression and at his predicament. The rise and fall of Sapphira's sonorous laugh joined with Iragan's and reverberated throughout the hollow. Her teeth gleamed an angry red in the light from the embers. She looked fiercer than ever, and Iragan found his heart nearly bursting with love for her. There were times when he just couldn't believe that he stood beside her. An hour after the three of them had retired, Iragan was lying on his back alongside Sapphira, muffled in layers of blankets against the night cold. All was still and quiet. It seemed as if a magician had placed an enchantment upon the earth, and that everything in the world was bound in an eternal sleep, and would remain frozen and unchanging forevermore underneath the watchful gaze of the twinkling stars. They gleamed above like little lanterns, unchanging no matter where he was in the land or what befell him. The stars, he had decided long ago, were the one thing that seemed unshakable. Without moving, Iragan whispered in his mind, Sapphira, yes, little one. What if I'm right and he's in Helgrand? I don't know what I should do then. Tell me what I should do. I cannot, little one. This is a decision you have to make by yourself. The ways of men are not the ways of dragons. I would tear off his head and feast on his body, but that would be wrong for you, I think. Will you stand by me, whatever I decide? Always, little one. Now rest. All will be well. He was hardly comforted. In the brief time he had alone with her, Iragan had asked Zoe what she should do, but the young woman had been unable to give him any kind of definite answer. She had merely told him that his heart would know. He had not liked that answer, but he could see her own worry and concern when he asked her, and it seemed wrong to push her. Zoe was stretched thin, and she had her own worries that started with the red dragon egg and her increasing popularity with the Varden, which made her struggle to stay in the shadows and out of the king's gaze impossible. As for Murtagh, his half-brother had looked him straight in the eye and told him to finish the job. The past few days before the rider's departure had allowed the two brothers to reconnect a little after their long time apart, and both had enjoyed it. In their conversations, the two had covered many topics, and one of them had been the matter of just who might be lingering in the mountain, and Murtagh had been ruthlessly practical, a view that Iragan found oddly refreshing after being lost in feelings of pity and concern that he'd do the right thing. It still did not clear it away, but at least his brother would be on his side if he did choose that path in this moral dilemma. Go to sleep, whispered Sapphira in his mind. There is no point thinking on that now. Iragan gazed into the void between the stars and slowed his breathing as he drifted into the trance that had replaced sleep for him. But some things still haunted him. Some things, he knew, that would never leave him alone until everything was over and he stood upon a new road. Part Roman 3 begins. As Zoe promised, she will be the center in the upcoming chapter along with Murtagh, Brahm, and a certain dragon egg. I am sorry this chapter is so canon, but I needed to post something to keep the motivation going, and it felt right to start off this part off this way. I am thinking this story needs a cover art to celebrate this milestone, so if you have any suggestions, then include. Review replies. Ray, I don't think this will be a tragic love story. Maybe challenging for characters involved, but I think in the end I will hit a balance and nobody will be pulling a Romeo and Juliet. I promise. I am working on another story for LOTR/Mortal Instruments, so please check it out. Hope you enjoy this chapter. Islinger 90. I am not sure about the El Junari. I might probably try and get them to do Weldenvarden. I like to try and stick to canon as much as I can, and then twist it a little through Zoe. Yes, we will see an ear relationship, but I didn't like how it was in the books, so I am taking my time. I think I will try and make it more serious and very obvious by the end of this book. Thanks for the support and hope you enjoy this chapter. Just some guy. Yes, I am so glad that Eldest is over. I am not sure about that. Part of me wants to bring another arc into the story, but I think I will wait, if I do it, until nearer the end of the third book, early fourth book. Hope you enjoy this chapter. Elemental Dragon Slayer. Well, think of who is living underneath a certain island and has been watching over Zoe. Anyways, thank you for the review and hope you enjoy this chapter. General the Dinkton, thanks, hope you like this one. Chris, thank you, so glad you liked it. Ah, that is tough and no worries, maybe I will have another chapter up when you are next able to read. Thank you so much and happy reading to you. Guest, no she hasn't gone and yes, unfortunately this is pretty much canon and I don't like it at all. Sorry. Haha, I just make an hour a day to write on this story because I enjoy it and I want to keep my readers happy. RST. That is a really good idea, thanks. I hadn't thought that far ahead, but it does make sense. Thank you, and I hope you don't mind this chapter. Mini Hilarehan, I am so glad you enjoy it. I will try to do better with that grammar point. It's always been my weak point. Thank you, and happy reading. S-Raid 9779. I think Zoe is using her own magic. It is similar, but still a little different from Alagaesia magic. Thanks for the review. Live laugh play music. Iragan isn't sure, but we will work something out. Thank you for the review. Hope you enjoy it. Spoiler, that makes me so happy. Thank you so much, and I wish you the best on your own story. And thank you for all your support. It's because of readers like you that this story has gone this far. Congratulations to you and I. Hope that writing fire keeps burning. 64. Chapter 66. Iragan and Saphira were gone. They were flying high with Roran towards Helgrind, while I turned my attention to the Varden. I was swept up into the hustle and bustle of command meetings, delivering orders, organizing supplies, and watching the petty struggles of nobles who wished for more credit for their parts in the battle. It was never ending, a to-do list that I kept adding to, and most annoying of all, it kept me so busy that I was unable to spend some much-needed time sorting through whatever had happened to Murtagh. I barely had enough time to take a breath before something or someone dragged me back under. I felt like a record on repeat. My actions always the same. Even now I was walking through the Varden's temporary camp on the opposite side of the river towards another meeting. This one would be different, however. Naswada had insisted that Murtagh and I both be present at the first conference with Orin and his advisors as we hammered out the next step in this battle. I heard the news from a runner while I was tending to my faithful little mare, and I had been forced to leave her so I could change into clothes more suitable for a council meeting with a king and his lords. I am afraid that smelling of horse with my hair in disarray and my face clearly not composed is no way to enter such a meeting. The entire situation has been made difficult not only because Iragan is gone, but because the dwarves had withdrawn after the loss of Hrothgar. They would return to their mountains, choose a new king, and then return, but it did mean for these few critical months we were without their significant military aid. Orin was pushing, according to Naswada, to completely secure Serda's border with the Empire, instead of forging ahead like she wished to. I suspected that Lady Nosada hoped we would somehow be able to assist in changing the king's mind, or at least force him to concede defeat, but I was worried. Orin, from what I had read, was a complicated person to manage, and I had no wish to make too much of an enemy of him by making him feel incompetent or blocked in. I sighed and ignored the murmured honorifics of Lady Zoe that followed my footsteps. Occasionally I would allow a small smile out or a brief nod, but each step I took was confident, and I chose to appear busy. I chose to appear as if I was moving us all forward and further away from the smoky battlefield that was still visible a few miles away across the river. It is all in appearances when you are one of the chosen few raised to the pedestal of leadership. Every little bit of you has to be collected, ready, and clearly following the needs set out by those who have raised you to this place. I was nearly to Orin's tent when a small boy dressed in simple but clean clothes stumbled while he ran and would have face planted had I not automatically grabbed his arm and steadied him. His face looked up, and his eyes went wide as he realized who had stopped him from falling. Before either of us could speak, a voice rang out from in front of us. A woman in simple but immaculate clothes that is saying a lot in an army camp to have clean clothes, and I wondered how she managed it, was standing with a basket of washing under one arm. "What have I told you, child, about running like that?" she demanded of the boy who was clearly her son, and then her gaze fell on me. "Oh," she managed, and I quickly cut in before the situation became too unbearably awkward. "Are you all right?" I asked gently of little boy who managed to nod, and I gently released his arm. "Good," I said with a smile. "My name is Zoe." I looked up at the woman and then back at the child. "Who are you?" "Stevan," said the boy, and then he looked to his mother, who seemed struck speechless about who was now trading names with her son. Stevan didn't really seem to know exactly who I was. He was just extremely puzzled by the strange way us two adults were acting. Oh, this was awkward. "And you?" I asked gently of the woman, who suddenly snapped to and managed to drop a half-curtsy without upsetting her laundry. "I am Miral of Palancar Valley." She spoke the words with obvious pride, and I couldn't stop myself from smiling as I realized that she was probably one of the villagers who had followed Roran. I did not remember Miral from Iragan's stories, but I felt a strange sort of connection to anyone from the village after listening for so many months to Iragan's tales. They may only know my reputation, but I knew a great deal of where they came from and the quiet lives they had once lived there. "It is a pleasure to meet those from Iragan's home," I said, with a respectful nod of my head. "I hope I get to see more of you, Miral." I looked down at the boy who was staring at me and my weapons with clear wonder. "And you too, Stefan. I regret that I cannot spend more time speaking with you just now, but perhaps later." "It would be an honor," breathed the woman. I smiled warmly and winked at Stefan before continuing on my way. The meeting made me happy, a taste of the ordinary and finally faces to put to the names of the people Iragan had spoken of from his home. I would try and seek them out when I had a spare moment, if only to give myself a chance to let myself relax and forget the many demands, responsibilities, and titles. I knew that Brahm had benefited from some time spent catching up with Jowd, and it had eased his bad mood if only temporarily. Only Iragan's safe return could completely lift it. But that was, again, temporary until his son went winging off to his next dangerous destination. Coming to a stop in front of Orin's tent where the council was to be held, I paused for a brief moment and gathered myself. With my face firmly set in a polite, attentive mask, and making sure every last strand of hair was where it was supposed to be, I pushed the flap of the tent open and stepped inside. Naswada, Murtagh, and Brahm were already there. In fact, I seemed to be the last person there. But I didn't let that bother me in the slightest, and my greetings to those gathered were quiet and met with only slight annoyance on the part of Orin. Isn't there something about being fashionably late? I suppose Orin felt he was one of the few entitled to being fashionably late, but one of these days I would give him a little surprise and maybe reevaluate his view of me. I had, apparently, gone from attractive, how disgusting to think of it like that, and intriguing to beneath his notice. The dangers of kingship were so apparent when you were on the outside, I suppose. I took my seat, just across from Murtagh, and with Jormungandr to my right, and the meeting began with a brief flicker of a smile in Murtagh's direction. I turned my full attention to the conversation that I had been summoned to listen to. I didn't need to hear much to know that all my suspicions of this king and his plans were correct. This was no way to win a war, and no way for the Varden to survive. I couldn't stand this kind of foolishness, and I had an agenda to keep to, one set by the future. I chose my moment when there was a break in the voices and spoke carefully, stripping all emotion from my voice, keeping it neutral and professional. Then let us continue as we planned, I said. I knew I was playing a dangerous game now, but it was clear that there was dissension in the ranks of Orin's court, and I had always been taught to manipulate such situations to my advantage. Speak, said Orin, and his voice practically oozed his frustration with the resistance he had not expected to meet. Though why he hadn't when it was Naswada he was dealing with I could not say. I folded my hands and said nothing. Murtagh's eyebrows shot up and he gazed at me worriedly, but I remained perfectly and infuriatingly calm. Speak, snarled Orin as his control reached the breaking point. You do not command me, I said quietly. You cannot command me. There was a long silence. Everyone was gazing between me and the king as they waited for Orin to make his move. Naswada was sitting very still in her chair, her face stony still as if not sure she should intervene. Yet I saw other emotions cross the captain's faces, as if they were grateful I had challenged the king so. I had been correct. There was dissension in the ranks of Orin's men, and though Orin may be king, that did not mean he was liked. Here was a weakness I could exploit to ensure the continued movement of this army. Murtagh was staring at me, dark eyes wide, with something that may have been admiration. What is your suggestion? Asked Brahm with amusement clearly audible in his rough voice, though he tried to hide it. He was asserting the Varden's power now, and I knew it had to sting Orin a little. I leaned forward slightly and said evenly, we waste valuable time here trying to secure every little town and city. Valuable lives are being lost even as we speak because of these little campaigns. I paused and allowed this to sink in. Heads were nodding, and I saw Naswada lean forward as if hoping I could force these weak-willed Surdans to agree with us. However, I pressed, having made his point, these campaigns have worked to our advantage. We now control many of the Empire's major staging points from which it planned to attack Surda. We have some idea of the placement and size of the Empire's army, and we know how to attack them. I could barely keep the smugness out of my voice, but I did. Glancing at Murtagh across the table, I passed the ball to him. The Empire is split, said Murtagh. We have never been so close before. They are weaker than we could have hoped for. He finished and looked around the table, challenging any one of the lords to disagree with him. His words as captain of the growing network of spies, and after the numerous successes he had had in Surda, adding weight to his words and his standing in Surda's politics. We can do it, said one of Orin's most trusted and powerful commanders. He seemed like a bulldog type of personality, the kind who would point-blank refuse to ever let go of something once they got onto it. Orin's complete opposite in matters of war. I liked him. The Varden are correct. He looked at his king, and suddenly everyone was waiting for him to speak. Orin was looking at me. I could see a glint of grudging respect, as if he had seen the trap I had just placed him in and knew, like all those around this table, that to refuse would make him look like a weak king, and weak kings are easy to kill. Cowardly kings never last very long, especially in the middle of a war. Sooner or later people get sick of them, and they end up dead from arsenic on book pages, a knife concealed in a robe, or a dart of deadly poison. I met the king's gaze quietly, not challenging him but not admitting defeat either. Naswada said carefully, are we in agreement then? We shall continue with the Varden's plan. We are, said the king, and his full gaze returned to me, as if telling me to enjoy those words and the victory they granted me. We are. Now on to the next matter. And the meeting descended into the usual and dull affair that these sorts of things usually were. I allowed myself to breathe a small sigh of relief, but I was aware of the gazes of the Surda lords and advisers all through the meeting. They would not forget this meeting, nor would they forget me, but I could not change it now. As it came to an end, and we all filed out to complete our various tasks, I felt a light touch on my shoulder. I turned to see Naswada, her guards already gathering around her, and I met her slightly wondering gaze. Heartsun beat down as the various advisors and captains dispersed around. "Why?" she queried in a voice too low for anyone else around us to hear. "We must go to war," I said simply, "and so I acted as I saw fit to accomplish the goal you clearly had in mind." I spoke the last pointedly, and she had the good sense to look faintly embarrassed. "You are always surprising me," said the lady of the Varden. "Good," I said with a faint smirk before I turned away to catch up with Murtagh and Bram. "That is the way I like it." I fell into step beside Murtagh, and I relaxed a little as his fingers brushed against the back of my hand. We were not open in our affections where the Varden would see us. Our kisses were stolen in private, and we did our best to appear indifferent to the other when too many eyes could see. Such is the price that we both had to pay, and after months apart it didn't seem as bad as it might have. Bram sent me a quiet look as we walked along. Was that wise? I shrugged and focused my gaze on the pale blue sky. It did the job. The old man let out a snort, and his face fell back into the scowl that had remained fixed on it since Eragon had gone winging off with Saphira, and the cousin that Bram was not sure he could like any more. "Here, I thought you wanted to stay out of the public eye." "I have failed so miserably in that endeavor," I said with a small, miserable laugh, "that I have given up, Bram." "Come," said the man, and he stopped in front of a tent that was slightly larger than the ones assigned to us common soldiers. It was even bigger than even Eragon's, and I wondered how Bram had managed to score it. Irritating old man got all the luck sometimes. "Let us leave our duties behind for a minute of peace with no arguments or—" and his eyes flickered between us and glittered with teasing amusement. "Kissing." "What an awful old man you are," I said as I stepped past him and into the tent that was the current home of a red dragon egg and a mysterious trunk that he refused. It was infuriating after all I had done to secure said trunk to explain about. "I'm not sure why I like you." "I feel the same," said the old man with a chuckle. Murtagh just rolled his eyes and collapsed onto the bed while I stretched out on sort of folding bench. There were still many things to do, too many things. But for a brief few minutes, we forgot all about them. And then, when they came crashing back down as we all dispersed for our tasks, they seemed twice as heavy as before. "I will show Murtagh the egg soon. I will wait until Saphira is back and Eragon nearly back. I will wait until I have a way for the newly hatched dragon and rider to be whisked safely away towards the little bit of training they will get from Oramis and Glida. The dragonling will need to grow at least a little, and he should do that away from an army camp. This was always my plan. I knew how I would work it, and I hoped, so desperately, that it would succeed. The sun beat down on me, and the memory of the council meeting with Orin was a chilling reminder of the difficulties of managing those used to power. I hope I am not losing my way. My confidence is not as sure as it might seem. The sun was just sending its welcomed rays up into the sky when Roran found himself being awoken by Eragon. Already, the rider had outfitted himself in a few of pieces of recently cleaned and repaired armor. The fine mail glinted in the sunlight, and Roran winced at the brightness as he forced his eyes open and glanced around. His cousin had been busy, the camp had been cleared away, and all that remained to do was roll up his own bedroll and extract a promise from this rider who was, beneath all the changes, his cousin. Meeting those strangely deep old eyes that were his cousin's, but at the same time not, Roran asked him, "Will you look after Katrina if anything?" Eragon did not let him finish. "I shall do all in my power to care for her." The words sounded oddly formal, but at the same time Roran was glad for that. They were serious and spoken not by the bubbling cousin he remembered, but the rider that now stood before him, who had no reason to break his word, for he stood for things like honor and truth. Eragon muttered something under his breath, and before Roran could ask what it was, he explained. "There. That will filter the air in front of us and protect us from the paralyzing effects of the Razak's breath." Moving quickly, Roran outfitted himself in the mail he had been provided by the Varden, though, unlike his cousin, he carried one of the shields from Carvahall. The shield had lasted through skirmishes and one battle. It seemed right to carry it until it could no longer serve. He glanced over at his cousin, who was already armed with his red sword and an elegant bow that did not resemble the one Roran remembered. This one was fitted with silver and decorated with elegant scroll work upon the grip. What, wondered the young man, had happened to the one he had helped Garrow create long ago for his cousin? Did Aragon no longer carry even that memento of his home? Sapphira needed the soil beneath her feet. Let us be off. Roran suppressed a small shiver at her words. He still found it both unnatural and disconcerting to hear the dragon's voice echo through his mind. Leaving their bags and supplies hanging from the branch of a juniper tree, Aragon and Roran clambered onto Sapphira's back. They wasted no time saddling her. She had worn her saddle through the night. The molded leather was warm, almost hot, underneath Roran. Gripping his cousin's waist and suppressing his foolish fear of flying, he braced himself for the takeoff. He was certain that he would never ever come to enjoy flying no matter what Aragon or Sapphira said on the subject. A piece of shale cracked under Sapphira's weight as she settled into a low crouch, and in a single giddy bound, leaped up to the rim of the gulch, where she balanced for a moment before unfolding her massive wings. The thin membranes thrummed as Sapphira raised them toward the sky. Vertical, they looked like two translucent blue sails, painfully reminiscent of the long weeks spent on a ship at sea with villagers and coarse-tongued sailors. He would not forget that leg of the journey easily. Roran automatically tightened his grip on his cousin's waist and wished, not for the last time, that they were both safely on the ground that was rapidly falling away from them. "Not so tight," grunted Aragon. "Sorry," said Roran. He loosened his embrace, but he would not let go. He would not let go of the cousin who was so central to this mission. Further speech became impossible as Sapphira jumped again, and Roran's stomach jumped with her. This was why he had not eaten anything. He would have lost it in this mad flight. When she reached the pinnacle, she brought her wings down with a mighty whoosh, driving the three of them even higher. With each subsequent flap, they climbed closer to the flat, narrow clouds. Roran closed his eyes and refused to look down. He knew he was missing out on a spectacular view, but he really didn't care. Instead, he focused on thoughts of Katrina and his dead father. The anger burned within him and gave him a surging feeling of energy and anger that drove away his fear of flying so high. He would see them dead. Dead and gone, his love returned, and his father avenged. Aragon had cautioned him not to be rash and allow revenge to cloud his vision, but he needed it right then. He needed to the warm rush and burn of it that made him grip his hammer so tightly that it hurt because, without it, he was not sure he would stand half a chance against the creatures. The sudden tilt of Sapphira as she turned to the left and whipped around the scree slope of the Black Mountain temporarily erased the red-tinged thoughts from his mind. Forcing himself to speak, he shouted at the back of his cousin's head. "Well, the slaves are gone." A great weight pressed into Roran as Sapphira pulled out of her dive and spiraled up around Helgrind, searching for an entrance to the Razak's hideout. He could not wait to be back on solid ground. Such heights on a dragon were all very well for a rider, but not for a mortal like him. Sapphira slowed and hung in place before a ridge that connected the third lowest of the four peaks to the prominence above. The jagged buttress magnified the boom produced by each stroke of her wings until it was as loud as a thunderclap. The Razak would know something was here, thought Roran, for dragons did not seem very quiet. Roran suddenly felt the world lurch as Sapphira answered his question tried to perch on a crumbling spur. As she tried to land, she lost her balance for a moment and flared her wings to steady herself. Instead of brushing against the bulk of Helgrind, the tip of her right wing dipped into the rock and then back out again. Roran didn't quite believe his eyes. His discomfort forgotten about, he leaned a little against his cousin to see better. Leaning forward, Sapphira pushed the tip of her snout toward the sheer rock, paused an inch or two away as if waiting for a trap to spring, then continued her advance. Scale by scale, Sapphira's head slid into Helgrind until all that was visible of her was a neck, torso, and wings. More magic, wondered Roran as he stared at the sight before him. Was this just more evidence of powers that eclipsed his imagination? With a surge of power, Sapphira abandoned the spur and flung the rest of her body after her head. It required every bit of Roran's self-control not to cover his face in a desperate bid to protect himself as the crag rushed toward him. But it didn't matter, for Aragon was right before him, and the rider didn't seem at all worried. It was one of the more terrifying experiences of his life, and something he would not easily forget. An instant later, he found himself looking at a broad, vaulted cave suffused with the warm glow of morning. Sapphira's scales refracted the light, casting thousands of shifting blue flecks across the rock. Twisting around, Roran saw no wall behind them, only the mouth of the cave and a sweeping view of the landscape beyond. He couldn't stop himself from swearing quietly in his cousin's pointed ear. "Warn me before you do something like that again." Hunching forward, his cousin did not reply as he began to unbuckle his legs from the saddle. No doubt he was already studying their surroundings, alert for danger, and Roran had to simmer in silence as he followed suit. His eyes took in the opening to the cave. It was an irregular oval, perhaps 50 feet high and 60 feet wide. From there, the chamber expanded to twice that size, before ending a good bowshot away in a pile of thick stone slabs that leaned against each other in a confusion of uncertain angles. A mat of scratches defaced the floor, evidence of the many times the strange dragon-like creatures that Eragon called Lethablaca had taken off from, landed on, and walked about its surface. In the gloom, Roran could just make out 5 low tunnels pierced the sides of the cave. A passageway large enough to accommodate Saphira was also on the side. The rider, completely still and quiet, examined the tunnels carefully, but to Roran they were just visible. He wished he had better eyesight like his cousin, for, in this black cavern, he felt as if someone had just pulled a blindfold over his eyes. Concentrating on his other senses, he breathed in the smell of cold stone and the all-too-familiar scent of sickly sweet feeder of rotting meat. Leaping off as his cousin did, Roran stumbled slightly on the uneven ground. Saphira had crouched to try and make the jump smaller for him, but he still did not understand how his cousin could make it look so easy as if he was stepping off a stair. Roran glanced around. He could not see his cousin, who was on the opposite side of Saphira, but he could feel his hair rise. This was an unnatural place, and suddenly he was terribly grateful for the warmth of Saphira and the assistance of her rider. He would not have been able to win his battle alone in this place, but he didn't have long to get himself together and stare around at the thick shadowed walls. None of them did. For a second later, a huge, twisted shape hurtled out of the lancet passageway. The eyes were black, bulging, and rimless. A beak 7 feet long emerged like some horror story of a nightmare. Bat-like wings. The torso naked, hairless, rippling with muscle. Claws like iron spikes. It was the Lethablaca, realized Eragon as Saphira lurched to the side to try and evade the creature, but to no avail. The creature crashed into her right side, and Roran was left without her solid presence beside him. He saw Eragon be sent spinning away and into the ground, only to force himself upright, though Eragon saw him grimace in pain. He swayed a little, and Roran was torn with indecision as he pressed himself against the wall of the cavern to avoid the massive fight between Saphira and the Lethablaca, who rolled across the cave, kicking and clawing and snapping at each other with enough force to gouge the rock beneath them. What did he do? When would the foul creatures attack him now that he was out in the open? What about Eragon, who, while able to look after himself, was in an even more vulnerable position than he was? Suddenly, from between Saphira's jaws, a torrent of blue fire erupted and bathed the left side of the Lethablaca's head in a ravening inferno hot enough to melt steel. The flames curved around the Lethablaca without harming it. More magic, thought Roran in amazement. Undeterred, the monster pecked at Saphira's neck, forcing her to stop and defend herself. Fast as an arrow loosed from a bow, the second Lethablaca darted out of the lancet passageway, pounced upon Saphira's flank, and opening its narrow beak, uttered a horrible, withering shriek that made Roran want to cry out as a cold lump of dread formed in his gut. He suddenly wanted out. He was suddenly aware of how mortal he was and how out of place and unprotected he was in a world where magic turned away flames and turned open air into a solid mountain face. He coughed as the smell now, with both Lethablaca present, grew into something fouler than anything he had ever smelled. He was pressed against the side of the cave, and he knew he had to rise. Something, anything, could happen to him when he was so distracted by the sights and smells that assaulted him. A sudden feeling of dread made him whip around. But before he could even know what was happening, Eragon cried out a word in that strange language, and a ball of bright blue fire surged past Roran. For, as the young man realized a second later, his cousin had seen the 2 Razak slipping up behind him. The 2 Razak had emerged from a nearby tunnel and gone unnoticed by Roran, who had his back to them and couldn't hear them because of the clamor from the battle before him. They wielded long, pale blades of an ancient design in their malformed hands. Unlike their parents, the Razak were roughly the same size and shape as humans. Ebony exoskeleton encased them from top to bottom, although little of it showed, for even in Helgrind, the Razak wore dark robes and cloaks. While the creatures dodged, and the fireball splashed against the rock floor, guttered for a moment, and then winked out of existence, it had given Roran time to spin and prepare himself to fight. It had also given Iragan just enough time to reach Roran's side and press his back against his cousin's. "Why don't you do something?" demanded Roran of his cousin. He was disconcerted by his cousin's seeming lack of magical wonders. No spears of pure energy, no glittering ropes that fell upon their enemies and caught them up. Saphira already bore several long scratches from what Roran could make out in the dim light of the cavern. "Hold them off for a minute," shouted Iragan right back, and Roran had to set aside his angry question as he lifted his shield and hammer in preparation to fight. His cousin had gone very still behind him, and Roran was left facing the two hooded monsters. They wasted no time. Both of them came at him, quick and so unbelievably strong, and he managed to defend himself a little before. What seemed an instant later, one sword thudded against his shield, followed by the tinkle of rippling mail and the bell-like peal of a second sword bouncing off his helm. That blow made him falter for a brief moment, and he was lost in the heat of the fight. He was quickly reminded of why these were such dangerous foes. He was just too slow, and the Razak struck again and again. Their blows only grew in force and in speed, even as Roran found his muscles burning with the strain of even trying to keep up with them. Strong by the standards of men he may be, but without Iragan's wards, he would have been dead 1,000 times over. Their cruel weapons glanced off his armor or missed his face and limbs by a hairsbreadth, no matter how fast they swung their blades. The inability to land a solid blow made them hiss with frustration and demonstrated that despite their hard, clacking jaws which mangled human language, they were still quite capable of swearing. His fighting style was not graceful or even slightly elegant like the dances of sword that his cousin was probably capable of. It was effective, however, and it was, at least for now, holding them back. But Roran could see, just out of the corner of his eyes, the largest of the two Razak beginning to edge around him in order to attack Iragan directly. He could only hope his cousin was aware of this, because one Razak was quite enough for him to be dealing with. He wasn't sure how it happened, but 1 second he was defending himself, and the next the unpleasant, painful feeling of a sword slashing through metal and sinking into his flesh made him gasp. The metal was cold, and he couldn't stop the cry of pain that escaped his lips as the sword left his flesh. The cry was lost, he thought, amid the sounds of steel against steel and steel against wood and claws against stone, but clearly he was wrong. Clearly Iragan was more attuned to the world than he had thought, for the rider suddenly exploded into action behind him. As the large Razak leapt towards the rider, the red sword was suddenly out, and the sight of it made both of the creatures hiss in panic. Then, just as the rider deflected the blade that would have skewered him, he cried out in that language again. Whatever the spell did, it made the bulbous eyes of the Lethablaca with the broken wing become a matched set of mirrors, each a perfect hemisphere, as Iragan's magic reflected the light that otherwise would have entered the Lethablaca's pupils. Blind, the creature stumbled and flailed at the air in a vain attempt to hit Saphira. Roran did not have any more time to think of the flurry of motion his cousin had suddenly become as he engaged with the fight. His side was already slick with his own blood, and the world was starting to slow down. But Iragan seemed to know all of this without even bothering to pause. He was suddenly not only defending himself, but Roran as well. He parried a blow with the red sword that would have surely killed Roran, and then delivered, in short succession, a killing blow to one of the creatures. It happened so fast. Roran did not think anyone could move as fast as the Razak, but his cousin clearly could. His cousin was now a blur of motion as the terribly injured Razak stumbled backwards, and the other launched a series of vicious attacks, completely forgetting Roran in its anger. The rider was more than up to the challenge. It seemed to Roran, who had stepped backwards so he could rest one arm on the rough rock wall and press the other to painful, throbbing wound in his side. Through pain-hazed eyes, he watched as his cousin and the Razak became blurs of motion. The one Razak had stumbled to the ground a few feet from Roran and was not moving. The other, in an ill-conceived movement, extended himself a little too far and had the sword knocked from its hand by the grim-faced, dark-eyed rider. The Razak let out a screech. "How?" It snarled at the rider. "I am much changed than the last time we met," replied the rider quietly and in a voice silky soft in its danger. "By the way you did not kill her, you failed." What was Iragan speaking of? Who had the Razak failed to kill? The creature let out a long hiss. "She is different. Different than even you, rider. You are stronger than last we met." Iragan raised his sword and said, "I have trained long for this Razak, and we are not so easy to kill." But Iragan did not have time to finish of the creature. At that exact moment, the blinded, broken-winged Letherblaka flew the width of the cave and slammed against the far wall, knocking loose a shower of stone flakes from the ceiling. The sight and sound were so colossal, they caused Iragan, Roran, and the Razak to flinch and turn, simply out of instinct. The blood from the wound in his side, noted the young man, was warm and still flowing, not at all slowed by the hard pressure he was applying to the injury. Jumping after the crippled Letherblaka, which she had just kicked, Saphira sank her teeth into the back of the creature's sinewy neck. The Letherblaka thrashed in one final effort to free itself, and then Saphira whipped her head from side to side and broke its spine. Rising from her bloody kill, Saphira filled the cave with a savage roar of victory. The remaining Letherblaka did not hesitate. Tackling Saphira, it dug its claws underneath the edges of her scales and pulled her into an uncontrolled tumble. Together they rolled to the lip of the cave, teetered for a half-second, and then dropped out of sight, battling the whole way. Iragan cast one last glance at the open entrance from which the dragon and creature had tumbled over, and then he seemed to come to a decision. He looked fierce standing there with a red sword in one hand and his face set in the cold mask of fighting. It was moments like this when Roran was sharply reminded of just how distant his cousin was these days. The other Razak vanished into the depths of the nearest tunnel. Before Roran could say anything, his cousin closed his eyes and muttered a burst of words before explaining, "I sealed off Katrina's cell, so the Razak can't use her as a hostage. Only you and I can open the door now." "Good," said Roran through clenched teeth. Was his cousin currently blind? "Can you do something about this?" He jerked his chin toward the spot he had clamped his right hand over. Blood welled between his fingers and soaked his tunic and coated the mail in a slick red liquid. "You're lucky," said Iragan. The sword hit a rib. Roran certainly didn't feel lucky or particularly skilled. Without Iragan he would be dead, and it hurt to suddenly be faced with how inferior his skills were now in comparison to Iragan. Not only was he slower and louder, but he was not the warrior or magician or even the politician. Such thoughts, poisonous as they were, had haunted him as he did his best to reconnect with Iragan. Placing one hand on the injury and the other on his sword belt, Iragan spoke confidently. "Ways Heil." A ripple traversed Roran's side as the magic knit his skin and muscle back together again. Then Iragan healed his own wound, the gash on his left knee that Roran had not seen him receive. Finished, the rider straightened and glanced in the direction that Saphira had gone. He clearly wished to go after her and help her, but Roran was so close she was here. One creature remained to kill, and there was no time to waste. They had to get this over with. Resting a hand on his cousin's shoulder, he said, "Hurry, they're getting away." "Right." But his cousin could not seem to stop from looking one more time at the entrance, and then, shaking his head slightly, he hefted the ruby sword and followed Roran's lead as they approached the unlit tunnel. Roran allowed him to lead and tried, as best he could, to stop his feet from making echoes as they began to move down a winding shaft that had been carved from the rock. The rock was coated in slime, and Roran wanted to gag at the smell of damp mold. The air was moist and hard to breathe. The tunnel was so dark that he couldn't even see his cousin a few inches in front of him. After a score of yards, several folds and twists in the passageway hid the main cavern and plunged them into a gloom so profound he could not stand it any longer. The dark was pressing in on him and making him feel as if he might be crushed by the stone that surrounded him. It made him want to curse and run back the way they had come. "Maybe you're different, but I can't fight in the dark," whispered Roran towards the spot he knew his cousin was. If I make a light, the Razak won't come near us, not when I now know a spell that works on them. They'll just hide until we leave. We have to kill them while we have the chance." His cousin was calm, as if the strangling darkness or smothering air had no effect on him. Gritting his teeth to try and control himself, he hissed as quietly as he could. "What am I supposed to do? I'm more likely to run into a wall and break my nose than I am to find those two beetles. They could sneak around behind us and stab us in the back. SHH. Hold on to my belt, follow me, and be ready to duck." His cousin sounded confident in whatever his plan was, and so Roran just had to hope that the rider knew what he was doing. For in this blackness, none of his senses seemed to work, and he felt a tendril of chilling fear grow inside of him as they went deeper into the mountain. Only the glittering light of hope that Katrina was there could make him feel any better. Step by step, Iragan led the way as they burrowed farther into the bowels of Helgrind. The tunnel slanted downward and often split or turned, but Iragan never faltered in the path he chose for them, and sometime in the future, Roran would have to ask him on it. After what seemed like an hour trapped in the darkness, though it could not have been that long, and after descending more than 100 feet through Helgrind, Iragan stopped on a level patch of stone. The sudden halt made Roran nearly collide into him. Before he could question what was happening, his cousin touched his mind, and his voice reverberated in his mind. "Katrina's cell is about 50 feet in front of us, on the right." Resisting the urge to speak out loud, he thought the words, "We can't risk letting her out until the Razak are dead or gone. What if they won't reveal themselves until we do let her out? For some reason, I can't sense them. They could hide from me until doomsday in here. So do we wait for who knows how long, or do we free Katrina while we still have the chance? I can place some wards around her that should protect her from most attacks." Roran was quiet for a second, but his heart told him what he wanted the most. "Let's free her, then." They began to move forward again, feeling their way along the squat corridor with its rough, unfinished floor. Then suddenly, his cousin flung him against the wall, and Roran heard a faint clatter as an arrow landed on stone. His cousin cried out, "Cave Aikva!" Red light, bright as the midday sun, flared into existence. It had no source, and thus it illuminated every surface evenly and without shadows, giving things a curious flat appearance. The sudden blaze dazzled Roran, who was still pressed by his cousin's arm to the stone wall, but it did more than that to the lone Razak in front of him. The creature dropped its bow, covered its hooded face, and screamed high and shrill. Roran didn't think. His cousin had killed the other one, and now it was his turn. It was his turn to seek the revenge that had eluded him. Without thinking, he charged forward towards the light-dazzled creature that cowered before them. His hammer, the faithful tool turned weapon, was raised high. The disoriented monster stumbled backward but was too slow. For once, for a brief moment, the creature was just that little too slow, and Roran took his revenge. The hammer fell. "For my father," shouted Roran. He struck again. "For our home." The Razak was already dead, but Roran lifted the hammer once more. "For Carvajal." His final blow shattered the Razak's carapace like the rind of a dry gourd. In the merciless ruby glare, the spreading pool of blood appeared purple. The fire of the fight still burned in him as it mixed with his pain and lingering grief. He was barely aware of Iragan coming to stand beside him. "It is done," said Iragan. "Yes." He and Roran looked at each other. Roran suddenly realized that his cousin was bleeding from a wound on his face, and that at that moment the wound seemed to be bubbling. "Ah!" cried Iragan, and clutched his cheek. "It's bubbling!" exclaimed Roran, and he suddenly wondered what he should do. In a completely useless gesture of panic, he cried, "Do something!" His cousin managed to send him a brief glare before he began to murmur in that other language. A moment later, no sign of the damage remained on the rider's faintly glowing skin. With a grim smile, Iragan said, "Imagine the state we'd be in without magic." Roran could think of many responses to that, but he held them back and just said simply, "Without magic, we wouldn't have Galbatorix to worry about. You wouldn't be a rider, and my father wouldn't be dead. Thousands would not be dying in a war fought for freedom and revenge right now. No, without magic, many things would not have happened, and I might not have to struggle to know how I am supposed to treat you, because you are so different from the cousin I know." Iragan did not reply to that, though Roran could see that his cousin agreed and knew all the other things that went unsaid, as if he had spent a great deal of time thinking of them as he fought and trained. With a flicker of his fingers, The rider extinguished the omnipresent red glow. Quietly, he conjured another light that remained anchored 6 inches from the ceiling. The light was clear and cast everything in harsh relief. The stone, black and gleaming with slime, appeared even more vicious. Glancing around, Roran saw that they were in a stone hallway was dotted with 20 or so iron-bound doors, some on either side. Which one was Katrina's? He wanted to see her and see her now. Iragan seemed to know this, for he wasted no time before he pointed and said, "Ninth down on the right. You go get her. I'll check the other cells. The Razak might have left something interesting in them." Roran was already moving. There was no key on the Razak, so he did not bother with asking for any more assistance. This was his own task, and a small spark of gratitude grew inside of him when Iragan did not bother with offering it. He would be the one to rescue her, and hope that, after all the things she had endured, that she was still sane and still willing to love him. That thought was too painful. He had tried not to think that she might be destroyed beyond even Iragan or Time's healing abilities. Gertrude had warned him of this once just before he left. Katrina might be broken beyond repair by the things she had experienced or changed irrevocably by them. Or just as worse, that after all that loving him had done to her, she would want no more part of him. For him, she had lost her home, her father, her freedom, and perhaps her hope and belief in the world because of Roran. Was love always this costly? Was Iragan right to wait until times were more certain, the darkness defeated to love? As he stopped in front of the right door, he abandoned his shield and set to work on the hinge's hammer. Each blow created a frightful crash. Each one was so satisfying, and each one brought him that much closer to the girl that had never been far from his heart or mind these past months. He redoubled his efforts on the door as if, by striking harder, he could somehow change things or show her how far he had come just for her. He had saved the village as best he could, houses could be rebuilt, and fields could be planted again, and he had convinced the last rider of Alagaesia to come with him just to save her. Would that count? Would fate see fit to reward him with Katrina, his Katrina, after all he had done? He had to leap to the side as the door came crashing to the floor. But then he looked into the narrow, dark interior of the cell, and there she was, cowering against the wall and shielding her pale, thin, worn face with one arm. Her dress was ripped and torn with blood stains. Heavy manacles were around her wrists and ankles. The metal had chafed her, and there were bruises on her skin, as well as accumulated weeks of dirt. But never before had he thought she looked more beautiful to him, because it was her, and deep down, he had never expected to see her again. He thought he would be dead before he ever got the chance. "Katrina," he murmured, and then again louder. "It's me, Roran." She lowered her arm and turned her pale, fear-filled eyes to look at him. A small, wondering smile grew across her face as she realized that it truly was him, and not some dream, some wondrous dream her mind had created to try and save itself in the dark prison. Those were her eyes, blue and clear like a winter sky. They gleamed with familiar love, and it seemed that the sound of him rekindled a spark of joy and hope in those irises. Somehow he knew it would be all right. I hope that this chapter is a little more unique. Once more I apologize for how canon the last one was, but it was also my way of nodding to the original creator of this story, as well as not getting caught in a no-writing space. Review replies, Guitar more Seknapfula. I am aware of how identical it was, but there really isn't much changing I can do to the Razak scenes, which is why I did this one from Roran's Path. Thank you, and I hope you enjoy this chapter and Zoe's return, as well as a little sparring with Orin. Miara, haha, so glad you enjoy it. I won't stop writing ever. Nymthuriel, Thorn will be coming soon. Just have to wait a little longer, and then we will get adorable little red baby dragon. Thank you for the review, and it's awesome to have you on this side of the story as we move towards the end. Pika Cupcake, haha, that is a good one. Too true, a lack of movement. That's good. Ray, I am aware of it, and I am glad you like the lack of Romeo-Juliet love scenes. I guess I try to hit a balance with the fluff because they are in a war and they are practical people. So glad you enjoy it, and big thank you for the review. Quinkerboy, thanks. Hope you enjoy this chapter. Islinger 90, I think he might give the sword to Murtagh at this point. It is really Murtagh's after all. I am still thinking on it and a creative way of dealing with that situation. It was a bit ridiculous with all the love hearts floating around. Hope you enjoy this chapter, and big thank you. Live, laugh, play music. Haha, thanks. Here is your answer. Thank you for the review. Jenna Ralphadington, thank you. Hope you enjoy this one. Elemental Dragon Slayer. Hope you enjoy this chapter more than the last one. I agree it was rather dull. Thorn will be showing up soon, and that should perk things up. Thank you and happy reading writing to you.